Hello everyone. In this video, I'm going to show you how to execute Python programs in an online IDE. Okay, so let me share my screen first. Yeah, so go to Google and just type repl.it. repl.it. Okay. So immediately you will get the first link as repl.it, the collaborative browser-based IDE. So click on this particular IDE. Now it will open like this. And in the languages, you have to select Python because we are going to work with Python. And this is going to open like this. This is our IDE. In the left panel, you need to write the program. In the right panel, you will observe the results. Okay. So let's do a small example here. Consider A is equal to 100. Okay. Now I want to display this A value. Print value of A is equal to, here we can write small a. Okay. So this is a very simple program. In a variable called A, I have stored a value called 100. And now I'm trying to print the value of A here using print statement. Okay. So in order to execute this particular code, we have to press this button. Okay. Execute. You can see here value of A is equal to 100. Here. Suppose I'll copy and paste the same code here after this, but I'll modify the value of A as 300. Okay. So now execute this particular code. You will see value of A equal to 100 and then value of A equal to 300. Because initially here you can see value of A is 100. So that is why we are able to get value of A equal to 100. And then A is equal to 300. Now value of A is equal to 300. Okay. So now let us take another variable called B. B is equal to A. Okay. I'm copying value of A into B and trying to print this value of B. Value of B like this. So now let's execute this code. You can see value of A equal to 100, value of A is equal to 300, value of B equal to 300 like this. So let me remove these two lines of code. You can see here clearly A is equal to 300 and then B is equal to A. B value is currently 300. Okay. So here I'll take another variable. C is equal to B. Okay. And now I'll print value of C as well, similarly. Okay. So value of C is equal to like this. Again, if you want to execute, you have to press this particular green color button. Okay. Like this. You can see value of A equal to 300, value of B is equal to 300, value of C equal to 300, like this. Okay. And now let me consider a small program for this purpose. So consider two different variables, A equal to 100, value of A is 100, B is equal to 200. Okay. So now I want to perform addition operation between A and B. So A plus B. Plus is the operator used for addition operation in Python. Okay. So you can execute here and see the result. Okay. Print value of C is equal to C. So let's execute now and see the result. You can see value of C equal to 300. Because A value considered is 100, B value considered is 200. So A plus B, 100 plus 200 is equal to 300. Okay. Suppose if I want to perform subtraction operation A minus B, and you can see the result similarly. Value of C equal to minus 100. So similarly for multiplication operation A into B is used. So A into B is equal to, okay, you can see 20,000 is the result. So for example, if I want to perform a division operation A divided by B, so this is going to cause an division operation like this, and it is going to produce a result like 0.5. 100 divided by 200 is nothing but 1 by 2, and it is 0.5. Suppose if I want a division which is performed between two integer values, again the result should be an integer data type. In that case, I'll use a double slash like this, which will produce an integer division between both the operands, and it is going to give you the result as 0. Okay. Suppose if I consider value of A as 2 and the value of B as 5, and I want to perform A power B. So C is equal to A power B can be performed by writing A double star B. So this double star operator is used for power operation. Okay. So you can see the result. 2 power 5 is equal to 32. Yes or no? So now we'll write a small program which performs Einstein's equation E is equal to mc square. Okay. This is the formula. So let's implement this. E is equal to mc square. First consider m is equal to 3 and c is equal to 4. Okay. Now compute capital E is equal to mc square. M into C power 2 can be represented as C double star 2 in Python. Okay. So power operation is indicated by double star. So after performing this operation, the result will be stored in capital E. Now we need to display the result. Okay. So we can write result is, okay, we'll keep this in double quotes, equal to like this. Now let's execute this particular code and see the result. You can see result is equal to 48. Okay. Because 3 into 4 square. Okay. 4 square is nothing but 16. So 3 into 16 is 48. Like this. Suppose if I haven't declared this part. Okay. If I use comment lines here and try to execute this particular code, it will produce an error because it doesn't know what is value of C. Yes or no? So we must define the variables which we want to use as part of the expression. Okay. So we have to initialize them either directly like this or using input operation, which we'll discuss in the next videos. Okay. Hello guys, welcome to Python programming, and now in this video I'll be showing you how to print hello world program. Okay, so let's get started here. Print is the associated statement or function which is used to perform print operation in Python. So here inside print function we can specify the text which we want to see on the output screen. So hello world. Clear? So now let's execute this particular code. You will see output as hello world. Yes or no? Okay. Suppose if I want to print one more statement, we can write welcome to Python programming and execute this code. You can see hello world, welcome to Python programming. Clear? Like this. And indentation is very important while writing programs in Python. Okay. Even if you give one small extra space, it will produce an error because in Python, the indentation represents the level where this statement is residing. So if I place space here, you can see there is a change in the level. Yes or no? This is first level and it is going to the next level. Suppose if I execute now, it is going to produce an error. Okay, because there is a change in indentation. You can see here clearly it is producing an error. So you should not keep unnecessary spaces while writing the program in Python. You should be very careful. This comes under indentation concept. Okay. Clear? Now there is no error. Now we'll discuss about basic operations that can be performed on variables or numbers, that is arithmetic operations. So we need to learn arithmetic operations before performing any action, right? Or even if you want to compute something, you require these arithmetic operations which are very basic. So coming to the arithmetic operators, first this hash symbol is considered as comment line. Okay, whatever you write here, this is considered as comment line. Okay, so I'll mention all the arithmetic operators here. Okay, so the arithmetic operators are first of all plus. Okay, used for addition operation. Next one is minus, used for subtraction operation. Star, used for multiplication operation. Okay, slash, used for division operation. In the slash you will get values completely in floating point value as well. So double slash, you won't get floating point result here. Again, both are used for division only. Okay, and the other operator is double star, which is used for power. Okay, which is used to express power. Suppose a square can be written as a double star 2. Okay, so let's make use of these arithmetic operators first. Okay, consider a is equal to 10. Okay, and b is equal to 2. C is equal to, first I'll perform a plus b. Okay, let's display the result. Print of, okay, C is equal to, here I am writing C value. Clear? So let's quickly execute and see this particular result. C is equal to 12. Yes or no? 10 plus 2. What is the value? Value will be 12. Okay. So this is about addition operation. Okay. Now I'll perform subtraction operation and we will see the result similarly. C is equal to A minus B. So let's run this code and see the result. 10 minus 2, value will be 8. C contains value of 8. Okay. This is the result obtained after performing subtraction operation. Next one is multiplication. A star B. Now run this 10 into 2, value will be 20. So the 20 will be stored in a variable called C and the result will be displayed. C is equal to 20. Okay. Next, we'll go for slash. Okay. So that is division operation. A slash B. You will get result as C is equal to 5.0. In order to understand the concept of slash better, I'll take value as 3, B value as 3. Okay, remember I have modified B value as 3. Okay, so run this code and see the result. 10 divided by 3 value will be 3.3333 like this. Now if you use the other type of division operation where completely you won't get the floating point result. Okay, that is you won't get values after this dot. Okay, A double slash B, and let's execute this. You will get value as 3 only simply. Okay, so this is not going to consider floating point value that is residing after dot. Okay, so next one is double star. What is the purpose of double star? Double star is used to express power. So A power B, 10 power 3, 10 cube. What is 10 cube value? 10 into 10 is 100, 100 into 10 is 1000. So let's run this result. You can see C is equal to 1000. Okay, just like this, all the basic arithmetic operators are going to work like this in Python. Hello guys, in this video we are going to write a program in Python in order to compute average of two given numbers. Okay, so let's start our discussion here. In order to compute average between two given numbers, first we have to take two numbers, right? Let me consider A is the first one. So you have to input value into this. Okay, so I'll ask enter first number. Okay, so after entering the first number, it will be saved into a variable called A. But the thing is, we want to compute average between two numbers which are both integers. Okay, in that case we can consider type conversion to integer, and then now B is equal to similarly, so type conversion to integer and take another value, that is the second number, enter second number. Okay, so now we need to compute the average between two numbers, isn't it? So in order to compute average between two numbers, the formula is very simple. A plus B divided by 2. A plus B whole divided by 2. So after computing average, now we need to display the average value, isn't it? So this can be done by writing print average of two given numbers is. Okay. So the result is actually stored in a variable called avg, isn't it? It's pretty simple to display the result. Now execute and see the result. So we are prompted to enter the first number. Let us suppose the first number is 10. Enter. Enter second number. Suppose the second number is 11. Now compute the average 10.5. Yes or no? So 10 plus 11 divided by 2 is 10.5 clearly. Okay, like this. So next one is we need to compute area of the circle. So what is the formula for computing area of circle here? Area is equal to pi r square. Okay. So where pi is nothing but 3.1412, which is a floating point value. So for this purpose, I'll take radius is also a floating point value. Okay. So consider radius. Radius is a variable. Okay. It's equal to, we need to take input value for this radius, which is floating point value. I'm taking this as floating point type. Okay. So first, whenever we write input, it will take the input and the input will be generally stored in string type, which is the default type. And with the help of float in front of it, this is going to perform typecasting. So the value will be converted into floating point value. Okay. So input of here we can write enter radius. Okay. So after entering the radius, now we can calculate area using pi r square. Okay. So we can write area is equal to 3.1412 into radius into radius. Okay. Pi r square. So later we need to display the result, which is area, isn't it? So print of, we can write area of circle is equal to, now we can print pi r square, right? So the entire area is stored in a variable called area. Okay. Yes or no? This area will be holding the result that is computed on the right hand side, 3.1412 into radius. So finally I am printing the radius, isn't it? So let's execute this. So we are prompted to enter the radius. So consider the radius as 2 and look at the result. Area of circle is equal to 12.5648. So because radius is 2, radius into radius is 4, 2 into 2 is 4, right? So then 4 into 3.1412, which is 12.5. Okay. So this is how we can obtain the output here. Suppose if you want to also compute the circumference of the circle, then you can further compute by writing circumference. Circumference is equal to 2 pi r, 2 into pi into r. Pi value is 3.1412 into r. R is nothing but radius value. So later I will display the circumference value also. That is circumference of circle is equal to, now we can display circumference value. Okay. So let's execute this. Enter radius. I'm entering radius as 2. Okay. Look at the area of circle and circumference of circle. Both are same because 2 into 3.1412 into 2 is nothing but 3.1412 into 2 into 2. Suppose if you are taking any other value, so consider 5. In that case, the result will change. Circumference value will be 31.412. Yes or no? Just 2 into 5 is 10. So 10 into 3.1412 is 31.412. And area is computed as 3.1412 into radius. So radius value is 5. 5 into 5 is 25. 25 into 3.1412 is 78.53. just like this. Okay. So next one is shortcut operators in Python. Okay. So what are different shortcut operators in Python? So in order to understand shortcut operator, first you should know what is assignment operator. Okay. So equal to is said to be an assignment operator. Yes, is no. So you can see a is equal to 10. So this is an assignment operator where value of 10 will be stored in a variable called a. And you are not allowed to write like this. This is not allowed because you can't store a value in a constant called 10. Okay. So now what are some shortcut operators? For example, plus equal to is said to be a shortcut operator and its corresponding meaning. So I'll take an example here. A plus equal to B. So this is evaluated as A is equal to A plus B. Okay. So which means, for example, we can consider program like this: a is equal to 10, b is equal to 20. Now write a plus is equal to b and then print value of a. So what is the output for this code? What is the corresponding output? So you can observe here, a plus is equal to b means it is evaluated like this: a is equal to a plus b, which means a is equal to 10 plus 20 and a value will become finally 30, and then output will be displayed as 30. Output will be displayed as 30 like this. Similarly, we have other operators like minus is equal to. Okay, here also a minus is equal to b. This is evaluated as a is equal to a minus b. Okay, so for example, you can see here, this time I'll take different values like a is equal to 20, b is equal to 5. Now writing a minus equal to b, and we are trying to print value of a. So in this case, what happens exactly is a is equal to a minus b, which means a is equal to 20 minus 5. Value of a will be evaluated as 15. And finally, when you print value of a here, output will be displayed as 15. Okay, output is displayed as 15, just like this. Next, we can also consider other operators just like this. Star equal to. This is used for multiplication purpose. It means a star equal to b is evaluated as a is equal to a into b similarly. And a slash equal to b is evaluated as a is equal to a slash b. A double slash equal to b is evaluated as a is equal to a double slash b. And a double star equal to b is evaluated as a is equal to a double star b. Okay, so for example, we will consider value of a is equal to 10 and value of b is equal to 3. Okay, so initial value of a is equal to 10 I am considering, and value of b is equal to 3. So when we substitute here, then what happens is a is equal to a into b, that is a 10 into 3, value will become 30. Suppose if we apply in this, it will be a is equal to a divided by b, 10 divided by 3, value will become 3.33333333 like this. Next, a is equal to a double slash b, which means it is not going to store any floating point value inside it. So 10 double slash 3 value will become 3. Next one is a equal to a double star b. So a is equal to a value is 10. 10 double star 3, which is equal to 10 cube, right? So 10 cube means value will be how much? 1000. Value will be 1000. So this is how the shortcut operators are going to work. Hello guys, in this video we are going to discuss about relational operators. So in Python, what are different relational operators? So if you observe here, first, these are all comparison operators, right? Whenever we want to compare two values, we generally use this concept of relational operators. So first, less than is a relational operator. Okay. Next, less than or equal to is another relational operator. Next, greater than is another relational operator. Greater than or equal to is another relational operator. Okay. And coming to equal to, okay, this is another relational operator, and not equal to. Clear? So this is representing less than, this is representing less than or equal to, this is greater than, this is greater than or equal to, this is equal to, and this is not equal to. Okay, so these are all different relational operators that are used in Python. So now let me give you an example to understand this. First, consider different values. Here a is equal to 10 and b is equal to 20. Okay, now I'll write here print of a less than or equal to b. Now execute this, we will get true because 10 less than or equal to 20 condition is true, right? So this is going to display true. Suppose if I write a less than b and execute this code, again we'll get true because 10 is less than 20. So for example, if I modify the condition as a greater than b, a greater than b, now execute this code, you will get answer as false because 10 greater than 20 condition is false. Okay. Next, coming to 10 greater than or equal to 20, condition is again false. Okay. Now this time I'll go for equal to, a double equal to b, 10 double equal to 20, condition true or false? Condition is false. 10 is different and 20 is different. So you will get answer as false. Now this time I'll take a not equal to b. Let's execute this. A not equal to b, condition becomes true. So like this, these are different operations that can be performed on values. Okay, so we can compare two different values with the help of relational operators. Okay, so next one is logical operators here. Logical AND operator. First one, logical AND operator. So how this logical AND operator is denoted? So A and D. So this is used for representing logical AND operation. So here you need to understand true and true is going to result in true. In all other cases, it is going to be false. Okay. So let's execute this particular values. A is equal to 10, B is equal to 20, C is equal to 30. Now we can print here A less than B and A less than C. Both are true, isn't it? A less than B, that is a 10 less than 20 is true and 10 less than 30 is true. True and true is true. Now we can run this. It is going to produce the result as true. Okay. So now For example, I will modify this value. Okay, this condition a less than c is modified to c less than a. It means 10 less than 20 and 30 less than 10. So first condition is true, but the second condition will be false. Yes or no? 30 less than 10 condition becomes false. True and false is going to be evaluated to false. Okay, so let's execute this and see the result. Result is false. Just like this, when you apply AND operation and conditional expression 1 is evaluated to true and conditional expression 2 is evaluated to true, then only the overall result will be evaluated to true. Okay, so next one is OR operation. Okay, so logical OR operation, and here if you observe, logical OR operation is indicated by OR. Okay, and you can see false or false is only evaluated to false. In all other cases you will get true. Result is evaluated to true. So for example, I'll consider here OR operation. A less than B or C less than A. Okay, so you can see here A less than B, 10 less than 20 or 30 less than 10. So first condition is true, second condition is false. True or false will be evaluated to true. Okay, suppose if I write both the conditions are getting evaluated to false, that is B less than A or C less than A, both are evaluated to false, so false or false will be evaluated to false again. Yes or no? Just like this. Now next one is logical NOT operation. Okay, so if you consider logical NOT operation, here we are going to use operator as NOT. NOT is the corresponding operator. Suppose NOT of true. Okay, NOT of true is going to be evaluated as false. So similarly, NOT of false is evaluated as true. Okay, just like this. So let me consider A is equal to 10, B is equal to 20. Okay, now print of, here we can write NOT of A less than B. Okay, 10 less than 20 condition is true and its corresponding NOT, it has to result false. Yes or no? So if I remove NOT here, I'll obviously get true. If I add NOT in front of it, which means NOT of true will be evaluated to false. Just like this. These are three different operators. Okay. Hello guys. In this video, we are going to discuss about bitwise operators in Python. So first, we'll discuss clearly what are different bitwise operators. First, consider bitwise AND operator. So what is meant by bitwise AND operator? When you consider one bit as 0, for example, okay, and consider another bit as 0. Now bitwise AND between 0 and 0 will result in 0. So just like this. And for example, if you consider 0 and 1, this is going to result you 0. 1 and 0 will be 0. 1 and 1 will be 1. Okay. So now if you consider numbers like 10 and 4, according to 8421 representation, how this 10 can be represented as 1 0 1 0. Now 4 can be represented as 0 1 0 0. Now performing AND operation, bitwise AND operation between these two, 0 and 0 will result in 0, 1 and 0 will result in 0, 0 and 1 will result in 0, 1 and 0 will result in 0. Okay, so total this is going to produce 0. Yes or no? So let's execute this particular code here and see the result. So 0 is the result, right? I have performed bitwise AND operation between A and B. Okay, just like this. Now similarly consider another example here. Okay, so this time we will consider bitwise OR operation. Bitwise OR operation can be performed like this. Bitwise OR operation. Okay, now execute this bitwise OR operation, and here A bitwise OR B. Okay, so what is the value of A here? 10, and value of B is considered as 4. Okay, so for bitwise OR operation, clearly 0 or 0 will result in 0. In all other cases it is going to produce 1. That is 0 or 1 will be 1. 1 or 0 will be 1. 1 or 1 will be 1. Okay, just like this. Now if you execute this one, value of 10 can be represented as 8 4 2 1 representation. Okay, and then value of 4 is represented, value of 10 has to be represented. So first A value, which is 10, 1 0 1 0 representation, and B value is 4, which is represented as 0 1 0 0. Now performing OR operation, so 0 or 0 value will be 0, 1 or 0 will be 1, 0 or 1 will be 1, 1 or 0 will be 1. Now summation of this 8 plus 4 plus 2, because 1 is set there. So 8 plus 4 plus 2, value will be 14, right? So this is going to give you value as 14. Okay, just like this. Now let's consider the other operation, bitwise XOR operation. Bitwise XOR operation, and see the result. So again the result is 14 here. What happens exactly in bitwise XOR operation? 0 XOR 0 will be 0, 0 XOR 1 will be 1, 1 XOR 0 will be 1, 1 XOR 1 will be 0. Okay, so now coming to 8421 representation, again represent for A value and B value. So A value is tens, that is 1010 representation. B value is 40100 representation. Okay, now 0 XOR 0 value will be how much? 0. 1 XOR 0 will be 1. 0 XOR 1 will be 1. 1 XOR 0 will be 1. Okay, so from this what is the value? 8 plus 4 plus 2, value will be 14. This is how 14 is obtained here. Okay, just like this. Now consider next one, left shift operation. Okay, consider value of B, for example, left shift by 2. So this is going to give you the result as 16. Okay, so what happens exactly here is we are performing left shift operation. Okay, so B left shift 2 is evaluated as B into 2 power 2. So this value of 2 is used here. And what is value of b here in the code? 4, right? So 4 into 4. So finally 4 into 4 value will be 16, right? Value will be 16. Okay. Now consider right shift operation. So let us suppose right shift operation on this. Okay. B right shift by 2 positions. Let's execute this one. Value became 1, right? So how value of 1 is obtained here? You can see B value is considered as 4 and B right shift by 2 positions is nothing but 4 divided by 2 power 2. So this is nothing but 4 by 4, value will be 1. Okay, this is how right shift operation is performed here. Clear? Well, next one is we need to calculate the area of the triangle using Heron's formula. So if you look at this, area of triangle calculated using Heron's formula is the square root of s into s minus a into s minus b into s minus c. Okay. And what is s here? S is nothing but a plus b plus c whole divided by 2. Okay. So first a, b, c are sides of the triangle. So we need to read these sides of the triangle here. First we can write a is equal to float of, we are reading, right, input of, we need to prompt the user to enter the first side of the triangle. Enter the first side of triangle. Okay. Next b is equal to similarly float of input of enter the second side of triangle. Okay. Next c is equal to float of similarly input of, we need to prompt the user to enter the third side of the triangle. Third side of triangle. Okay. So after this we need to compute clearly s. Okay. So consider s is equal to, okay, what is the formula for s? A plus b plus c whole divided by 2. Now we need to display this s value. Okay. For example, we can display s value like this. S is equal to and corresponding s value. After this we need to calculate area. This is very important. So in order to calculate area, area is equal to, we can compute like this, s into, okay, s minus a, s minus a into s minus b into s minus c. Okay. And square root of all this, right? So that can be written like this, simply square root means whole power 1 by 2, right? So 1 by 2 is nothing but 0.5. Okay. Now we can display here area. Area is equal to, so value of area can be displayed immediately. Okay. Now let's run this particular code and see. We are prompted to enter side of the triangle, first side of the triangle. Let us suppose 10 is the first side of the triangle. Second side of the triangle is 4. And the third side of the triangle is 8. Okay. And you can see the result. 10 plus 8 plus 4, which is 22 divided by 2. Okay, value will be 11, right? So S is equal to 11. And then from this we can calculate area. S into S minus A into S minus B into S minus C, and whole power 0.5, which is nothing but square root of S into S minus A into S minus B into S minus C. Then we can immediately print area like this. Okay. So next one is conditional statements, an if statement. Okay. So whenever you write a condition, you will be using some of the relational operators. So it can be greater than symbol, or it can be less than symbol, or it can be greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, not equal to. So these are all comparison operators or relational operators which are used while writing the conditional expression. So now let's see this if statement. The general syntax of the if statement is if followed by conditional expression. And if this conditional expression is evaluated to true, in that case, the block of statements will be executed. That is, body of the if statement will be executed. Okay. Suppose if this condition is evaluated to false, then it will not execute block of statements, but it will directly go out of this block. Now let us consider this example. X is equal to int of input of what's x. So first you are taking value of x, and then you are taking value of y. Now you are checking the conditional expression x less than y. If this conditional expression is evaluated to true, in that case the associated block of statements will be executed, and in this block it will print x is less than y. Okay. So let me give you an example to understand this much better. So first x is equal to, okay, and in the output screen you will see what's x, and you will enter value of x. So let us suppose value of x as 10, and later it will print what's y, and let us suppose you are entering value of y as 20. Now x value is currently 10 and y value is considered as 20. Now if you look at this conditional expression, x less than y, which is a 10 less than 20, condition is true, associated statement will be executed, which means it will print x is less than y. It will print x is less than y. Next, consider this program where you will see multiple conditions. Okay. So let us understand this code. First value of x is taken and then value of y is taken, and later it will check x is less than y or not. If suppose x is less than y and this condition is true, then it will print this statement, which means x is less than y will be printed. And later it will again check this conditional expression x greater than y. So whenever this is true, then this will be false, and also this will be false, isn't it? Any one of this condition will be evaluated to true, isn't it? So let's see here different values of xy combination. So let us suppose x is equal to 10 and y is equal to 20. So in this case 10 is less than 20, condition true, and it will print x is less than y. Okay. Suppose if you are considering x is equal to 20 and y is equal to 10. In this case 20 less than 10 condition will become false and 20 greater than 10 condition becomes true, and it will print x is greater than y. Suppose consider x is equal to 5 and y is equal to 5. In this case you can observe x less than y will be false and even x greater than y will be false. but x double equal to y, that is 5 double equal to 5 condition will be true and associated statement will be executed, which is x is equal to y will be displayed. Okay, so this is how it will work. Clear? So we'll write couple of programs related to if statement here. First you can see, okay, this particular program is write a program to determine whether a person is eligible to vote. Okay, so here I'm going to make use of the if statement that we have discussed. So let's start coding this. Okay, so I'll consider age. Age is the variable. Okay, and we want to take this age variable value as input, right? Okay, so in this input you can prompt the user to print. Okay, enter your age. Okay, yes or no? So you can just write enter your age. So once the user enters the age, this input function automatically takes the input and stores it in the form of a string. So I want to convert this into integer data type. For this purpose, I'm going to perform typecasting here, int. Okay. So now the value of age is ready currently. Okay. So we can write if statement. Okay. So in the if statement, suppose we can check the condition like this: age greater than or equal to 18. So in that case, we can say, eligible for voting. So print eligible for voting. Okay, like this. So since this particular block is over, okay, here we can write any other statement, or simply you can leave here and just execute the code. Okay, suppose I want to write a statement X. Okay, like this: print, okay, your age is, okay, print, I'm going to print the age of that particular person, like this. So let me execute this code. Okay, now you need to enter your age. Okay, for example, if I have entered 17, okay, it is going to print your age is 17. Yes or no? Suppose if I execute like this, okay, enter your age. So in that case, let's suppose I have entered, okay, 20. Eligible for voting, your age is 20. So like this, it is going to display. Clear? So this is how it is going to work. Okay. So next, we'll take or we consider another program related to this. Okay. So the program is write a Python code to check the entered character is alphabet or digit. Okay. So for this purpose, I have to read a character, right? So for this purpose, we can ask or prompt user to enter a character basically. Okay. Suppose I consider ch is equal to, okay, I'll take input like this and print enter any character, enter any character. So the character will be taken as input and it is stored in ch. Yes or no? So after taking the input of the character ch, now you have to check whether it is alphabet or digit. So we have some built-in functions like, for example, ch, okay, contains basically this character ch dot is alpha determines whether it is alphabet or not. Okay, similarly ch dot is digit, okay, this particular function will check whether this is a digit or not. Okay, so let's implement this ch. Okay, for this purpose we'll take a if statement here. If ch dot is alpha, you can see that particular function is alpha. Okay, in that case, okay, so we can say print character is alphabet. Okay, so similarly you can write another if. Okay, so one more thing here, we have to put colon, right? Okay, if ch dot is digit, okay, colon print character is a digit, like this. So let's execute this particular code. So enter any character. Okay, so a character, let us suppose I have entered like 2. 2 is the character I have entered. So this is showing character is digit. Character is digit. Okay, suppose I have executed another time here. Okay, so in that case I am entering capital H. So character is alphabet. This is how it is going to work here. Okay, so like this you can implement. So suppose you want to check whether the character is a space or not. In that case you can add one more function like this. If ch dot is a space, in that case you can print, okay, character is space. Okay, now you can execute here and okay, you can enter space like this. Immediately it is going to show you character is space. Okay, so like this it is going to work. Clear? So next one is if else statement. In case of if else statement, this is the general syntax of if else statement. Okay, so first it will check the conditional expression. If this conditional expression is evaluated to true, then this block of statements will be executed. Suppose if this condition is evaluated to false, then it will go to the else block and it will execute block of statements which are inside this else block. Okay, so let's see an example here for if else statement. Now in the output screen it will display what's x, because we are writing inside this input function to prompt this particular message. And the moment you enter value of x, let us suppose you have entered value of x as 7. Now this 7 will be taken into x and it will check this conditional expression, that is 7 mod 2 double equal to 0. Condition true or false? Condition will become false. Now it will go to the else block and it will print odd. Okay, in this case it will print odd. Now let us consider another scenario where you are considering a x value as 6. Okay, so in this case again it will check this conditional expression 6 mod 2 double equal to 0. Condition will become true, so the associated statement will be executed, which is even will be displayed as part of the output in this case. Okay, hey, we have already seen some examples related to if else statement. So I'll discuss 3 more examples which are related to if else in this video. Okay, first let me explain this particular example here. Okay, so first this is the code which is used to test whether the entered character is vowel or not. Okay, so let's see how this is going to give you the correct results. Okay, so first in the output screen you will observe a statement that is already printed here. Okay, what is the statement? Enter any character. Okay, so this will be displayed here in the output screen. So now let us suppose you have entered a character like small I. Okay, so in that case the output will be small I is a vowel. This is the output printed. Okay, so let me tell you how this is going to produce the output like this. Okay, so the moment you enter a character here like small I, so immediately memory location ch will have this small I. Yes or no? Now if you look at this condition, ch double equal to a, okay, I double equal to a, condition true or false? False. Okay, ch double equal to a, condition becomes false, because small I is not equal to capital A, right? So again this is also small I double equal to small e, condition false, or small I double equal to capital E, condition false, or ch double equal to I, which means I double equal to I. So you can see this condition is going to be true. Okay, and all the remaining conditions are evaluated to false. False, 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 false. So when we are discussing about logical OR operation, if at least one condition is evaluated to true out of all the conditional expressions, if at least one condition is evaluated to true, okay, so then OR operation between all these conditions will evaluate the result as a true. Yes or no? Because true or anything is true. Okay, so this can be true or false. Clear? This is going to give you the result as true. So we have one true here. So overall conditional expression is evaluated to true. Since the conditional expression is evaluated to true, this is going to print ch, that particular character small I, okay, is a vowel. So that is going to be printed. Yes or no? So let me check this. Okay. So let's execute this particular code. So you can see, enter any character. I have entered small I. This is going to print like this. I is a vowel. Yes or no? Okay, like this. Suppose if I execute the same code for one more time and I have entered a value like capital Z, then it is going to print capital Z is not a vowel. In that case, all the conditional expressions are evaluated to false. So since all are false, it is going to give you overall conditional expression to be evaluated as false. Since the conditional expression is false, it will go to the else block and it is going to print. Okay, Z is not a vowel. Okay, like this. So next, moving to the next program. So this program is basically to check whether entered character is a alphabet or not. This is going to check whether entered character is a alphabet or not. So let's work on this particular code as well. Okay, fine. So if you observe the output for this particular code, okay, in the output screen, this is going to prompt this message. Yes or no? Okay. Enter any character. So it means this is going to display clearly enter any character. Okay. So now you started entering a character. For example, let's say X you have entered, small x you have entered. Okay. So in that case, you can see this particular condition. Okay. So ch greater than or equal to small a. Yes or no? Small x is greater than or equal to small a and small x less than or equal to small z. So since this particular condition is evaluated to true, okay, this is clearly true, and true or, so small x is not going to lie between capital A and capital Z, right? So here this condition will be false and this will be evaluated to true. So true or false is going to give you the result as true. Okay. So since the condition is true, associated statement will be executed. So that is in the output screen, this is going to display you X is an alphabet. X is an alphabet. Okay, like this. Suppose, for example, you have entered a digit. Okay, so let me consider another execution sequence where I have entered digit instead of alphabet. So in the output screen, when it is prompted like this, enter any character. Okay, so in that case you can see a particular character entering. Let us suppose digit 9 I have entered. So 9 is not going to lie in between small a to small z or capital A to capital Z. Hence, this condition is going to become false. So when it becomes false, false or false, when you apply OR operation between false and false, so this is going to give you the result as false. Okay. So the associated statement will not be executed, and this is going to display the result as 9 is not an alphabet, is not an alphabet. Clear? So this is the corresponding result that is going to display. Okay. So let me go and execute this particular code here. Yes, you can see enter any character. Suppose I have entered small x. This is going to display you x is an alphabet. So let me execute again, and I have entered 9. This is going to display you 9 is not an alphabet. That's what we have discussed, right? Clear? So this is going to execute like this. Next, coming to this this particular program. So this program is basically to check whether the given year is leap year or not. Okay, the given year is leap year or not. So let me write code for this. Okay, let me discuss the code here. Fine. So first of all, what is meant by a leap year? Okay. So always remember, leap year means the year must be divisible with 4. After dividing it with 4, you should get result as 0. And also when you divide year with 100, again, okay, you can see the result should not be equal to 0. Okay, it should not be equal to 0. And we are performing OR operation here. This is an AND operation and this is an OR operation. Okay, so when you divide here with 400, it should produce 0. Okay, so it should be divisible with 4. Okay, and not divisible with 100, or we can say it is divisible with 400. Clear? So let me consider the output. Okay, now year is equal to, you're asking to enter year in the output screen. Enter year to be checked. Okay, so clearly you can see here year mod double equal to year mod 4 double equal to 0, isn't it? So once you enter a year, for example, let us suppose 2000 is the year that you have entered. Okay, so and look at the condition clearly. 2000, when you divide 2000 with 4, this is going to produce 0 or not? Okay, yes, this is going to produce 0. So condition becomes true. But you can see 2000 mod 100 not equal to 0. But you can see 2000 mod 100 value is 0 clearly. 0 not equal to 0. condition will become false. So the first one is true, okay, second one is false, and you can see here mod 400 double equal to 0. So that is 2000 mod 400 double equal to 0. Condition becomes true. Yes or no? So now if you expand this expression, this is as simple as a true and false or true. So you can see true and false. Condition becomes true or not. So condition will become false. And later false or true. So false or true is going to give you true. Okay. So since the overall conditional expression is evaluated to true, this is going to display the output as the year is a leap year. The year is a leap year. Yes or no? Okay. Like this. So let me execute this particular code here. So, okay. Sorry. Double quotes. It's missing. Fine. So when you execute this, I've given 2000. So this is going to produce the output as the year is a leap year, because as I have explained, the condition will become true for this. So if you take any other example, in that case, for example, 1999, okay, 1999, the overall condition will become false and it will go to the else block, and this is going to display the year is not a leap year. Okay. So like this, it is going to work. Okay, thank you. Next one is nested if statement. In this nested if statement, we write if statement inside another if statement, which is known as nested if. Okay. If within another if statement is considered as nested if statement, and if you look at the syntax of this nested if statement, if conditional expression 1, if suppose this conditional expression 1 is evaluated to true, then associated block of statements will be executed, that is statement block 1 will be executed, and later it will check the conditional expression 2. If suppose this is also evaluated to true, then statement block 2 will be executed. Okay. So what happens when this conditional expression 2 is evaluated to false, then it will not execute this statement block. And what happens when this conditional expression 1 is evaluated to false? This condition 1 is evaluated to false, then it will not enter inside this block. Okay. So let's see an example quickly for nested if statement. You can see this is the example. First, we are prompted to enter any value. Let us suppose you are entering value as 7. Okay. Now, number value is currently 7, and this will check this conditional expression. 7 greater than or equal to 0. Condition becomes true. So, the associated block of statements will be executed. And inside this block, you can see number double equal to 0. It will check this condition also. 7 double equal to 0. Condition will become false. Now it will go to the else block and it will print number is positive. In this case, you will see number is positive, which is printed as output. Okay. Now let us consider another case. Okay. Consider number value is -4. Now -4 greater than or equal to 0. Condition will become false. So it will go directly to the else block and it will print number is negative. Okay. So in this case, it will directly print output as number is negative. Okay. Consider another case where number is 0. Okay, so let us consider number is 0. In that case, first it will check this condition, 0 greater than or equal to 0. Condition will become true. Okay. Now it will check this condition, number double equal to 0, 0 double equal to 0, condition becomes true. Okay. Associated statement will be executed, which is number is 0. In the output it will display number is 0. Okay. So this is how nested if statement will work. In this example, we'll see how to write a nested if statement. So for this purpose, we'll implement code in order to find biggest among two given numbers. Biggest among two given numbers using nested if statement. Okay. So very simple. Here I'll keep on adding cases, like there can be a couple of cases where A is greater than B, the other case is B is greater than A, and there is one more case where A and B are same. Okay. So let us first read value of A and value of B. Okay. So enter value 1. Okay. Now similarly, I'll also read B value here. So which is enter value 2. Okay. Now we'll first check like this. If A is not equal to B, so then only we are going to check whether A is greater than B or not. If suppose A is greater than B, in that case I'll print A is biggest. Suppose A is not equal to B and also A is not greater than B. In that case we can say clearly B is biggest. B is biggest in that case. And also we can write one more case which is an else block here. Whenever A is not equal to B, in that case you can have a print statement saying that both A and B values are same. Okay. Both values are same. Okay. So just like this. And one more thing is suppose you want to print exact value, in that case you can write A here. Okay. And similarly here also I want to print the exact value, then I'll write B here. Okay. So let's run this code and see the result. Enter value 1. So I'm entering value 1 as 15 and value 2 as 46, and you can see the result is 46 is biggest. So now let us enter value as 12 and another value is 7. Okay. And you can see the result, 12 is biggest. Okay. Now in this case I'll give equal values, that is same value. Consider 10 is the value 1 and value 2 is also 10. And you can see the result, both values are same, that is going to be displayed here. Okay. So this is how you can write a nested if statement. This is considered as the outer if statement and this is considered as an inner if statement. Okay. So control enters inside this inner if and only if outer if condition is evaluated to true. Okay. If suppose the outer if condition itself is evaluated to false, then it will directly enter into the else block and execute this statement. Okay. So next one is Elif statement. Whenever you want to write multiple conditions, we can go for Elif statement. And this is considered as multi-way selection statement. Out of multiple blocks, one block will be executed. So let's see the syntax of this if Elif else statement. So look at this syntax. First condition 1 or conditional expression 1 will be executed. If this is evaluated to true, then this code block will be executed. That is, code block 1 will be executed. Suppose if this condition 1 is evaluated to false, then it will check condition 2. If suppose this is also evaluated to true, okay, then code block 2 will be executed. So what happens when conditional expression 1 is evaluated to false and also conditional expression 2 is evaluated to false? In that case, it will directly enter into the else block and it will execute this code block 3. Okay. So you can observe only one block out of these 3 blocks will be executed. And whenever you want to write more and more conditions, then you can write similarly with the help of Elif. Okay. So we can say this particular part can be repeated. Okay. Now let's see this example of considering x and y values. So in the output, first it will display Next one is we'll write a program in order to find the relation among two given numbers. Okay. So the relation between two numbers can be like both the given values can be same, or the first value is greater than the second value, or it can be second value greater than first value. So let us implement here. First we'll check a value and b value. A is greater than b, and here we can print a is biggest. Okay. And we can write one more condition here. Elif a double equal to b. Okay. So whenever a, b values are same, in that case we can display both the given values are same. Okay. Suppose if this condition is also evaluated to false, then finally we have a else block which can display b is biggest, because a is not greater than b and also a is not equal to b. In that case we can say clearly b is greater than a, so it can print b is biggest. Okay, so let's run this code and see the result. Enter value 1. I'm entering value 1 as 19 and value 2 as 28. and you can see this is printing 28 is biggest, and enter value of 1. Okay, that is first value you have to enter. This time I will enter value as 9, and even value 2 is 9. In that case it will display both the values are same. So in the next case, consider a value as 9 and b value as 4. So this will display 9 is biggest. Okay, so all the three different cases we have covered, and this is how this program works with the help of Elif statement. In this video we'll discuss about while loop in Python. So first, this is the syntax of the while loop. While followed by conditional expression. If suppose this conditional expression is evaluated to true, in that case these statements will be executed repeatedly until this conditional expression is evaluated to false. Okay, so I'll show you here clearly how this syntax can be expanded. So whenever we write any loop, generally we write initialization statement, then conditional expression, and also update statement. So for this construct, you can see initialization. This is going to be an initialization of the loop variable, and after that we will write while conditional expression, and when this condition is evaluated to true, then block of statements will be executed. And we have this block of statements. One of the statement will be update statement. So this will update the loop variable so that it will move to the next iteration. So let's see the corresponding flow chart for this. Okay. So if you consider the corresponding flow chart here, for while loop, first consider initialization. Okay, initialization will be done. After initialization, it will check the conditional expression. Suppose if this conditional expression is evaluated to true, in that case block of statements will be executed. Okay, so this is block of statements will be executed, and one of the statement will be the update statement. So after executing this update statement, control is transferred back to execute this conditional expression. And the moment the conditional expression is evaluated to false, it will go out of the loop. So let us suppose statement X is lying outside the loop, then it will execute statement X. So this is the flow of execution for the while loop. Okay. Now let's see an example for the while loop. So consider this example, and you can see in this example clearly value of I is considered as 0. First it will execute the conditional expression. So 0 less than 3 is executed, condition true or false, condition true, and associated block of statements will be executed. So which means in the output it will display hello, and after displaying hello, I value will be incremented by 1. So value of I will become 1. Now 1 less than 3, condition true. When this condition is true, associated block of statements will be executed. Again hello will be displayed. In the next iteration, I equal to I plus 1, value of I will become 2. 2 less than 3 condition becomes true. Again, block of statements will be executed. Hello will be displayed. And after that, again I equal to I plus 1. So this will be 3 less than 3. This time conditional expression is evaluated to false. So the block of statements will not be executed. So overall this will be the output. Okay. So consider the next one. Now we can also use else block along with this while loop. Okay. So let's go through this program. First, I is equal to 0. Initially, value of I is 0. And look at the conditional expression I less than 4. 0 is less than 4. Condition becomes true. And it will modify I value. So you can see I is equal to I plus 1. 0 plus 1 value will become 1. And then it will print value of I. So in the output, this will display value of I as 1. In the next iteration, value of I is currently 1. 1 less than 4 condition becomes true. I equal to I plus 1. You can see 1 plus 1 value will be 2. So now it will print 2 also. In the next iteration, I value will be currently 2. 2 less than 4 condition becomes true. I is equal to I plus 1. 2 plus 1 value will become 3. Now value of 3 will be displayed. And in the next iteration, again you can see here, since value of I is 3, 3 less than 4 condition becomes true. Okay. Now I is equal to I plus 1. This will be 3 plus 1 is equal to 4. And it will print 4 also. Okay. So after printing 4, now it will check again conditional expression. This time it will be 4 less than 4. Condition will become false. So it will go to the else block and it will print this statement. It means no break will be displayed. No break will be displayed here. Okay. So this is how it will work along with the else block. So in this video, we'll write a program in order to find the sum of first 10 natural numbers. Okay. So let's start making use of while loop and solve this problem. Okay. So first, what is the initial value? I'll consider I is equal to 1 because this is sum of first 10 natural numbers. So the last value should be 10. So I'm going to write I less than or equal to 10. Now when this condition is true, we have to perform sum of those numbers. For that purpose, I'll take another variable like total and its value is initialized to 0. Okay. So in every iteration, I'm going to add this value to total. So this will be total equal to total plus I. To proceed to the next iteration, I'll increment value of I by 1. Okay. And finally, once we obtain this total, we are going to print the result. Okay. So I can write here sum of first 10 natural numbers is. So the entire sum is basically maintained inside a variable called total. Okay. So we can write the same variable total here. Okay. So let's run this code and see the result. You can see sum of the first 10 natural numbers is 55. You can also start adding these values and see the same result. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus up to so on plus 10. Okay. So that will give you the result as 55, isn't it? Its next one is we need to write a program in order to display the count of digits in the given number. So if you consider the given number like 158, how many digits are there in this number? This is one digit, this is second one, this is third one. So total there are 3 digits in the number, right? So finally you have to display the output as count of digits is 3. Okay, so let's solve this one. So first of all you need to read the input. Okay, so consider n is the variable which is used to store that value. Okay, so int of input of enter any number. So that is what shown in the input. Okay, now once the user enters the number, we have to count how many digits are there. So for that purpose I am taking a variable called count and its value is 0 initially. Okay, so let's write a while loop here. Okay, so while this n value is greater than 0, so we can actually extract the data. Okay, so digit by digit we need to extract here. So first consider d is equal to n mod 10. Okay, so we are going to extract the last digit and then immediately we are counting it. Okay, so we don't even need to extract the last digit, just simply perform counting. So write count equal to count plus 1 here. Okay, now remove the last digit, that is enough. N is equal to n double slash 10. Okay, so we are removing the last digit. In the next iteration we are counting the second digit also and we are removing that digit. Okay, and so on like this. So finally the count is actually available inside a variable called count. Now we can print. Okay, so in the output you can see count of digits. So this is what given. So the same thing I'll write here. And the count is represented with the help of variable called count itself. Okay, so let's run this code and see the result. Enter any number. So I'm entering a number as 158 and you can see the result, that is count of digits is 3. Suppose if I run for another number like 12,456, so you can see count of digits is 5. There are 5 digits in this particular number, isn't it? Like this. Now in this video we'll discuss about concept of for loop. Okay, so let's see here. In Python we write for loop using this particular syntax. So for followed by variable in iteratable, so it can be a list or it can be a tuple or you can generate a list of elements also. Okay, and you can in fact use range function. Okay, and these statements are considered as part of this for loop. So whenever this condition is met, immediately these block of statements will be executed. Okay, so let's see this example clearly how this is going to work. So this comes under range function. Using range function, whenever you write a range function with a single parameter like value, then this range function is going to iterate or generate values starting from 0 up to less than this value. I can say up to value minus 1 it will generate. Okay, so from this for loop you can see this loop variable is going to generate numbers starting from 0 up to value minus 1, which is 10 minus 1, it is 9. So in every iteration it has to print value of I, which means in the output this is going to display value of I, value which is 0, and then 1, then 2, and so on up to 9 it will display. Okay, so next consider this example. So in this example, you can observe total equal to 0 initially, and this is the for loop and the range function with two parameters. So there is another syntax for the range function with two parameters where you have to mention first parameter as a start and the second parameter is end. Okay. Now this is going to iterate from the starting up to end minus 1. Okay. So which means here this is going to generate range of values starting from 1 up to 5 minus 1, which is 4. Okay. So this actually considers I is equal to 1 in the first iteration, and it will add this I value to total. This will be 0 plus 1, which is 1. In the next iteration, I value will become 2. And this will add this I value, which is 1 plus 2, value will be 3. In the next iteration, it will consider I value as 3. And this will add like this, total equal to total plus I, which is 3 plus 3 is equal to 6. In the next iteration, I value will be 4. So this time total is equal to total plus I, which is 6 plus 4, value will be 10. Okay. So in the next iteration, I value will become 5, and 5 is basically outside this range. Okay. And finally, this will display value of total in the output. So in the output, you will see total value as 10. Okay. Just like this. Now consider this example of using for loop with else block. Okay. So let's see here how this is going to work clearly. Now I'll consider this for loop starting from I value from 1 to up to less than 4. So this will work up to less than 4, which means whatever values that will generate will be 1, 2, 3. Okay, these are the values generated for variable I. Okay. So in the very first iteration, I is equal to 1. So this is going to display I value, which is 1 as the output. It means in the output, this will display 1 as value. In the next iteration, I value will become 2. Again, that is in the range, so that will also print 2. In the next iteration, I value will become 3. So that will print 3 also. In the next iteration, I value will become 4. And 4 is out of this range. So this will go to the else block now, and it will print no break. Okay. This is going to print no break. Clear? So this is the corresponding output for this program. Now we can also make use of this for loop in order to access the list of elements. First, understand how you can write list of elements. So consider students is equal to, I have written list of elements like John, Harry, Ron, like this. Now I'm going to print this students of 0, which means this is the index for this particular item inside the list, and this is the index, and now this is the index for this item inside the list. Now the moment I print students of 0, then in the output this is going to display the first student, which is John. Okay. And later it is printing students of 1, which means Harry will be displayed. And later students of 2, now it will display Ron. Okay. This is how it will display list of elements. Next, how can I access these list of elements with the help of for loop? So simple, you can also write this list of elements and start accessing with the help of for loop. So for student in students list, so this actually considers this list exactly and iterates over this list of items. So in the very first iteration, it will consider the very first item inside the list and it will display. So the output is similar to the previous program, but in this case we are accessing with the help of a for loop in order to display all these items inside the list. So after printing the first student name, then second student name, and then third student name, like this. Okay. So this is how you can make use of for loop in order to access the list. Okay. Yes, sir. In this video, we need to write a program in order to display the numbers from 1 to n. So for this input, enter value of n. Let us suppose value of n is entered as 10. In that case, the output must be displayed starting from 1 up to 10 because 10 is representing the n value. And you can see this program is to display the numbers from 1 to n. Okay. So let us implement this program using for loop. So first you have to read value of n. Okay. So using input method, you can read by prompting the user to enter value of n. Okay. So once the user enters value of n, using for loop, you can iterate and display numbers up to n. Okay. So for I in range of, okay. So starting from 1 up to n, which means the stop value must be n plus 1 so that it will iterate up to less than n plus 1, that is starting from 1 up to n it will iterate. In every iteration I am going to display value of I. Okay. And I'll give some tab space. Okay, not exactly tab space, a single space. Okay. Suppose if you want to give any tab space, then you have to write /t. But right now I want only a single space. Okay. So let's run this code and see the result. Enter value of n. Okay, I'm entering value of n as 10 and you can see the result. This is going to display starting from 1 up to 10. Okay. In this video, we'll write a program in order to find the factorial of a given number using for loop. So let us consider a sample input for this. First, you need to prompt the user to enter value of n. Let us suppose the user has entered value as 5. Then you have to display the output as factorial result is 120 because 5 factorial is 120, which is calculated using 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1, or you can also calculate like 1 into 2 into 3 into 4 into 5, which is 120. Okay. So let's solve this one. First, we will prompt the user in order to enter value of n. So int of input of, so enter value of n. So once the user enters value of n, now consider f is equal to 1. F equal to 1 is representing factorial result. Initially, I am considering f equal to 1 because for multiplication, initial value is 1, so that whatever value that you are multiplying, you will get the correct result. Okay. So using for loop, we'll iterate for I in range of up to n plus 1. Okay. So starting from 1, we will iterate. In every iteration, I'll multiply with I. Okay. So f equal to f into I, isn't it? Now let us display the corresponding result here. Factorial result is, so let's display the factorial result here, which is f. Okay. So let's run this code and see the result. Enter value of n. This time I'm entering value of n as 5 and you can see the result, which is factorial result is 120. Okay. Now let's run here. Enter value of n. This time I'm entering value of n as 3 and you can see the result is 6. Okay. Now this problem clearly works by iterating I value starting from 1 to n plus 1. Okay. And also remember here, what happens when you are finding 0 factorial. Okay, this code is going to give you the result as 1. 0 factorial is 1. Okay, and what happens when you're trying to give a negative number as input? So you can see minus 3 I am giving. So you have to display something saying that it is going to work only for positive numbers or 0. Okay, and it is not going to work for negative values. Okay, for that purpose you can actually write an if else statement here. If suppose the moment n value is less than 0, okay, n value is less than 0, in that case you have to display n value must be non-negative value. Okay, and when this condition is false, okay, which means whatever value that you have entered is either positive value or 0, in that case you can start computing factorial of the given number and then display the result, factorial result. So enter value of n. I'm entering a negative value like minus 3, and it is going to display n value must be a non-negative value. And one more thing is again here you should not keep this print statement here. Why? Because it is again printing factorial result is 1, which is incorrect. So let's do this. Okay, keep this inside the else block. Now this will work fine. Enter value of n. I'm entering value of n as minus 3, and it is going to display n value must be non-negative value. Now let us suppose I'm entering a positive value like 4, then it will give you the 4 factorial result, which is 24. And also if I give its value called 0, then it will display factorial result is 1, just like this. Yes, in this video we'll discuss about working of break statement and continuous statement. So first consider a sample loop and display list of values by iterating using that loop. So let us consider the for loop for I in range of okay, so 1 comma 10. I want to display these numbers one by one. Okay, so let's run this code and see the result. You can see the range is from 1 comma 10, so it will start displaying numbers starting from 1 up to 10 minus 1, which is 9. So this is the corresponding output. Now if I start writing the break statement, okay, so let us suppose here I am writing the break statement. If I value is equal to 5, in that case I am going to break this particular loop. Okay, now let's run this code and see the result. In this case you will see the result as 1 2 3 4. Why? Because whenever I value becomes 5, its corresponding condition is true, and obviously the statement, that is break statement, will be executed. It means control will be transferred outside the for loop. Okay, now let us consider an example for continuous statement. Let us suppose I am replacing this break statement with continuous statement, and let's run this code and see the result. So the moment I value is matching with 5, it executes continuous statement, which means it will skip the current iteration and proceed to the next iteration. So that is why you are not able to see value of 5 in the list of values. Why? Because for all the other values, this condition is going to be false. So it will print value directly. But for I equal to 5, this condition becomes true. An associated continuous statement will be executed, which will skip the current iteration and proceed to the next iteration. Okay, so that's why you are not able to see I value as 5 in the output. Clear? like this. Yes, sir. In this video, we'll solve this problem. Write a program to display the cube of the number up to given an integer. So in the input, we have given number as 5. So the expected output is number is 1 and its corresponding cube of 1 is 1. Similarly, number is 2, then the cube of 2 is 8. So on up to you have to display for this number. Okay. So let us implement this. So first you require this value to be taken, right? Just like how we are reading this input 5. Okay. The same value we have to take at runtime. So let us take number is equal to read this input. Okay. So here I'll just display input number of terms. Okay. So once the number of terms were entered, now the idea is to basically iterate starting from 1 and start displaying up to this number. So we can consider loop variable value as 1 initially and writing while loop. So I is less than or equal to num. Okay. So once this condition is true, we can now display this number and its corresponding cube. Okay. So I'll use this same format here. So this is the given format, right? Okay. So we need to basically display in a similar format. Okay. So number is okay. And here you need to display that particular number. And the number is denoted by I. Okay. And similarly, and cube of that number. So again, you have to represent with the help of I. Okay. And then finally, we need to display here I into I, which is cube, or you can also write I double star 3. Okay. So we need to display exact value of I, right? So remove this double quotes. Yes. Now we need to increment value of I, isn't it? So in every iteration we have to increment value of I. So I is equal to I plus 1. Okay. Now let's run this code and see the result. It will prompt you to enter number of terms. If I enter number of terms as 5, it will display the output just like this. And this is the output that is expected in this program, right? So can you check here? So the output is same, exactly same, isn't it? So this is how we can display the cube of the number up to the given integer. Now write a program in order to display the sum of digits in the given number. So this is the given number 125. Now sum of digits is 1 plus 2 plus 5, which is equal to 8. So the output must be displayed as sum of digits equal to 8. Okay. So let's solve this problem. First you need to read the number. So consider reading using input function. Enter any number. Okay. Now consider a number. First extract digit by digit from the number. Okay. So after extracting each digit from the number, so add that number to this sum. Okay. So for this purpose, I am taking a variable like total equal to 0 initially. So using while loop, we can write n is greater than 0. Okay. So first extract the last digit. From the last digit, you start extracting digit by digit. So d is equal to n mod 10. So after extracting the last digit, now add that digit to the total. So this is total equal to total plus d. Okay. Now we need to remove that last digit because we have already added that digit to total. Now consider n is equal to n double slash 10. So this is used to remove the last digit from the number, and this is used to extract the last digit from the number. So I am extracting the last digit and then adding the last digit to the total, and later removing the last digit because that is already added to the total. Okay. And this is repeated until n value becomes 0. Okay. Now I will display the sum of digits. So you can see in the output, this is the format. I'll use the same format here. Sum of digits. Okay. And the result I'll show here in total. Okay. So let's run this code and see the result. Enter any number. I'm entering the number as 125, and you can see the result, that is sum of digits is 8. Okay. So in the same way, let's run one more time. Enter any number. So the number is 143. Okay. And you can see sum of digits is 8. So let's run a bigger number like 12,763. Okay. And you will get result as 19. It has added each and every digit in this number, and the sum of digits is 19. So like this. Next one is we need to write a program in order to display the multiplication table for the given integer. So consider this input here. 15 is given as input. Now the expected output is you have to display the multiplication table for 15. Okay. So 15 into 1 equal to 15, 15 into 2 equal to 30, and so on, up to 15 into 10 is equal to 150. Okay. So let's implement this program using while loop. Okay. So first the idea is to read the number, right? So this is what expected. Okay. So just copy this content. Now read the number. Okay. Number is equal to, take this input and use the same statement. Okay. So after taking the number, now the idea is to display this output similar to this exactly. Okay. So let's try this. Starting from, you can see value of 15 is constant here. Okay. But varying value is 1, 2, 3 up to 10. That we have to consider in a variable, that is 1. Okay. Is taken into loop variable I. So this loop must be iterated up to 10. I less than or equal to 10. Okay. Now whenever this condition is true, we have to display this. Okay. So 15 into I, basically value of I will be iterated from 1 to 10 and corresponding result. Now while printing, let us print like this. Okay. So the first value must be number. Okay. So you have to display like this, number, and into number into I. Okay. Is equal to result. Result is what? Number into I. And after this we have to increment value of I. So which is I is equal to I plus 1, isn't it? Okay. So let's run this code and see the result. Enter the number table to be calculated. I'm entering value as 15. Now see the result. So this is the result that is expected, okay, in the problem statement, isn't it? Okay. So we got the exact result. This is how we can actually print the entire table for the given number. Okay. So now we'll discuss about function. Okay. What is meant by function? Okay. Function is nothing but a block of statements which are used to perform a particular task. Okay. So it performs a task. So we can consider function itself as a black box which takes the input and performs a task and gives the results. Okay. So in this function calling, or you can see here, whenever we write a function, we have to call the function. Okay. So consider like this. So let us suppose this is function 1 and this is function 2. Now function 1 is calling function 2. How this can happen is that simply write function 2, fun2 of, and just write the parameters here. Whatever parameters that you want to pass from function 1 to function 2, you can pass here. Let us suppose a comma b are the parameters. Okay. So these are the parameters here. And there are formal parameters in order to catch these actual parameters. A and b are said to be actual parameters here, and x and y are formal parameters. Now this value of a will be copied into x and value of b will be copied into y. Okay. So the moment function 2 is called, its corresponding parameters are copied into formal parameters that are mentioned in function 2. Okay, this is how we can carry the data from one function to another function. So now after execution of this particular function, you can either return a value back to the calling function, or you can directly display the data here in this function 2 itself. Okay. So now let's see the syntax of implementing a function. In any function implementation, it has two parts. Okay. Two parts. One is function header, the other one is function body. Okay. First we have to mention function header, and next function body representation. Clear? So let me show you the syntax for this representation. In order to define the header, okay, in Python we can define like this. Define, write on the name of the function here like this, function name, and then specify the parameters of the function like variable 1, variable 2, and so on, like this. So here we can write statement block or block of statements which belong to this particular function, and then a return statement. So when we write the return statement, we can specify the expression, okay, that gets evaluated and the value will be returned back to the calling function. Okay. So if you observe this, this is nothing but function header, this part. Okay. Next, what is the body of the function? This part is clearly specifying the body of the function. Okay. And this is the return statement, which is going to return value back to the calling function. So let's consider an example to understand this function calling in much better way. Okay. So let us suppose I want to display hello world 4 times. Okay. So in this case, I will define a function without any parameters. Function. Okay. So now write for loop which can iterate for 4 times for I in range of 4. It means the statement that I'm going to write here is going to execute for 4 times. So inside this block, we are using print statement to display hello world. Okay. So you can see this is the function implementation. Function implementation. In this function implementation, first line is clearly specifying function header. This is specifying function header. Okay. And these 2 lines are basically representing function body. Now let's call this particular function. Okay. So this is said to be function call. Function call. So the moment we call this function, immediately this function gets activated and the block of statements inside the function will be executed. So this for loop is going to iterate for 4 times, and you can see 4 times hello world will be displayed. So in the output screen, clearly you will observe hello world getting displayed for 4 times like this. Hello world, hello world, hello world, hello world, like this. Okay, this is a corresponding output for this function calling. Okay. Now we'll consider a program containing a function which performs sum of 2 given numbers. Okay. So for this purpose, I will define a new function. Okay. Consider name of the function as total, and it is taking 2 parameters a comma b. Okay. So now result equal to a plus b, adding both these parameters a, b, and finally we are going to display the result here. So that is print sum of, we are adding a value as well as b value, right? And b and we can display the result. Okay. So this is the entire function to perform addition of 2 numbers. So now let's take 2 numbers as input, which is outside the function. Take a is equal to, so input those particular first number, that is enter the first number here. Okay. Now similarly prompt the user to enter the second number as well. Okay. Enter the second number. Okay. So now let's call this particular function. So function calling can be done like this: total of, and pass these two parameters a comma b. A comma b are the two parameters which we can pass here. Okay. So what is the corresponding output displayed here? And you can see the moment you call this function, value of a will be copied into variable a here, and value of b will be copied into variable b. Okay. Let us suppose the prompting of the message displayed will be like this: enter first number. For example, user has entered 10. Now it is asking enter the second number. Let us suppose user has entered value as 15. Now you can see value of a becomes 10 and value of b becomes 15. So both these values are copied into variable a and b respectively, and now you can see result equal to a plus b. Here result will be computed as a plus b. A value is 10 and b value is 15. 10 plus 15 value will become 25. And finally we are displaying that result, which is sum of a and b. Value of a is 10 and b value is 15 is equal to 25. So this will be displayed when you execute this particular code. Okay, like this. Hello everyone. In this video, I'll explain how to define a function and call this particular function in Python. So let me consider concept of cubing a number. Okay, cube value should be returned. Of a given number has to be returned. Okay, so for that purpose I'm going to define a function. Let's suppose the function is cube, and this cube function is taking x as the parameter, and it is going to return cube value. How you can get cube value? X into x into x. This is going to return a cube value. So this is how we can write a function. Def is basically defining a function. Cube is representing the name of the function. X is representing the parameter of the function. And this is a return statement which is returning a value back to the calling function. Okay. So now in order to call this particular function, we will consider num is equal to 10. Okay. So now I'll pass this num value as an argument to the cube function. Okay. So result equal to cube of num. So you can see num value 10 is passed as parameter to the cube function, and cube function will be called, and this is going to return 10 into 10 into 10, which is nothing but 1000. So that will be stored in result. Now you can display that particular result. Yes or no? So we can write like this: cube of that particular number equal to result, like this. So let's execute and see this particular program. You can see cube of 10 is equal to 1000. So similarly, if you want to execute for some more inputs, here you can modify the number like 6 and execute here. You can see cube of 6 is equal to 216. Okay. Similarly, if you want to modify this to 20 and execute this, you can see cube of 20 is 8000, like this. Now similarly, if you want, you can implement another function as well, which is a square function. So how I can define this square function is define similarly square of x. Here I'll return simply x into x. Okay, like this. So now we need to call this square, right? Yes, result I'll consider. This time I'm calling the square function with the parameter num. Okay. So similar to this print statement, I'm going to write one more print statement where I can get the result, which is after performing the square of the given number. Here I'll write square of the number. Okay. You can see the execution of this particular code. Square of 20 is 400. Cube of 20 is 8000. Like this, we can write a function. Okay. So let's switch to another program in order to find the maximum value among two given numbers. Okay. So this particular program is to find maximum among two given numbers. Okay. For this purpose, I'm going to write a function called findmax. Findmax is the name of the function, which takes parameters as x comma y. Okay. Since in Python we don't need to define any data type, we can simply write x comma y here. That is the advantage of Python programming. Okay. So now let me write this if statement. If x greater than y colon, immediately we can return x back to the calling function. Okay. Suppose in the else case, whenever x value is greater than y is false, immediately we can return y. Okay, like this. So now we need to make use of variables. Let us suppose a. First read the value, enter first value, like this. Similarly, I'll consider another variable which is b, and here I'll ask for second value. Now we are going to call this findmax function in order to display the result. Okay, so print maximum value is equal to, here I'll call this find max function with two inputs a comma b, like this. So let's execute this particular code. Now it is prompting us to enter the first value. Let us suppose first value entered is 55 and second value entered is 33. You can see maximum value is 55. Yes or no? Like this. Similarly, you can easily implement find min. Yes or no? So you just need to copy paste the same code, but I'll modify this as find min. Okay. So whenever x is less than y, you return x value. Otherwise, return y value. So this is simple implementation of find min. Now, in order to find the minimum value among these two numbers, here just copy paste and modify this as minimum value equal to, this time you have to call the find min function. Okay, let's execute this code now. So it's prompting us to enter the first value. First value, let us suppose 88, and second value entered is 66. So maximum value displayed is 88 and minimum value displayed is 66, like this. Well, you need to find out the output produced by this code. Okay, so this is a concept of using a loop inside a function. If you observe here, the code execution starts from this point where function fun is called in Python. So if you look at this function fun definition here, it contains a for loop which is iterating from 1 to 10. Okay, because this is going to show you the starting value and this is ending value plus 1, right? So this value must be less than 11. Okay, the number of iterations that it is going to take is starting from 1 and so on up to less than 11. It means the number of iterations are 1, 2, 3 and so on up to 10 iterations. It is going to execute this particular print statement, and in this print statement hello world is written. So how many times hello world will be printed here? Total of 10 times hello world will be printed. So you can expect the output here as hello world will be displayed, and like this, how many times? A total of 10 times hello world will be displayed. Okay, like this. Next, we need to find out output for this code. This time if you observe, a for loop is written and the loop variable is iterating from 1 to 10. Okay, so in fact here it is 11, which means less than 11. So starting value is 1 and up to 10 it is going to iterate, and every time it is calling the function called fun. So the function fun will be executed for how many times? 10 times. So every time the function fun is called, it is going to display the output as hello world. Okay, so first time when it is calling function fun, this is the output, and second time the same output, and so on like this. How many times hello world will be printed? Total of 10 times. So even though the output is same for both the previous code and this one, so the fundamental difference is in the previous case, function is called only one time and the loop is written inside the function.
so that the hello world is printed 10 times. But if you observe this code, this function fun is called 10 times, and every time when a function fun is called, it is printing hello world. So that is a basic difference between previous code and this one. So next one is first n value is going to be entered here. Let us suppose n is equal to 5. N is equal to 5. Enter n value. So 5 is entered. Now function fun is called by passing n value. So what is n value here? 5, right? So 5 will be copied into this particular variable. Okay. So value of I will become 5. And if you observe the range, j is a loop variable that is iterating from 1 to 5. Hence 5 plus 1 here. So every time j value is getting displayed, after displaying j value, again tab space is used to separate the next value. So finally the output that is going to be displayed here will be j value, okay, is initially 1 and later 2. In the next iteration it will be 3 and in the next iteration 4 and finally it will be 5. Okay, because value of 5 is getting passed here and as n is equal to 5 here. Okay, just like this. So next one is finding sum of two given numbers with the help of a function. So first we have defined a function name called add, and this function add has got two parameters a and b. Okay, so and this add function is going to perform summation of those two parameters a and b in a variable called c, and finally the result which is stored in c is returned back to the calling function. Okay, so here simply we are calling this add function by passing values x and y. What is x and what is y? Value of x is taken by first prompting the user to enter first value. Okay, you can see in the output screen, this is going to prompt you enter first value. Okay, suppose the value entered is 10, then immediately another statement will be displayed, that is enter second value. Now if you enter the second value like 20, in that case immediately result after addition will be displayed by calling a function called add and passing x and y as parameters. So you can see the value of x will be copied into variable a and value of y will be copied into variable b here. So currently value of a is 10 and value of b will be how much? 20. Now c is equal to a plus b, which is 10 plus 20, value will become 30 and value of c will be returned back to the calling function. So you can see finally the result that is going to be displayed is result after addition. Result after addition is 30, isn't it? Like this. So next one is finding the maximum among two given numbers with the help of a function. Okay, so let's see how this function calling is done here. Okay, the execution starts from here. X is equal to int of input of enter first value. So we are prompted to enter the first value in this case. So let us suppose when we enter the first value, the value entered is 25. Immediately variable x will be holding value of 25. Next, the next statement that is going to be displayed is enter second value. This is enter second value. Okay. Suppose the second value entered is 37. immediately value of y will become 37. Okay. Next, the print statement largest value will be displayed. And what value will be displayed here? It is calling a function called maximum function by passing x and y as parameters. So immediately value of x will be copied into variable called a and value of y will be copied into variable called b. So in this case, variable a will be holding a value of 25, variable b will be holding a value of 37. Now if a greater than b, you can see 25 greater than 37, condition becomes false. Associated statement will not be executed and it will go to the else block and it is going to return value of b back to the calling function. What is value of b? 37. So 37 will be returned back here and finally the value of 37 will be displayed. So this is how we can write a function called maximum and compute maximum value and return that maximum value back to the calling function. Okay. Or simply in the main program, right? Next one is finding the factorial of a given number using function calling. Okay. So this is the entire function definition for finding the factorial of a given number. Okay. So first value of n is taken as input. Now in the output screen it is going to prompt you to enter any value. Enter any value. For example, the value entered is 3. Then immediately n value will become 3. Now it is going to print result equal to by calling factorial of n function. So immediately this value of n will be copied into this variable n. So here also n value will become 3. Now fact is equal to 1 and I is a variable that is going to range from 1 to n. Okay. So here fact equal to fact into I, which means you can see fact is equal to fact into I. Current value of fact is 1. 1 into I value is 1. So in the next iteration, I value will become 2. So fact is equal to fact into 2. That is 1 into 2 value will become 2. In the next iteration, fact equal to fact into I. Fact equal to 1 into, okay, value of fact is currently 2. So 2 into 3. 2 into 3 value will become 6. So this is going to iterate from 1 to n, right? Because always it is less than n plus 1. So which means n. Finally, the value of fact will be 6 and this is going to return fact value which is 6. So that is going to be displayed here and here the result is equal to 6. 3 factorial is nothing but 3 into 2 into 1 value will be 6. In the same way we got the result for factorial of a given number. Okay. So next one is we are going to test the number is in a given range or not. Okay. So if you observe the name of the function here, test range is the name of the function and this is the entire code written for this particular function. Okay. So now we are going to test whether this number called 5 is in the range or not. So test range is the name of the function and the moment you are passing 5 here, so the value of 5 will be copied into the variable called n. So right now the value of n will be 5 and n is tested whether it is in the range or not, 3 to 9. So since the value of n is in this range, okay, so it is from 3 up to 8, okay, 5 is available in this range, right? Hence it is going to display you immediately 5 is in the range, okay. So this is how it is going to work. For example, if you are giving n value as 15, in that case it is not going to fulfill this condition. In that case it is going to print the number is outside the given range. So next one is multiplying list of given numbers. So first consider this example. Here we have defined a function called multiply, which is taking parameter as list. Okay, so you need to pass list of numbers for this particular code. We are calling a name of the function called multiply, and these are all list of numbers that are passed. So numbers is clearly a list here containing values 8, 2, 3, -1 and 7. Okay, an initial value of total is equal to 1, and x is taking each value in the numbers list. So this numbers is nothing but a list containing elements of 8, 2, 3, -1, 7 here. So first element in the list will be multiplied with a variable called total. In that case, total is equal to total into, what is the first element here? 8. And what is total value initially? 1. So 1 into 8 value will be 8 after multiplying with the first element. Now second element, total is equal to total into 8. That is 8 is the total value currently into x value is 2. 8 into 2 value will be 16. In the next iteration, third element is multiplied. So total is equal to total into 16 into 3. Okay. So this value will become 48. In the next iteration, similarly, next element will be multiplied. That is, total is equal to total into -1, which is 48 into -1 value will become -48. In the next iteration, total is equal to total into x. So -48 into 7. Okay. So what is the value that is obtained here? Minus, so 336 here. Minus 336. So finally the output that is going to be returned back is total value, because all the elements are clearly multiplied one by one, and the total value will be returned here. So finally the output will be minus 336. Clear? Like this. Next one is recursion in Python. So what is meant by recursion? Recursion is nothing but function calling itself. Okay. Function calling itself is called recursion. Okay. So according to recursion, whenever we want to write a recursive function, okay, so we have to specify two things clearly. One is base condition. The other one is recursive call. Okay. So this base condition is also known as termination condition for the recursion. Termination condition for recursion. And this is a recursive call which will help the function to move to the next recursive call. Okay. So this is function calling recursively. Okay. So the best example to illustrate recursion is factorial. In order to find the factorial of any number, for example, consider 4 factorial. So the same 4 factorial can also be identified with the help of recursive function calling by writing 4 into 3 factorial. And now this 3 factorial can be computed as 3 into 2 factorial. And this 2 factorial can be computed as 2 into 1 factorial, like this. And we can write a termination condition, which is a base condition. When n value is 1, it can return value of 1. So that this 2 into 1 gets computed and it is going to return value of 2 back to the calling function. And next 3 into 2 will be computed, 6 will be returned back to the calling function, and then 4 into 6, value of 24 is returned to the 4 factorial. Okay. So now we will see complete program for factorial using this particular logic. Okay. First, we need to define a function which is a recursive function. Define factor of n. Okay. So in this factor of n function, we can write the base condition as if n double equal to 1 or n double equal to 0, we can return 1. In the else case, we are going to implement recursive case here. Okay. So the recursive case is calling the same fact function recursively. So this can be done by writing n into factor of n minus 1. Okay. So this is clearly fact function implementation. Okay. So now in order to call this particular function, we will consider a variable n. Now user is going to prompt the message, enter the value of n. Enter the value of n. So the moment you enter value of n, that is stored in variable n. Now we'll call this function called fact by passing this n value. So this can be done like this. The factorial of n. Okay. So here value of n is taken is fact of n. Okay, like this. So let's see this function calling recursively. So let us suppose n value taken is 3. N value is 3. So immediately it is going to call fact of n. Fact of n means fact of 3 is called. So when fact of 3 is called, you can see here condition in the fact function 3 double equal to 1 or 3 double equal to 0. Condition will become false. So now it is going to execute the else block containing n into fact of n minus 1. That is 3 into fact of 3 minus 1, which is 2. Okay. So now this fact of 2 can be computed like this. That is 2 double equal to 1 or 2 double equal to 0. Condition will become false. So it will go for the else block and it is going to return n into factor of n minus 1, that is 2 into factor of 2 minus 1, which is 1. So now let's see execution for this factor of 1 recursive call. So for this, n value will become 1. Okay, so n double equal to 1, you can see 1 double equal to 1 condition becomes true, and this is going to return value of 1 back to the calling function. So once value of 1 is returned back to the calling function, this function call will also be returning 2 into factor of 1. Current factor of 1 is 1. So 2 into 1 is computed as 2. Now this value of 2 is returned back to the calling function, and you can see 3 into 2 value is 6. So 6 will be returned back to the calling function, and factor of 3 value is 6. So in this program, you can see the output that is displayed here will be the factorial of n value is 3 is factor of n. Factor of n is basically returning value of 6. So factorial of 3 is 6. This will be returned here. Clear? Like this. Hello guys. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to convert the mathematical recurrence relation into a recursive function in Python programming. Okay, so for this purpose, I'm considering McCarthy's 91 function, okay, which can be implemented as a recursive function. And here is the recurrence relation for this McCarthy's 91 function. So you can clearly observe this. Your passing value of n, if the value of n is greater than 100, it is going to return n minus 10. And if the value of n is less than or equal to 100, and you can see this is calling m of n plus 11. Okay. So let's start implementing this particular recurrence relation in the form of a recursive function in Python. Okay. So first, let me define a function capital M, which is taking parameter as n. Now, first write down the condition. So whenever value of n is greater than 100, so in that case, it is going to return n minus 10. So if you go for the else case, this is going to return capital M of n plus 11. Okay, so this is the corresponding function. Yes or no? Now I'm going to call this particular function. Okay, so let me call this function inside a print statement. Okay, this is going to call function n by passing parameter as let us suppose 102. Okay, so let's execute this particular code and see what is the corresponding result given by this McCarthy's 91 function. And this is clearly giving you the result as 92 if you are passing a parameter as 102. Okay, so let's check whether this result is correct or not according to this McCarthy's function. So the parameter given to the function is 102, and the value should be returned by this function is 92. Okay, and the same is obtained here. You can see we're calling function n with parameter as 102, and it is going to return the value or output as 92. Okay, so this is how we can easily convert any mathematical recurrence relation into McCarthy's 91 function, okay, which is a recursion based approach. Okay, so This is just an example for illustrating a recurrence relation to a recursive function. Okay. Hi. So in this video, we are going to discuss about nested functions. Okay. Clear? So what is meant by nested function? Okay. So nested function is basically the concept of writing function inside another function. Okay. It's the concept of writing function inside another function. Okay. So let me consider an example to demonstrate this nested function. Okay. So first I'll be defining a function. Okay. I'll consider this function as a outer function like this. Outer function. And this outer function contains a variable var is equal to 10. Okay. And within this outer function, I'm going to define another function called inner function. Okay. So in this inner function, I'm again declaring a variable with the same name, var is equal to 20. So in this inner function, I'm using a print statement in order to display the value of a variable, saying inner variable value, inner variable is equal to, and I'm printing the variable value. So this is just an inner function written inside another function called outer function. Okay. So here I am basically calling this inner function. Okay. And after this inner function, I'm writing another print statement, print of outer variable, outer variable. Okay, just like this. Now, if you observe this clearly, this is the code for inner function. Okay. And this code is not going to be executed directly. Okay, until unless you call this function. Okay. So then only this is going to display. Yes or no? And so I'm going to write the code in order to call this outer function basically here. Outer function. Okay. And if you observe here clearly, this is considered as a definition of outer function. Okay. This is the definition of outer function. And clearly this is the function call, outer function call. Yes or no? I'm just denoting with the help of comment line here. This is outer function call. Okay, so whereas this is the corresponding inner function call. Inner function call. Okay, so if you consider the execution sequence of this particular code here, okay, first this outer function will be called. Okay, because up to here this is clearly function definition of the outer function, right? So the program execution starts with this outer function call. Okay, so once the outer function is called, immediately in the output what will be displayed? Okay, so control passes to this particular outer function execution, and according to the outer function the variable value is considered as 10. Okay, so after this after execution of this particular statement, this is again an inner function definition, so it will not enter directly into this inner function. Okay, so after this statement it will execute this particular statement. Okay, and this is an inner function call. Now executing this particular statement, okay, will move the control inside this inner function, and once the control moves inside the inner function, it is going to assign or create another variable with the same name called var and assign its value to 20. Okay, so now this will execute this print statement. Execution of this print statement will display inner variable equal to, so what is the value of the inner variable? Value of the inner variable is 20, right? So this is going to display inner variable value. So once this function call execution is done, then control is transferred to execute this print statement. Okay, which is outer variable equal to, now this is going to display outer variable is equal to. So since this particular print statement belongs to this outer function, and this variable value will be obtained from the outer function only, so the value will become 10. Value will become 10. So this is the corresponding output for this program containing nested functions. Okay, so one is outer function, the other one is inner function. Clear? Like this. Hi, yeah. So in this video, I would like to discuss an example for nested functions. Okay. So let me define a sample function. Okay. So for example, a sample function like function cube. Okay. So given a value of x. Okay. Given a value of x, the function must be giving you the cube of x. Okay, for that purpose I'm just taking a sample function here, cube. So x will be the parameter. Okay, so here I'm taking a sample variable. Okay, something like this, c is equal to x into, okay, x into x, like this. Now within this cube function, I'm trying to implement a new function called square function. Square is the name of the function. So I'll finish implementing this square function primarily. I'll consider variable s is equal to simply x into x. Okay. And here I'm going to print, okay, just yes. Okay. So once this function is finished, now currently I'm in function called cube function. Yes or no? So cube function contains square function. Okay. So if I close this square function, then you will understand that the line which I'm trying to write here belongs to cube function. Clear? So this cube function is trying to print value of c. Okay. And I'll come back here. So now I'll just consider variable n here. Okay. And I'm going to read value of n like this. Int of input of enter any value. Okay. Or simply enter a value. Just like this. So now we are going to pass value of n as an argument to the function. Okay. So for this purpose, you can see I'm just calling a cube function here. Okay. But the cube function will be calling another function called a square function. So let me add another statement inside cube function here, which is a square function, square of, okay. So for example, I'm just passing here square of n. Okay. So now let me call this function called cube of x. Okay. So by writing like this, cube of n. Okay. Now when I execute this particular program, it will ask you to enter a value. In that case, if I enter value of n as 10, then it is going to print 100 and then 1000. So why this is going to happen? So clearly you can see first you're passing value of n. Okay. So n value will be how much? 10. Okay. Because you're giving value of n as 10. Now that n value will be basically 10 here. So now this 10 will be passed into a variable called x. Okay. And immediately this is going to compute c is equal to x into x into x, which is 1000. But within this cube function, we have defined another function called square function. Okay. So in this square function, you can see this is the code. These two lines are the code which are under square function. Okay. So once you come out of this square function, basically in the cube function, we are calling a function name called square with parameter called n. So what is the value of n here? N value is 10 basically. So now this 10 value is copied into variable x. Okay. And x value will become 10. 10 into 10 equal to 100. So s value will contain 100 and this s value will be printed. Okay. So after this square of n, now this is asking you to print value of c. Value of c is already computed as x into x into x. So which is 10 into 10 into 10, which is nothing but 1000. So 1000 will be inside a variable called c. Now you're going to print value of C, which is 1000. So 1000 gets displayed here. Okay. So this is how this particular program is going to produce the results. Now, if you observe, this is a modified implementation of the previous code, where within the cube function, I have defined another function called a square function. Okay. I'm not going to print any value that is produced by this square function. So this square function is also taking the same parameter that is passed to cube function. Okay. And x into x is performed, and the corresponding result is basically placed in a variable called s, and then we are returning that result yes back to the calling function. So in that case, you can see this is square function. You can see here, expand, okay, collapse here. So within this cube function, what we are calling here, so in the cube function, we have defined a square function, and we are calling this a square function. And calling this square function is going to return you a value, and that value must be multiplied with x. Clear? So after performing this operation, the result is stored inside a variable called C, and now we are printing that particular result C. Okay, just like this. So if you observe this, taking a value of n, let us suppose I'm taking value of n as 4. Okay, then what happens is immediately cube function is called by passing a parameter called 4. Okay, so now this x value will also become 4, and this x value will also become 4. Okay, basically, but this will not be executed immediately until you call this square function. It won't be executed. So inside the cube function, it is now calling square of n. Okay, so we know that value of n, okay, is already 4, and now you can see this function gets expanded, and value of n is copied into variable x. Okay, and this x value is clearly 4 now. So 4 into 4 value is 16, that is stored inside a variable called s. And now this is going to return value of 16 back to the calling function, and this is the statement containing a function call. So 16 value will be replaced. Okay, so square of n will be replaced by 16 here, and 16 into x, we know a value of x is 4, so 16 into 4 will be 64, then that gets copied into variable called c. Now we are going to print value of c, which is 64. So let's execute this nested function here. So I'm giving a value as 4, and I'm getting a result as 64, just what we have seen now. Clear? So this is how the nested functions are going to work in Python programming.
Hello guys, so in this video I'll be explaining about lambda functions. Okay, so let's see what is meant by lambda function. Okay, so these lambda functions will have only a single line, only a single line. Okay, so the functionality of lambda function, or we can say this feature, is basically taken from Lisp programming. So Lisp programmers have basically included this concept of lambda function into Python. So coming to its corresponding syntax of the lambda function here, syntax, we have to write lambda, saying that this is a lambda function, and specify its corresponding arguments followed by expression. Okay, so
let me tell you an example for this lambda function. Okay, so just consider sum is equal to, okay, now I'm making use of this lambda function, lambda, and what are the arguments of this lambda function? They are x comma y colon x plus y. Okay, so now we need to print sum is equal to, okay, so we need to pass sum of 3 comma 5. Okay, so in this code what happens is exactly, you can see here sum is basically defined with the help of lambda function, and it has got two arguments, and the corresponding expression to be evaluated is x plus 5. Okay, so this concept is basically similar to defining a function like this. Okay, so this is as simple as defining a function like sum, and its arguments are x comma y, and this is going to return x plus y. Okay, so this is the overall meaning of writing lambda, okay, x comma y colon x plus y, and we are naming it as sum function. Okay, this is the corresponding meaning. Clear? So sum function will be taking the parameters or arguments x comma y, and the expression to be returned is x plus y. That is what this sum function is going to return, right? Okay, so just like this. And you need to remember that lambda functions will not have any name. Okay, and this lambda function can take any number of arguments. Okay, but it is going to return just one value. Okay, and it will be in the form of an expression like this. So let me consider an example. Okay, so tell me the output for this particular code, how much this is going to return here. So this is going to return sum is equal to 8. Why? Because so I told you already this is similar to this one, and 3 comma 5, you can see value of 3 is basically passed into variable x, and value of y is becoming 5. Now this is going to return 3 plus 5 is equal to 8. Okay, so this value will be returned here, and hence it is going to display sum equal to 8 like this. So next one, in this video we'll see how we can pass lambda function as an argument to a function. Okay, so lambda function as an argument to a function. Okay, so now I'll consider this example here. So where I'm going to use twice to double the value of x, and thrice to triple the value of x. So first of all, let me define a function first. Define function fun with parameters f comma n. Okay, and here I'm going to print f of n. Okay, where this f of n is basically, you will see what will be printed after writing this code. So twice is making use of lambda function, lambda x, and you can see twice is written as x into 2. Next one is thrice. Similarly, lambda x is written as x into 3. So now I'm going to call this function here. Okay, function fun. Okay, and I'm passing parameters like this: twice, comma 4, and similarly I'm calling function fun and passing thrice, comma 3. Okay, so as the concept suggests, we are passing lambda function as an argument to a function. So this is function called fun, and I'm passing lambda function twice as an argument to this function. And here fun is the name of the function, and I'm passing thrice as an argument to the function. Okay, where this twice and thrice are said to be lambda functions. So defined like this: when you pass x, it will become x into 2 for twice function, which is lambda function. And similarly for thrice, if you are passing an argument or value x, it will become x into 3, and this is going to return. So this is a function that we have defined here, right? Okay, and the moment this function is called like this, function fun is called, so that moment when you are passing function fun, okay, so f comma n here, so f is the name of the function, which is a lambda function called twice, and n value will be how much? 4 here. Okay, so this must be returning like this: print f of n. So in this case, it is nothing but print twice of 4. Okay, so according to the lambda function, if you are passing value of x as 4, then the corresponding expression to be returned is 4 into 2. Okay, which is nothing but 8. So value of 8 will be returned here, and that is getting printed. So immediately you can see the output that is displayed here will be 8. And similarly, when you are calling one more time, but this time you're passing function, lambda function called thrice to this particular function. So in this case, execution of this statement will be like this: it is going to print thrice of 3. Okay, so clearly value of x will become 3, and you can see 3 into 3, value will be 9. Yes or no? So this value will be returned back to the calling function, and this is going to print value of 9 as the output. Clear? So this is the corresponding output for this particular code. Okay, so similarly we'll consider an example, another example here for illustrating this concept of lambda function. So here I'm trying to use lambda function in order to find the sum of first 10 natural numbers. Okay, so this is basically a program that uses a lambda function, in order to find sum of first 10 natural numbers. Okay, so in this case we can write code very easily here. So consider x equal to, and you can see I'm writing a lambda function here, lambda function, and the corresponding code for this lambda function is sum of, I'm making use of range of 10 numbers, right? So 1 to 11 I'll consider here, 1 to 11. Now I'm writing a print statement just like this, print of x. Okay, so this is basically invoking the lambda expression. Okay, so that is not having any arguments here, I'm not passing any arguments, but it is going to return a value here. Okay, so what happens is simply we are calling this function x, and this is clearly a lambda function performing some operation on the range of numbers. Okay, so this is similar to performing sum of range of 1 to 11, means we have a list of numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, and again performing some operation on these numbers will be actually producing a result, okay, by performing 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 plus 9 plus 10. So this corresponding result, which is nothing but 55, and that will be returned to this call, and it is going to display the output as 55. Okay, so this is how it is going to display the output. Okay, next so we'll consider another example for lambda function. So in this case I'm going to write a function which is going to find smallest of the two given numbers. Okay, and I'm calling this with the help of lambda function. Okay, so let me define a function here. Define, so name of the function is a small. Okay, and the parameters of this function are a and b, or we can say these are the arguments. Okay, so within this function, okay, after indentation I'm making use of if statement, if else statement, basically a less than b. Okay, so if value of a is less than b, we can say this is going to return a. Okay, and in the else case, this is going to return b. Okay, so this is the function definition. This is the function definition, right? So now I'm making use of lambda function in order to find the sum and difference. There are two functions that I'm going to implement here. Both are lambda functions. So how we can perform sum operation using lambda function if the arguments are x and y? It is simply producing x plus y. X plus y. Now similarly, if I'm going to identify the difference, so again making use of this lambda function here. Okay, so again I'm going to use this x comma y. The corresponding result will be x minus y, which is an expression to be performed. Okay, so now I'm going to pass this lambda functions as the arguments to the regular function. Okay, this is a regular function, that is a function called small, right? Okay, so this concept is basically passing lambda functions as arguments to the, you can say, regular function that we use in Python. Okay, so now I'm going to write here a print statement. So according to this print statement, you can write like this: smaller of two numbers. Okay, so here I'm passing both these lambda functions as argument to this small function. So first argument is some lambda function by passing arguments like -3, -2, and the second argument is difference, which is again a lambda function here. Okay, and you can close this print statement. So what is the output that is going to be produced here? Okay, so in order to identify the output produced by this code, we'll just see what is the working of this code. Okay, so first we are calling small function, that is fine, but this has to return a value, because small function can be called with parameters or arguments, but here the arguments are again depending on the lambda function. Okay, so -3, -2, you can see, so these are calling this sum function, okay, which is basically a lambda function, and immediately x value will become -3 here and y value will become -2. Okay, these are the two values that are passed to sum. So x plus y means -3 plus -2. This value will become -5. Okay, so next, similarly, we are calling another function called diff function and passing the parameters like -1 and 2. So this is value of x and this is value of y. So here you can see this is -1 and this is 2. Okay, and what will be the result? The corresponding expression to be evaluated is -1 -2, result will be -3. So -5 will be passed here and -3 will be passed here. So this function call will become like this: small of
-5 comma -3. So now we are basically calling this small function with the parameters -5 and -3. So A will be holding value of -5 and B will be holding value of -3. Now look at this if statement, -5 less than -3, condition becomes true. Okay. And this is going to return value of A. So what is value of A here? -5. So this is going to return -5 as the output. Okay, because uh, this entire function call gets result as -5. So we can say the entire output that is going to be printed here is this particular statement will be printed smaller of two numbers. Okay, is equal to -5. Okay, if you want, I'll write here clearly. Smaller of two numbers, okay, is clearly -5. This is the output obtained. Okay, so this is all about lambda functions. Okay, so next one is in Python we can have default arguments. Okay, so in Python whenever we write a function, okay, so function can have some default arguments. Okay, so what is meant by default arguments? Default arguments means you can assign some value to the function corresponding arguments. Okay, so I'll show you an example for demonstrating this default arguments. Okay, so let us consider a program like this. Okay, displays the name of the function. I'm writing display name of the function, and we are displaying basically parameters are name, okay, and course. This is the default argument that I'm using here. Okay, course is BTech. Okay, marks, like this. So now you can see here, for example, if you are not going to take any marks into the picture, okay, so in that case it will become only name and course. Okay, just like this simple function. Now in this simple function we are going to print name. Okay, so name is basically denoting the name of the student. Okay, and what is the corresponding course taken by the student? That data can be displayed like this. So this is the function that I have defined. Okay, so this is the function. So after writing a function like this, now we are writing a display function. Display is the name of the function, and in this display function we are using parameters which are based on okay, default argument. Clear? So in that case I can write like this: name equal to name equal to, so I'm just using a name like Ram. Okay, so when you call this function just like this, then the corresponding output will be like this, because there is a default argument, okay, and which is having a default value, yes or no. This default argument has got a default value, okay, even though if we are not providing any value in the function call, okay, it will work, because the function has already got a default argument, okay, and its corresponding value basically assigned here. So if you consider the output for this particular program, it is going to call the display function, okay. The moment control is transferred to execute display function, so it is going to print like this, okay. So the output will be name, and what is the corresponding name that I have passed here? Ram is the corresponding name, and then course is also displayed here, okay, and this course, okay, so we have already assigned the default argument value as btech, hence this is going to display you btech, okay. So this is how the default arguments will work in case of Python, okay. So next one is keyword arguments in Python, okay. So how we can use keyword arguments here in Python. Okay. So in this keyword arguments, okay. See, the order of the arguments we can change here. Yes or no? It means the position of the arguments can be changed. Okay. So let me consider an example to demonstrate this keyword arguments here. Okay. So first of all, I'm considering a small function called display function here. So we're defining a function called display. Okay. And in this display function, I'm considering parameters like name, comma, age, comma, salary. So these are the three parameters here. Okay. So, and what is this function performing here? This function is basically printing the name, okay. Next, similarly, printing age, and also this is going to print salary, like this. So this is the entire function that we are going to define here. Okay, this is clearly a function called a display function. So now I'm writing the code in order to assign values and call this particular function. Okay, let us consider n is equal to Ram. Next, a is equal to, okay, 20,
Next, s is equal to like this: 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, so now we are calling this display function here. Display is the name of the function, but according to this display function, you can observe the first parameter is age, first parameter is name, second parameter is age, and third parameter is salary. Okay, but while calling which is a function call, we can modify the order of specifying this particular function call here. So it means I'm not going to pass name as the first parameter. So instead of that, I want to pass salary. So how this can be attained is like this: salary equal to s. Okay. And next, now I am going to assign name. So name is equal to n. And now I am going to pass age is equal to a. Clear? So then this particular program is going to print the output like this. So the moment you are calling display function, okay, and you are assigning salary equal to s, so the value of s 1 2 3 4 5 6, okay, is basically copied into salary, which is nothing but here, like this. So writing name is equal to n means so this particular n value ram is going to be copied into name. Okay, so here we are basically passing that n value into name. Next, finally age equal to a, which means value of a is getting copied into variable called age. Okay, so finally this is going to print the output like this: name is ram. Next, age is 20 and salary is 1 2 3 4 5 6. So this is the corresponding output. Okay, so there are some key points to be remembered here, okay, while working with keyword arguments. Okay, so all these keyword arguments should match with one of the arguments in the function, right? So all keyword arguments, you can write like this, okay, which are passed, keyword arguments which are passed. So they should make a match with one of arguments, okay, with one of the arguments accepted by the function. Okay, like this. And clearly the order or position of the keyword arguments is not at all important. Okay, so we can write like this: the order of keyword arguments, the order of keyword arguments is not important. Okay, like this. So you have to remember these points while working with keyword arguments here. Okay, so you can try writing some more examples related to keyword arguments. Okay, so let me show you one more example. Okay, I'm writing another example, which is display function. So this time I'm writing some str, okay, an integer value x, okay, integer variable, okay, basically a floating point value to be stored inside this particular variable. So first implement this particular function like this, print the string is, I'm going to print the particular string here. So later, similarly, I'm going to print an integer value. So where we can write this as an integer value is, okay. Next, similarly, now I'm going to print the floating point value. The floating point value okay, the floating point value is float underscore y, okay. So now I'm going to call this function called display function, but arguments are keyword arguments, okay. I'm not going to position the arguments in the order, okay, whereas I will assign them with the help of keyword arguments concept. So this time I want to first assign float y, okay. So I'll just directly assign float underscore y is equal to the corresponding value like 5, 6, 7, 8, okay, 9, 5, 6 like this. So now I want to assign a string. So then just write str is equal to the corresponding string you want to assign, okay. And similarly, next one is for obviously the third parameter, that is int x, okay, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. Clear? Like this. So this is a simple function call, and in the function call we are making use of a concept called keyword arguments. Keyword arguments. Okay. So first it is going to assign this variable to a floating point value, and then hello will be stored in the string str, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 is stored inside int underscore x. So now when you print the output of this particular program, you will get like this. The string, okay, the string is, so the corresponding string is what? Hello. Next we are printing the integer value according to the function, right? So the integer value is, we have to consider the corresponding integer value 1, 2, 3, 4. Next, similarly, the floating point value, floating point value is corresponding floating point value 5678.956 like this. So this is the corresponding output for this code. Clear? So next type of arguments in Python is variable length arguments. Variable length arguments. So sometimes we don't know how many arguments can be passed to a function. So in that case, we can make use of these variable length arguments. Okay. And the corresponding syntax used for this variable length arguments is we can write or define the function like this. Define function name of arg1 comma arg2 comma so on, and star we are writing tuple, which is star is basically denoting the variable length arguments. Okay, so whatever fixed number of arguments that you already know or you are planning to use, that can be expressed in the form of arg1, arg2, so on, argn. But something that is unknown, okay, how many arguments you are planning to make here, that can be represented with the help of star var variable arguments tuple here. So inside this function, obviously we'll start writing the statements like function statements. Okay, and then a return statement. Basically we are going to return some expression, right? So the expression will get evaluated and the value that is obtained by the expression will be returned back to the calling function. Okay, so let's consider an example for this variable length arguments here. So I'm going to define a function, okay, function fun, for example. So here I'm taking two arguments. One is a fixed argument, the other one is variable length argument, star, okay, favorite subjects. Clear? Now inside this particular function, I'm writing a print statement here, print /n comma name comma likes to read. Okay, so this is the print statement. Now in the for loop, I'm going to iterate with the variable like subject. Okay, for subject in favorite subjects. Okay, so later we can print clearly the loop variable, which is subject. Subject is a corresponding loop variable. So this is clearly my function definition named fun. Okay, so outside of this particular function, I'm basically calling this function called fun with these parameters. Okay, so name Lakshman is the name. Okay, and I'm giving multiple subject names here. Okay, like for example Python. Okay, maths, graph theory. Okay, like this. So I'm going to call this function called fun with the name. Okay, so name is basically name of the student I can consider, and then followed by favorite subjects. So you can see the first argument name. So this Lakshman will be copied into this name. Okay. Whereas these favorite subjects, okay, are considered as the variable length parameter, and this variable length parameter you're trying to access with the help of loop variable and print each and every subject, and all the subjects are basically stored here. Okay, so this is going to loop and print the output finally like this. Okay, Lakshman likes to read. Okay, because you can see it is going to first print the statement, right? Name is printed, name is Lakshman, and then likes to read will be displayed. Likes to read. Okay, and this content which is inside favorite subjects, that is going to be displayed, right? So this is going to display Lakshman likes to read Python, maths, graph theory, like this, as simple as this. Clear? So how you are able to print this part? It is because we are using for loop, using a loop variable called subject, and that subject is getting printed from the favorite subjects, which is basically stored in this variable length parameter. Okay, so this is a functionality of variable length arguments here. Clear?
Hello guys, in this video we are going to discuss about global variables in Python. Okay, so what is the difference between global variable and local variable? So always remember, local variable is something that is confined to the given block or confined to the function in which it is defined. Okay, whereas global variable is something that can be accessed by all the functions in the program, all the functions in the program. So let's understand this example so that you will understand the concept of a function as well as global variable declaration. Okay, so very simple. I want to store a string called awesome, and this string is stored inside a variable called x. Okay, now I have defined a function. The name of the function is my function. Okay, and I have to print this particular statement. Okay, so inside this my function, I'm using this printf statement. Okay, like this. So this is nothing but function definition. So the general syntax of the function definition in Python, which we are going to look at in the upcoming chapters. So clearly function definition will be, first you have to write def, because you're going to define a function. So the general syntax will be def, and then followed by name of the function. Okay, so we can say function name. So in the parenthesis, you can specify the parameters if there are any. Otherwise, you have to use like this. And then colon indicates that is this is the start of function. Okay, colon here indicates it is a start of function. Okay, so indentation must be applied. You cannot use print statement here or here. Okay, there should be indentation that is used clearly. Okay, so like this. Now if you execute this particular code, the result is Python is awesome.
How this is obtained? Very simple. This is the function definition. Now you are calling the same function my function, right? So since you are calling this particular function, immediately print statement will be executed. Printing Python is, and this x value, what is x value? Awesome. So that will be displayed. It means in the output screen you will get Python is awesome. Okay. So once you execute, you will get the result like this: Python is awesome. Clear? So very simple. You have used x as a global variable which is accessible in any function. Hence, my function is able to access as this is a global variable. Okay. And in order to activate the function, you are calling it. Yes or no? My function is called here. Fine. We'll move to the next code. So this program makes use of global scope. Okay. So using this global, okay, we can declare any variable under global variable. For example, global x. Generally what happens is if I don't declare this as global x, and if I'm trying to print x value here, in that case, okay, so you can see here okay, so you will get the old value of Python, right? Old value of x. What is the old value of x that we have decided? X is awesome. So old value of x is awesome, so that will get printed. Okay. But the moment you write global x, okay, so now globally value of x is what? Fantastic. So that must be printed here. So Python is an interpreted language. Always remember. Okay. So Python is, now you're printing x value. What is x value here? Fantastic is the x value. So that is going to be displayed here. Python is fantastic. That will be displayed. You can see, yes, Python is fantastic. Like this. Now, this is another code where you can observe x, a global variable, and we have taken x as a local variable as well. So here you can see x equal to awesome, and within the function we have declared x is equal to fantastic. Okay. Now whenever you call my function, whenever this my function is called, immediately control is transferred to execute the code inside this my function, and it will assign x value as fantastic, and it is going to print Python is fantastic. Okay. Once the function execution is completed, control comes here, and after this you can see another print statement. So this print statement is not going to consider x value as fantastic because x is confined within this particular function. Okay. Now the value of x that is considered is a global variable value. Global variable value of x is what? A string called awesome. So now this is going to print Python is awesome. So firstly, it is going to call my function where it is going to display Python is fantastic because the x value considered is local value. And once the control comes out of this function, and when you are writing printf statement to print, so then it is going to give you the output as Python is awesome. Python is awesome. X value is awesome, right? So which is, it is going to consider a global variable value. Okay. As local variable values are always confined within the function. Okay. So let's execute this. You will get Python is fantastic because first my function is called, and within this function x value is fantastic, and after this it is going to display Python is awesome because global variable value is considered now. Okay, so Python is awesome. This is going to obtain the global variable value if the local variable value is not defined. If the local variable value is updated, then it is going to consider this value only, because within the function x value is not awesome, x value is fantastic, that is got modified within the function, right? Okay, so this is about global variables in Python. Okay, thank you. Hello guys, let's practice some examples related to modules. Okay, so how can we import a particular module? Okay, let us suppose I'm trying to import a module sys, basically a system module, and I wanted to print the entire path, okay, which is used here for Python programming. So I would like to write print path. Okay, so you can see, I'll just mention here Python path. Okay, is equal to /n comma. So let me write the path. This path is basically imported from the sys module. So I'll write sys dot path. Okay. Now let me execute this. You will be able to see the entire path name here. Okay. So this is going to be the path name for this sys.path variable, which is set inside sys module here. Okay, like this. So similarly, for example, if I want to make use of pi, okay, so many times we come across value of pi. For example, in order to compute the area of the circle, circumference of the circle, like this. In that case, we basically need value of pi, right? And we don't need the different functions from this math module. I just want only one thing from the math module, that is value of pi. So in that case, we can write like this: from math. Okay, so name of the module is math, and I'm going to import only one thing here, that is pi. Okay, so very clear here. I'm going to import pi value from which module? From the math module. So this is not going to import all different functions or variables inside math module. That is a difference here. Okay, there is a huge difference between import math and from math import pi. So very simple, writing this will import only pi value, whereas writing this will import entire math module. Okay, that is a fundamental difference. So in this case, I'm not going to use the entire math module, so I don't need to import the whole math module. So I'm just going to import this pi value from the math module, and I would like to print this pi value. Okay, so let us suppose I'm going to print this pi value like this. Pi is equal to, okay, just like this. Okay, so let me execute this particular program. Yes, this is going to print pi value. Yes or no? Pi is equal to 3.1415 like this. Okay. Now it is very easy for you to make use of this pi value. Yes or no? So in fact, if you wanted to compute anything related to area of the circle, for example, I'm calling a function called area. Okay. So, and I can write directly return pi r square, right? So this can return pi into, okay, r square, right? You can either write like this double star 2, or you can write r into r. Okay, so this is area function. Now I can write like this print area of circle is equal to, okay, here I'm going to call this function called area with a radius. For example, radius is 3. Okay, so very clear, I'm not going to define this particular pi value explicitly. I'm just importing this pi value from the math module. Okay, so let's execute this code and you will get the result. Area of the circle is equal to, so very simple, the built-in functions, the predefined values inside the modules can be obtained very easily like this. Okay, suppose I wanted to implement another function here. Okay, circumference function, like I'm going to define circumference. Okay, again the parameter is r, it requires radius in order to compute, right? So circumference of the circle, return of, okay, 2 pi r, 2 into pi into r. Okay, so now I'm going to call this function print, okay, circumference of circle is equal to, okay, and here I'm going to write like this, calling the same function circumference function, okay, and passing the parameter like this, okay, so okay, let's execute this particular code. So you can see the result. Area of the circle is 28.274 and the circumference of the circle is 18.8495 like this. Okay. And for example, if you wanted to read the value at runtime, you can also read that value like r. I'm taking r here and also here r. So here you can prompt the user to enter int of input of enter radius. Okay. Now execute. You will be prompted to enter the radius, so that you need not call the same value inside area and pass the same value inside circumference function here. Okay. So simply when I pass the value as 4, okay, the same value will be taken into r, area of 4, and similarly circumference of 4 will be computed now. Okay. Suppose if I am not writing this one, okay, if I'm skipping this particular program, okay, which is I'm skipping that particular line containing importing of pi from the math module. In that case, if you execute, you will get an error. Okay. So this is the error because in the main function, okay, or we can say in the main program, which is the name of the file is main.py. Okay. So you can't get a value of pi here, okay, because that is not basically defined in this main program. So that is why since you are trying to call pi into r, okay, r square, so name pi is not defined. Name pi is not defined. So either you can write like this, pi is equal to 3.1412, okay, like this, and then execute. You will get the result. Okay. Suppose you want to get the value of the pi, which is defined in the math module. In that case, we have to write like this. From math module, I'm going to import pi value. Okay, let's execute this. So you will get the result. Yes or no? So just like this. And next, similarly, I wanted to import any other function. Okay, so just like, you know, I want to import square root functionality. Okay, so in that case, I will import only from math import square root, sqrt. Okay, and you can actually use a keyword called as. Okay, so now I will make use of this as, and I'm going to give a new name to this, like square root. Okay, so this is a new name given to it. Okay, now for example, if we wanted to print with the help of square root of 81, okay, and execute this code, you will get the result, which is 9.0, because this square root is acting as sqrt, which is imported from the math module. Okay, so I'm just renaming this in my program with a different name called square underscore root. Okay, I'm going to use the same functionality over here. Okay, so this is how we can basically import fundamental modules okay, inside Python program.
In this video, we'll work with math module in Python. So in order to get mathematical functionality, so let us suppose I want to obtain power operation between x and y, or if I want to find out square root of x. So in all these cases, we actually need this math module. Okay, there are various functions that are available in math module, like seal value of x, okay, floor value of x finding, and exponential value of x, and sine of x, cos of x, tan of x. All these things can be obtained with the help of math module. So first of all, you need to import this math module. So let us import
math. Okay. Now I'll consider x value. Let us consider x value as suppose 3.5. Now I'll find out seal value of x. So generally, what is the seal value of x returns? It returns the smallest integer which is greater than or equal to x. Okay. So let us print it. Print of. Okay. So in order to obtain a seal value, so math dot apply this seal function, seal of x. Okay. So let's run this code and see the result. So what is the seal value of 3.5? Seal value of 3.5 is 4. Okay. Now similarly we will compute floor value. So that is floor value of x. Okay. So the floor value of x will be 3. Okay, from 3.5 it is going to be 3 because it will return the largest integer which is less than or equal to x. So that is a functionality of floor. Okay, so you can see 3.5 corresponding floor value will be 3, right? Okay, now let us work with square root. So I'll consider this as 4. Okay, and apply this square root functionality, sqrt of x. Okay, so what is the square root of x? That will give you 2.0. Okay, now consider applying a power function where it will return x power y. If you are applying POW of x comma y, that will give you x power y. So POW of x comma y. Okay, so I'll take value of y here as 2. Okay, so this must be 4 square. What is 4 square? 16, right? So you can see that is the result. 16 will be the result. Okay,
Well, so now in this video, I'm going to show how to create your own module. Okay, so let me show you how we can create your own module here. So you can see I have created my own module and I've named this as my module.py. This is my module.py. Okay, and what I have actually implemented in this is that factorial function. I have implemented a factorial function here. Okay, so which is implemented in a recursive fashion. Okay, you know already code for factorial, right? So in the same way, if you want any other function, you can implement inside this function. Okay, it can be a nested function, or if you want, you can define a separate function here. So let me define a Fibonacci sequence. Okay, I want to display the nth term of the Fibonacci sequence. If n value becomes 1, it means the first term of the Fibonacci sequence is basically a return of, okay, so I just simply return 0. Okay, Elif, if the value of n is 2, that is the second term in the Fibonacci sequence, is a return 1. And finally, in the else case, I'm going to return by recursively calling this as fib of n minus 1 plus fib of n minus 2.
Okay, just like this. So these are the two functions. One is factorial function, the other one is Fibonacci function. Okay, I have implemented in a file called my module. Okay, and I'm going to save this file as mymodule.py. Okay, so let's move to another file. So this is a my module file containing several functions. Okay, in this case, just two functions here. One is fact function, the other one is fib function. Okay, and remember, now I'm going to write find file, which is basically find.py. Okay, py represents Python file. Okay, and you can observe this. Both these files must be stored in the same folder. Remember. Okay, my module.py and find.py, both the files must be saved in the same folder. Okay, underline this point. So next, now I'm going to make use of this my module file name. Okay, so I have to use the same file name here. Okay, because the functionality, there are a couple of functions which are defined in this my module.py. I am going to use this same file name here. Okay, so I call this as my module itself, import my module. Then you can see here, I'm taking value of n. Then just very simple, my module dot fact of n, my module dot fact of n. So this is going to give you the factorial of n. Okay, so I'll just write here factorial value equal to, okay, just like this. Now similarly, this time I have already implemented Fibonacci sequence related code. So now I'm going to write like this: Fibonacci term equal to, okay, my module dot fib of n. Okay, so let me execute this particular code. I'm now executing find.py file name. Okay, and yeah, so let's execute this and you will see this result. Okay, and also you can observe reloaded modules. My module is the corresponding module that is reloaded here. Enter any value. Now I am entering a value called 5, and you can see if 5 is the input, factorial value is 120, 5 factorial is 120, and Fibonacci term is 3. Because in the Fibonacci sequence, you can observe the terms are 0, 1, 1, 2, and then 3. So fifth term is clearly 3. Yes or no? So just like this. Okay. So let me tell you clearly with another example. I'll show you how to save these modules, everything. Okay. So let us suppose I'm going to implement a sample code here. Okay. Suppose I'm implementing a large function inside a particular file name. Okay, so large is the name of the function and it is taking two values, x and y. Okay, now inside this large function I'll write the respective code, that is if x is greater than y, then it has to return x value. else it has to return y value. Yes or no? Next, similarly, I'll implement another function as well, which is finding the smallest value among two given numbers x comma y. Okay, if x is less than y, in that case I'm going to return value of x. In the else case, I'm going to return value of y. Okay, so I have implemented two functions called one is a small function, the other one is large function. So now I'm going to make use of these small and large functions in another program by storing this particular program, okay, like this. So you just save this file, or you can write save as, okay, and this must be saved as Python file. Okay, I'm writing this as demo code. Okay, demo code is the name of the file. Clear? So now I'm taking another file here for implementing actual code, and this code is going to make use of those functions. Okay, so generally modules are going to make users to use the built-in functionality. Okay, so what are the built-in functions that are existing in modules we can easily use? Apart from that, user also can define his or her own module and make use of that particular module wherever it is required. Clear? So in this case, I have to import a module called demo code. Demo code is the name of the module. Okay, so don't worry about this. This is just a symbol showing that demo code imported but unused. We have just imported, right? We will use, don't worry. Okay, so now let me take a is equal to, okay, I'm going to read value of a, okay, as input, enter any value. Next, b, and here we are asking enter any value. Okay, so after taking two values, now you're going to call this function like large function or a small function which is defined in the demo code module. Okay, so how I can call this is like this: print largest value is equal to, so we can call this as demo code dot, okay, and I'm going to call the function. What is the name of the function defined here? Large is the name of the function, right? Okay, large of, so the input taken is a comma b, isn't it? Now similarly, print smallest value is equal to, we can write demo code dot small of, okay, a comma b, isn't it? Just like this. So let's execute this particular code. Now this is asking you to enter any value. Okay, so let me just write like this. Okay. So enter any value 4 and 7. You can see largest value is 7, smallest value is 4. Now also it is prompting to enter any value. Let us suppose 1200. Another value is 799. What is our largest value? Largest value is 1200 and smallest value is 799. And we are not going to use any functionality in this particular code. I have not defined any large function or small function in this particular code. Okay. So everything is imported from another file which is considered as a module, and the name of the module is demo code. Okay. And I'm going to just import that demo code module and call the respective function which I wanted to use, isn't it? So just like this. Okay. So similarly, we can, whenever you want to implement some more functions, you can implement those functions here and call respective functions in the program. Okay. So fine. Any doubts in this? Hello everyone. In this video, I'm going to show you how we can create or generate OTP, one-time password. So in order to understand this concept better, first you need to understand some basic functions to be used from the modules. So one such function is importing random module and using the random function from the random module. Okay. So I'll just show you an example for using this random function which is imported from random module. So let's get started. First, I'm writing import random. Okay. So now I'll take a variable using which I'm going to import this module and using a random function in this particular module. Okay. So first understand what this random function is going to perform. Okay. So then it will be very easy to understand the OTP generator program. Okay. So let's execute this and see what is the output produced by this particular code. Okay. So you can observe this is producing a value, okay, which is lying between 0 and 1. If you execute multiple times, then you will understand that. This time you got 0.99. Okay. Next time when you execute, you'll get a different value, 0.6532, like this. Okay. So how can I get a value which is lying between 0 to 9? Okay. So in order to obtain this value, very simple, I will just multiply this value of A with 10. Okay. So let us execute now. So we got a value which is lying between 0 and 10. So, but generally OTP number contains all digits individually if you consider, and whose value is from 0 to 9. Okay, each of the digit is lying between 0 to 9, including 0 and 9, right? So for this purpose, I want a floor value of this. I want a floor value of this. The floor value of 9.88 is 9 itself. So for this purpose, I'm going to make use of another module, that is math module. Okay, random comma math module. So here I'll just write B is equal to A into 10. So which is going to produce a value like this, 9.8868, like this. So but now I have to fetch a floor value from this. So in order to fetch a floor value from this, I'll store that floor value in a variable called B. Okay. So you have to import that floor function from the math module. Okay.
So math dot floor. So now let's print value of b here. Okay, and also I'll show you value of a here. Print value of a. Okay, now execute this. So you can observe clearly the value of a obtained with the help of random function is 0.318000 like this. Now we are taking the same value of a and multiplying this value of a with 10. So you will get 3.18. And what is the floor value of 3.18? The floor value of 3.18 is 3. So that is stored in B and we are printing B. Got it? So this is how we can actually obtain a digit randomly lying between 0 to 9. Okay. So now this is very easy for us to implement OTP generator program with the help of this knowledge. Okay. So let's get started. We will implement this. Okay. So for this purpose, I'm not going to display until I obtain a OTP. Okay. So everything I'm going to implement inside a function called generate OTP. Okay. Generate OTP is name of the function. Okay. And I'm going to place all these statements inside this function. Okay. And here, what are the digits that are involved in order to generate OTP? Okay. Digits are from 0 to 9. So just write down all these digits and store these digits in a string. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just like this. Okay. And I'm considering OTP as an empty string. OTP as an empty string here. So now I'll write a for loop in order to generate OTP containing how many digits? 4 digits. So I'll write range 1, 5. So this is going to iterate for I is equal to 1, I is equal to 2, I is equal to 3, and I equal to 4. Okay. It will work for less than 5, right? So now I am going to append newly generated OTP. Okay. So by writing like this, digits, okay, of, so you can see this B. So B is basically performing everything, right? B. And since I want to generate OTP or containing 4 digits, so I'm just removing that code and keeping that inside a loop so that it will generate 4 times 4 distinct numbers. Okay. Like this. Okay. So after writing a loop like this, now you can return the newly generated OTP. Okay. So let's call this generate OTP function here, and it will automatically print OTP number. Okay. So for this purpose, I'm writing print OTP of 4 digits. Okay. So the entire OTP I have generated with the help of a string called OTP. Yes or no? So now let's execute this particular code and see. So yeah, we just need to, sorry, we just need to call this function generate OTP. Okay, because everything we have implemented with the help of a function, right? Okay, so if you remove this function, then you will be able to get this OTP value, but everything is implemented inside a function. Okay, so generate OTP is the name of the function, right? Okay. So now this is a complete code for generating a 4-digit OTP. Okay. So for this purpose, I'm going to import a random module. So the purpose of importing random module is to generate a random number. Generate a random number in the range of 0 to 1. Okay. So writing a random function after importing a random module, you will get a value which is lying between 0 to 1 as discussed. Okay, and that value will be stored inside a variable called a. Okay, so next we are importing math module. So in order to make use of floor function inside math module. So let's see the execution part of this particular code. So before going into the execution, we'll just discuss the functionality of this code first. Okay. So you can see this is going to execute print statement. Now it is going to display OTP of 4 digits, and it is going to call this function generate OTP. Immediately the code inside generate OTP function will be executed. And initially we are considering OTP is an empty string. OTP is considered as an empty string. And using for loop, we are going to iterate this loop for 4 times. That is, for I equal to 1, I equal to 2, I equal to 3, I equal to 4. Value should be less than 5. Okay, yes or no? So that is a functionality of range, right? So this part of the code will be executed. You can see this is a code inside for loop, and this will be executed for 4 times. So every time it is going to generate a random number which is lying between 0 to 9. Okay, if you run this for 4 times, you will get 4 digits. All are random numbers generated from 0 to 9. Hence you will get a 4-digit OTP number. Okay, so if you observe this, a is equal to random dot random. Okay, this is going to generate a value between 0 to 1. Okay, a floating point value. Now this floating point value of a is multiplied with 10, and you will get a value lying between 0 to 10. Okay, in terms of floating point value. And now we want to convert that floating point value into an integer value. So we are making use of floor function in the math module, so that it will be rounded off, and this newly obtained integer value, which is lying between 0 to 9, will be stored in this variable called b. Okay, and now that variable is holding an integer value. Now I want to convert that integer value into string data type and append this particular character to the string called OTP. That is the purpose of taking OTP as a string. And finally, after executing this loop for 4 times, where 4 digits will be appended to the OTP, and it is going to return this 4-digit OTP back to the calling function. It means here exactly it is going to display the OTP, which is of 4 digits. So let's execute this particular code and see. So you can observe here we got a OTP number like 1651. You can execute this for multiple times. 4421, next OTP. So next 4353, next OTP. 3177 next OTP, 9174 next OTP, 7420 next OTP, 1004 next OTP, 1444 next OTP, 3915 next OTP. Just like this, it is going to generate a 4-digit OTP number. Suppose if you want to get a 6-digit OTP number, you just need to execute this loop for 6 times. For this purpose, replace this with 7 and execute this code. This time you will get 6-digit OTP. Okay, you can execute this multiple times and see you will always get 6-digit OTP in the outputs. Okay, so this is as simple as this. Only the thing is you have to learn what is random function involved in random module, what is floor function in the math module. Then writing a generate OTP function is damn easy. Okay, so thank you guys, thanks for watching, bye bye.
Yes, consider this problem statement where we are asked to find mean, median, and mode for the given set of numbers in the list. Okay. So for this purpose, we can make use of statistics module. Okay. So from the statistics module, we can import the respective functionality like finding mean. So we have mean. Okay. And similarly for finding mode or finding median, we have respective functions available. Okay. So we can actually import all this from the statistics module, and you can start writing a sample list like list1 is equal to some list of elements. You can take like 15, okay, 20, okay, 23, 7, 45, 63, 46, 37, 23, like this. Okay. So now from these elements, let us suppose I want to compute mean. Okay. So we can apply the function directly. Okay. And we can print like mean is. Okay. So mean of list1 you can apply. Similarly, you can start printing median. Okay. Median is median of list1. And now we'll print mode. Mode is, okay, so mode of list1. Clear? So let's run this code and see the result. So you can observe the mean is 31, median is 23, and mode is 23. Okay. For example, I'm modifying this value to 237. Okay. So now you see here mean value is 54.777 and median value is 37 and mode value is 15. Okay. If you further change some of the lists elements like 201 here, and here I'll modify with 709. Okay. Here I'll modify with 123. Okay. Here I'll modify with 469, something like this. Now when you run, you will see mean value is 211 now, median value is 123, and mode is 15. Okay. So this is how you can make use of statistics module in order to import this mean, median, and mode. Okay. So next one is containers in Python. So there are several containers in Python like sets, dictionaries, lists, tuples. All these are all containers which are going to group the objects. Okay. And in these containers, there are several properties, like some of them are mutable and some of them are immutable. So what is meant by mutable? Okay. So the mutable property is nothing but you can update the values or you can change the values. Okay. Whereas if a particular container is immutable, it means you cannot modify it. Okay. You cannot modify it. Next, ordered versus unordered. If you consider ordered container, all the elements will be stored in a particular sequence. If you go for unordered sequence, then obviously there won't be any order in storing these elements. Okay. Whereas indexable versus non-indexable. Okay. So if one particular container is indexable, which means you can access its elements with the help of index or key. Okay. And whereas for non-indexable, you cannot access. So let's discuss about lists in Python. And the property of list are these. And first, what is meant by list? List is also used to store the objects in a sequence, which is ordered sequence. And all the elements are placed inside the square brackets. You can see the elements like, for example, 10, 20, 30. These are all elements in a list. Okay. And all the elements inside the list can be of any type. Okay. So you can store elements of integer type. You can also store the elements of floating point type. You can also store the elements of string data type, like this. Next one is lists are mutable. It means after once you create the list, you can add new elements into the list. You can also update the existing elements. You can delete the elements from the list, like this. So let us see an example on list here. So this is my list. It contains several elements like 1, A, 6.58, like this. Now I am displaying this my list. The elements will be displayed as it is. Okay. And there is a built-in function for list, which is alien function used to compute the number of elements inside the list. So how many elements are there? Totally 3 elements are there that will display 3. Okay, if you print alien of my list, you will get the result as 3. Next, plus is used for concatenation operation performed over lists. Okay, this is list 1. List 1 contains elements like 1, 2, 3, and list 2 contains elements 4, 5, 6. We are merging these two lists, list 1 plus list 2. So the elements will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Next one is star is used for repetition operation. Okay, list 1 star 3. It means the elements that are there inside list 1 are 1, 2, 3. Now we are repeating those elements for 3 times. You can see 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, just like this. And next one is displaying or creating a empty list. Okay, creating an empty list and then displaying it. List 3 is equal to, this is clearly an empty list. Now we are printing that empty list here. Okay, you will get the result like this. Similarly, you can also create an empty list with the help of list. Okay, this is another method to create an empty list. Here also, when you display, you will get the empty list. Okay. So let us consider primes is the name of the list, and the list of elements are prime numbers up to 17. So 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17. So these are all prime numbers that are in the range of 2 to 17. And you can see their corresponding indices. So 2 is exactly stored at index 0, 3 is stored at index 1, 5 is stored at index 2, 7 is stored at index number 3, 11 is stored at index number 4, 13 is stored at index number 5 and 17 is stored at index number 6. Okay. So now we are printing primes of 1. So that is at this particular index, whatever element is stored, that will be displayed. The element is 3. Okay. And then primes of 3 colon. Okay. So we are starting at index number 3. We are starting at index number 3 till the end, because the ending index value is not written, so it is going to access from the index number 3 till the end of this list. So all the elements will be displayed, which is 7, 11, 13, 17 will be displayed. Next, in the same list, you can observe starting from, okay, because the starting index is not written here, it will start displaying from this starting position and up to less than 3 index. Okay, so you can see the elements here, up to less than 3 means less than this particular element, so all these 3 elements will be displayed. Okay, so this is nothing but concept of slicing. And next, in the same primes, okay, you can see this is the primes list containing elements 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17. These are the elements, right? Okay, you can see total 7 elements. Okay, all these 7 elements exactly I have taken. Now, if you look at their corresponding indices, okay, so let me consider their indices like this. This is 0th index, this is the first index, this is second index, this is third index, this is fourth index, this is fifth index, and this is sixth index. Okay. Now we are trying to access from index number 2, up to less than index number 5, which means this particular chunk or slice we are trying to access. Okay, and when you display it, you will get the result like this: 5, 7, 11. Next, we can reverse the entire list by writing colon colon minus 1. Minus 1 is representing the last index, right? Okay, so starting from the last index, it has to display each and every element. So all the elements will be displayed in the reverse order if you write like this. And my list of 1 is equal to E. Okay, so we just go through what is written inside my list earlier. Okay, you can see 1 comma A comma 6.58. That is my list, isn't it? So we can write like this: my list of 1 is equal to E. Okay, you can modify element inside my list of 1. Okay, like for example, here in this example we are considering my list is equal to initially A comma B comma C, A comma B comma C. Okay, now if you look at their corresponding indices exactly, okay, so this is index number 0, this is index number 1, and this is index number 2. Okay, so the elements at exactly index 1 gets modified, that is this particular index element, which means B will be modified to E here. Okay, and now after updating this element to E, the updated list can be printed and you will get the result like this: AEC. Now consider creating a new list. Okay, so we are considering my list is equal to elements like this: A comma B. This is the current list. Now we can append an element to the list. Okay, so using a function, that is built-in function performed on list, that is append function, to append an element into the list. Okay, so let us suppose the element is a C. We can append this particular element to my list by writing append of this particular element. So mylist dot append of C. Okay, it will append element C into the list. So finally, when you display the list, you will get elements like A, B, C. Okay. Next one is you can also add elements of a list to the existing list. So we know already my list contains a total of 3 elements. One is A, the other one is B, the other one is C. Now I want to merge, I want to add another list of elements to this particular list. So let us suppose another list of elements are D, E, F. Okay. So I want to add this list of elements also here. So in that case, you can make use of extend function, which is a built-in function. So mylist dot extend of these elements D, E, F. Okay. It will be merged to the existing list called mylist, and then you can print that list. Next, we can insert an element at a particular index. If you observe append operation, that will append the element at the end of the list. But to insert an element at a specified index, you can go for insert function, which is a built-in function. For this, you have to specify the index here. At what index you are trying to insert an element. So initially you can see before this exactly these are the elements A, B, C, D, E, F. Okay, these are the elements of my list. Now I want to insert element called Z at index number 0. So exactly at index 0 we are appending or inserting the element called Z. Okay, and then you can print this list. Next one is pop operation. So we are considering this newly obtained my list as input, and performing pop operation will remove the last element from the list by default. Okay, and you can also specify the index. If you specify the index, then the element at that index will be removed from the list. Okay, and we can also remove the element directly by specifying the element. If you consider our previous output, it is Z, A, B, C, D, E. Okay. So from this, I am removing the element called Z from the list. Okay. So you can see Z is removed here. Next one is count method. Count method is used to count how many times a particular element is appearing in the entire list. So you can see this is the Fibonacci sequence. Elements are 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13. Now I want to count how many times element 1 is appearing in this list. So totally 2 times it is appearing, right? So that you can display with the help of print. Next one is index. You can obtain the index of an element from the list. Okay. So we know already the list is given like this. Fib is equal to, these are the list of elements, right? 1 comma 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 5 comma 8 comma 13. Okay. So for these elements, if we consider the index like this, 0, this is index 1, this is index 2, this is index 3, index 4, index 5, and index number 6. Okay. So I want to identify the index of an element called 13. You can see the index of 13 is 6, right? So you can call like this, name of the list dot index of element. The element is actually found inside an index called 6. So that can be displayed with the help of print. Next, you can also reverse the elements in the list. Let us suppose the current elements inside the list are A, B, C, and you can perform reverse function on this list of elements like letters dot reverse, and then you can display those letters. So after reversing, the elements are C, B, A. Next, you can return a sorted list of elements by applying the sorted function on the list numbers. So you can see numbers are 2, 10, 3, 26 and 5. These are not yet sorted. They are in sorted order here. You can see after performing sorted function, and the input is numbers list. It gets sorted and it will display the sorted list. Next one is numbers.sort function. Okay. So this is going to sort all the numbers in place. Okay. And it will modify the existing list. So previously our numbers list is completely in unsorted order. Now when I print numbers list, it will sort the entire elements and display. Okay. That is the numbers list gets updated to this one, which is a sorted list. Whereas if you consider the previous example, we are performing sorted of numbers, then you are getting the sorted list, but the numbers will remain same. Okay, so it will be still an unsorted list. Okay, but if you apply numbers.sort function, it is in place. Sorting a function is applied, and obviously all the numbers are sorted here, and it will get updated. The list is getting updated with the sorted list of numbers. And now reverse order sorting. You can also sort the numbers in the reverse order. For that purpose, you have to make this reverse is equal to true. It will sort the elements in the reverse order, that is in the decreasing order or descending order. And you can also find the maximum value or minimum value in the list of elements. So in these elements like 2, 10, 3, 26 and 5, min of numbers is what is the minimum element in the entire list of numbers? 2. And what is the maximum element in the entire list of elements? 26. Okay. So you can get 2 and 26 as results. Okay. Thank you. Hello guys. In this video, we'll see how we can work with lists in Python. So first of all, you must understand lists are mutable. It means you can create the list and also you can modify the list. Okay. So let us consider a sample list here. List 1 is equal to, I'll take some list of elements like 10, 30, 20, 60, 40, 50 like this. Okay. In some random order. Now, how can we display the entire list? So using print statement, you can actually display the entire list. Okay. So let's run this and see the result. So you will get all the list of elements displayed immediately. Okay. Suppose if I want to display one particular element, then how I can display is consider I want to display the first element in the entire list. So you can access the first element in the list with the help of index 0. So list 1 of 0, you will get the first element from the list. Okay. Suppose you want to display the fourth element in the list, then its corresponding index can be accessed with the help of 3. Index 3 is representing the fourth element inside the list. Okay. So this is going to print the first element and this is going to print the fourth element from the list. So this is how you can actually display the elements which are located inside the list. And one more thing is you can also apply the concept of slicing. Okay. So you can start displaying some part of the list. Let us suppose starting from list 1. Okay. So 2:5. Then you will see starting from index 2 up to less than 5. So such elements will be displayed. You can see 20, 60, 40. Okay, this is index number 2, index number 3, index number 4. So these elements will be displayed. Okay. Next, how can we display the entire list starting from index number 2? So if you remove this end value in slicing, you will get the entire list starting from index 2. Okay. So let's suppose if I am not writing any starting value and ending value in that case I'll get the entire list. Suppose if I get 5 here, okay, then what happens is it will start printing from the first element up to less than 5 index. So less than 5 index means this is at 0th index, first index, second index, third index and fourth index, like this. Now you can also apply this concept of negative indexing in order to display elements inside the list. So let us suppose -2. -2 is going to give you the last but one element, because the negative indexing starts from -1, as -1 indicating the last element. Okay, like this. So you can see last element is 50. You can access the last element by including the negative index called -1. Okay. Suppose if you write simply list1, you will be able to access the entire list. Okay. So for example, consider accessing the entire list with the help of for loop. Okay. Using for loop also you can access for I in list1. Okay. So you can start displaying each and every element inside list1. Okay. So I'm just displaying here element I, and after that I'll use end is equal to some space. Okay. Now let's run this code and see the result. Okay, you can see all the elements that are displayed, okay, from the list 1, and all are separated by space here, isn't it? Okay. And you can also access the list with the help of index. So for that purpose, I'll consider n is equal to length of the list 1. Length is a built-in function which will give you the length of the list 1. How many elements are located inside list 1? Totally 6 elements are there. So the length of the list will be 6. So n value becomes 6 here. Now you can start writing a for loop for I in using range function. Okay, range of n. So it means you're going to iterate starting from 0 up to less than n. So n value here is 6. So 0 to 5 indices will be accessed. Now you can display their corresponding values by writing like this. So list 1 of I, comma, end is equal to space. Okay. Suppose if I am not including this one, then you will get all the values line by line. Okay, just like this. So this is how you can actually access the entire list in different ways. Okay. Now let me show you how we can delete one particular element from the entire list. Okay. So let us suppose I will delete the very first element in the list. So the first element can be accessed with the help of index 0. Now after deleting this particular element from the list, okay, later I will display the remaining list is. So you're going to access with the help of name of the list, that is list 1. Okay. Now let's run this code. You can see the result. Remaining list is 30, 20, 60, 40, 50, and 10 is not there because 10 is actually removed from the list by writing delete statement, isn't it? So this is how it will work. Yes, in this video we'll apply some list methods. Okay. So for this purpose, I'll consider initially list 1 containing different elements like 10, 30, 20, 50, 40, like this. Okay. Now let's find index of one particular element inside list 1. Okay. So for example, if I directly display list 1 content, okay, original list is, so I'm displaying the original list content here. Okay, first we'll run this and see the result. Now you can observe these are the elements that are located inside the list. Okay, so let us suppose I want to obtain index of one particular element. Okay, so consider index of element 20. Okay, so you can obtain with the help of index method. So list dot index of 20, and you will get the result like this. So index of 20 is 2, because this is at 0th index, this is at first index, and 20 is located at the second index. Okay, similarly, if you want to see the index of element 50, then you can write index of element 50 is located at index number 3. Okay, just like this. Next one. So many times we want to see how many times a particular element is occurring inside the list. So for this purpose, I'll consider a list which is having some elements that are repeated. Okay, so let me modify this list like this. Okay, so you can see element 20 is appearing 3 times inside the list, and element 10 is appearing 2 times inside the list. Okay, so for this purpose, you can see here list one dot count of. So I want to count how many times element 20 is appearing inside the list. Okay, so I'll write frequency of 20 is. Okay, so 20 is actually occurring 3 times. That's why you will get the result like this. Okay, so frequency of 20 is 3, because here it is appearing first time, second time, and third time. Totally 3 times 20 is appearing inside the list. Okay, so this is how you can identify the frequency of one particular element inside the list with the help of count method. Okay, now let's move to the next method. Next method is append method. So using append method, you can add an element inside the list. Okay, so I'll take a simple list here. Okay, so there are only 4 elements inside the list. Now I want to append another element inside the list. Consider that element is 40. So list one dot append of 40. Okay, now this 40 gets appended at the end of the list. Later you can obtain the new list. New list is. Okay, so list 1 content will be displayed. So let's run this code and see the result. Original list is 10, 30, 20, 50. Now we are appending another item into the list called 40. Okay, so the newly obtained list will be 10, 30, 20, 50, 40. Okay, just like this. And how we can eliminate an element from the list. Okay, so right now we have seen how to append an element to the list. Now we'll discuss about how we can remove an element from the list. Okay, so again, to perform remove operation, we have a built-in method called remove. Okay, so let's remove one particular element. Remove of 30. I'm trying to remove an element called 30 from the list. Okay, so after performing removal operation, modified list is. Okay, I'm going to display this modified list here, which is list 1. Okay, so let's run this code and see the result. You can see the original list contains element 30. After performing remove operation, then the newly obtained list contains 10, 20, 50, where 30 is completely missing. Okay, so this is how we can remove one particular element from the list. Okay.
So now we will see how to find the length of the list. Okay. So we have already used this list, right? For example, I have written list equal to 1, 2, 3. Okay. And I want to identify what is the length of the list. In that case, I can write alien. Okay. Alien is the built-in function. So which is going to identify the length of this particular list. Okay, whatever list that you are using, it is going to identify length of that list. Okay, suppose if you execute this code, you can see. So instead of printing the first list, I have printed only the length of the list, which is written as ln of list, isn't it? So similarly, in order to identify the length of the subsequent list, we have to write ln of list. Okay. Next, finally, last list containing strings. Okay, we are identifying the length of this particular list. Okay, when you execute this code, then what happens? So first of all, the list containing integers initially is totally 3, right? So that is displayed in the output screen. Later, the list is modified to store the floating point values, and there are 4 floating point values, so that is displayed. And finally, the list contains the strings. So there are totally 5 strings, hence it is going to display the length of the list as 5. Okay. Suppose if I want to store multiple data type corresponding items in the list, then I can also store. Okay, let us suppose I have given list is equal to 1 comma, okay, 1.45 comma, okay, hello comma, 2.89 comma, 7 comma, world. Okay, so this is some random list, got it, which contains integers, floating point values, as well as strings. Okay, so that is the advantage of this particular list concept in Python, because though the concept of lists is similar to arrays in other programming languages, if you consider in C language, in an array you can store all the data items of a particular data type. Okay, if you want to store all integers, you have to take integer data type array. If you want to store all the floating point values, you need to take floating point array. Okay, similarly, if you want to store a string, in that case you will be taking a character array. Clear? But whereas in case of Python, okay, you are able to store multiple data type corresponding items in a single list. Also, these lists are clearly mutable. The moment you assigned some items to the list, you can also modify it later, okay, whenever you need. Clear? So for example, if I want to display this particular list, then I can write code like this: print, okay, list. Okay, so similarly, if I want to write or identify the length of this particular list, then I can make use of len function in order to display the length of this list. Clear? So now when you execute this particular code, you will get the result, right?
So this particular list containing different data type corresponding items like integer, floating point, strings, all are displayed in the output screen. And one more thing, it is displayed value is 6, representing the length of the list. Okay, there are how many elements inside the list? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are totally 6 elements inside the list. Suppose if you want to modify this list, okay, simply, okay, for example, I have stored like this, hello 123. So this is the modified list, and now you can display this modified list as well. Okay, and also if you want, you can display the length of the list, len of list. Okay, so now execute this particular code. So you can observe clearly here in the first list there are 6 elements and the length is displayed as 6. Now the same list is modified, and this time it is storing only 2 elements. One is string, the other one is number. Okay, 123. Now when you display the list, you will get the same hello 123 will be displayed. And then when you are asking for len of list, length of the list, you will get 2, because there are 2 elements inside the list. Okay, like this. So you can execute and see the results here. That is the functionality of displaying list or modifying the list. Okay, or if you want, you can find the length of the list. Okay, like this. So now I want to show you how the index of the list work. Okay, so with an example clearly. So you can see here list of 0. Okay, and let's execute this. You will get output as 1. Yes, you got the output as 1, because list starts from index 0. So 1 will be stored in list of 0, 1.45 will be stored in list of 1. Okay, list of 2 contains hello, list of 3 contains 2.89, list of 4 contains 7, and list of 5 contains world. Okay, so now suppose if I want to display randomly one element, okay, I can write like this, list of, okay, suppose 3, and let's execute this code. Okay, you will get output as 1 and 2.89. We know this is index 0, index 1, this is index 2, this is index 3. Okay, so in the index 3 you can see clearly, okay, 2.89 is stored. So that is the result obtained. 2.89 is the result obtained, isn't it? So like this, you will be able to identify index with respect to a list. Okay, so and you can easily display the element which is stored inside that particular index. Okay, so I will consider list in a different way, which is multi-dimensional list. Okay, let me consider a multi-dimensional list. Suppose 1, 2, 3, and I'm considering another list like 4, 5, 6. Okay, and here 7, 8, 9. Okay, like this. So this is nothing but representation of a 3 by 3 matrix. This is a representation of 3 by 3 matrix. So if you want to display this particular list, you can write like this and execute. Okay. So you will get the exact list 1, 2, 3 in one sublist, then 4, 5, 6 in another sublist, and 7, 8, 9 in another sublist. Okay. Suppose if I want to display element at location list of 0, 0, okay, then what will be displayed here? 1 is the element, because in a 3 by 3 matrix, if you want to store the elements, in that case what happens is exactly the list of 0, okay, 0, list of 0, 0 will have how much? 1. Okay. And how the other elements are stored? Similarly, list of 0, 1 will hold value of 2. Okay. And list of 0, 2, okay, 0, 2 will be storing value of 3. Clear? Just like this. And similarly, you can see where is 4 stored. 4 is stored in a list of 1, 0, isn't it? List of 1, 1 contain 5, list of 1, 2 contains 6, like this. Okay. So I can write like this, so on. Okay. So finally, the last element which you can see here is list of 2, 2. List of 2, 2 will be 9. Yes or no? List of 2, 2 will be 9. Suppose if I want to cross check this by printing, in that case I can write like this, list of 2, 2, and execute this. You'll get the result, isn't it? List of 0, 0 contains 1, list of 2, 2 contains 9. Okay. So this is how a nested list, or a list containing multiple lists, which is nothing but multi-dimensional list, we can say. Multi-dimensional list. Suppose if I want to create something which is nested in another list, okay, so in that case how can I write? Okay, for example 4, 5. So now you can see here clearly this is nested. Okay, this is clearly nested. So if you print this particular list, you will get the result like this. Okay, this is a list containing a list with elements 1, 2, and another list containing elements of 4, 5. Okay, so when I remove some of these parentheses, okay, and execute this code, now you can see simply this is a list containing a total of 3 elements. First element is 1, second element is 2, third element is again a list containing 4, 5. Okay, so you understand the difference. That is a basic difference between a normal list and a nested list. Clear? Like this. This is all about uses of lists. Okay, thank you for watching.
So in this lecture we'll be discussing about tuples in Python.
So basically tuples are just like lists, but the difference is tuples are clearly immutable. Okay, it means you cannot change or add any items to the tuple. Okay, so you can see in order to generate any tuple we have to represent in the parenthesis, and each element will be separated with the help of comma operator. Okay, and we can also perform indexing and slicing on the tuples just like how we perform on lists and strings. Okay, and whenever you try to perform any changes on the tuple, okay, so then it is going to produce an error. Next, let us consider this example of creating a tuple here. Tuple 1 is equal to, the elements inside the tuple is A, B, C. Now I am printing this tuple 1. Okay, this will display all the elements in tuple 1, A, B, C. Okay. Next one is accessing a tuple using index. So if you observe this same example here, okay, so clearly the tuple is represented like this. This is A, this is element B, and this is element C. Okay. If you observe their corresponding indices, this is represented as tuple 1, right? So this is at index 0, this is at index 1, and this is at index number 2. Okay. Now I am trying to print a tuple 1 of 2, which means this element will be displayed as it is, like this. The next one is slicing a tuple. So in the same example of tuple 1, where we are considering A, B, C here, this is A, this is B, and this is C. Okay. So as the indices are 0, 1, 2, when I write a tuple 1 of 1 colon, it means the starting element is 1 and it has to display till the end of the tuple, because the ending element is not written, right? That corresponding index is not written. That's why it is going to access the entire tuple starting from this position, right? So it will display BC. Next, we can define a tuple again like this. Okay, this is an example of tuple 2. So 1 comma 2 comma 3. Now I am printing tuple 2. Whenever you want to store multiple variable values into a single variable, so in that case it will consider the concept of tuple. Okay, because here we are trying to assign multiple values to the same variable, that is 1, 2, 3. But one variable can actually store only one value at a time. So that is why all these values are stored inside this tuple 2. Okay, so and then we are trying to display it and we are able to obtain the entire tuple content 1, 2, 3. Okay, just like this. So next one is sets in Python. Okay, so first coming to what is a set. Okay, so set is nothing but a container, just like in mathematics how we write set representation. In the same way we can write and use this sets concept here, and this is represented in the form of braces. Okay, like this. Clear? Now one more thing is, in order to generate a set we have to separate all the elements with the help of comma. Okay, like if you have multiple elements to write 1 comma 2 comma 3, you can write like this. And next, coming to duplicates. Okay, duplicates are automatically removed from the sets. Okay, so if you try to give duplicate values, it will automatically remove. And sets are immutable. Okay, you cannot change those values. Okay, so let's see this example. My set is equal to 1 comma 2 comma 3. Okay, so this is my set and I'm trying to print this particular set. We'll get the result exactly like this. Okay, and these are the corresponding braces that are used to create a set, curly braces. And next, you can also have a list of elements, but then you can convert this list of elements into a set. Okay, so 1 2 3 2 are the list of elements. Now I want to convert this into set. This is the meaning of converting the list into set. And after conversion, since set data structure, okay, will not allow any duplicate values, so this will remove duplicate values. You can see here in the list, original list 2 is appearing 2 times, so that will be removed, and then we are printing this set. Okay, you can observe this set is 1 comma 2 comma 3. Okay, and next one is we are creating an empty set. Okay, how do we print an empty set? Okay, so you can print just like this. This will create an empty set. Okay, whenever you want to create an empty set, you can write like this. Okay, suppose I want to initialize an empty set, and then I can write like this: s1 is equal to an empty set, and if you want one more empty set, you can write s2 is equal to empty set, just like this. And next, we can perform standard mathematical operations on sets. Okay, so like set 1 containing elements 1 2 3 and set 2 containing elements 3 4 5. Okay, now you can check whether one element is appearing inside the set or not with the help of membership operator called in. So 1 in set 1, so 1 is actually appearing inside set 1, that's why it is going to return true. Okay, suppose if you are asking like this 7 in set 2, this must be returning false because inside set 2 there is no element called 7. Okay, thank you. So next one is dictionaries in Python. So always remember, dictionary is in the form of key value representation. It is always a pair. Okay, dictionaries are generally represented as key value pair notation. Okay, this is key and this is value, corresponding value. Okay, and all the items are accessed with the help of key. Okay, and these key value pairs are denoted inside curly braces. Okay, so this key can be a immutable object. Okay, it can be a tuple, or it can be a number, or it can be a string. Okay, and one more thing is we can actually add new dictionary. Okay, or you can also modify the existing dictionary. Okay, and this is not going to preserve any order while displaying. Okay, while displaying order can be changed. Okay, so this is how we create an empty dictionary using curly braces. If you are writing like this, then it is representing dictionary. Okay, and using curly braces we also write set, but that way of representing set and also a way of creating a new set is different compared to dictionaries. Okay, now we can print this dict2, which is going to produce an empty dictionary. Okay, so next one is dict3. So we are creating an empty dictionary here and we are printing this dict3, and this is how it is going to display an empty dictionary. So let us consider dict1 is equal to, there are some elements inside dict1. Okay, that is key value pairs are available. So this is the first key value pair, and this is the second key value pair, and this is the third key value pair. Okay, so X is clearly key, Y is also a key, and Z is also a key, and their corresponding values are clearly written here. Okay, now when I print the entire dictionary, we'll get result as X:1. This is the first item in the dictionary, and y colon 2, this is the second item in the dictionary, and this is z colon 3, which is the third item in the dictionary. Okay. Now dict1 of y, we are printing the key corresponding value. What is key here? Okay, x, y, z. So among which I am taking one particular key called y, its corresponding value called 2 will be displayed here. Okay. Next, similarly, we will also use this representation. Okay, and will display like this. For example, dict1 we already know x colon 1, y colon 2, okay, z colon 3. This is already we have discussed a basic dictionary one. Now I want to modify the key corresponding value. Let us suppose key corresponding value I want to update from 2 to 10. Okay, in that case I can identify the key and write like this: dict1 of key is equal to new value. New value is 10. So later we can display that dict1. Okay, so we can actually write here dict1. Okay, so that will give you the updated one. Okay. Next, similarly, we can also update dict1. Dict1 of w equal to 0. Okay, this is we are adding a new entry to the existing dictionary. Okay, so again here we can write dict1 content. So after adding a new key value pair, it will display. Okay, and we can also return a value for the key. Okay, if a is the key but the key called a is not available in the dict1, that's why it is going to return none. Okay, it will return none because a key is not present in the entire dictionary. Suppose if you are trying to access the key element a corresponding value and the key element is not found, in that case default value can be returned. Let us suppose I am writing a default value to be returned as 42. So in such case you can give like this and you will get a default value if the key is not available. Yes, key is currently not available. We have keys like x, y, z, w, but a is not present. That is why it will give the default value 42. Okay, like this. Thank you. In this video, we'll discuss about list indexing and slicing. So I'll consider a sample list and I'll show you first how this indexing works in Python. So generally in Python, whenever you want to access the elements of a list, you go for concept of indexing. And remember, all these indices are going to start from 0. Okay. So the very first element gets stored inside index 0. So let me quickly give you an example here. I'm considering numbers as a list, and this list contains several elements like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Now we are considering first is equal to numbers of 0. Numbers of 0. And later we can print first. So what this actually denote is, so when I store these elements as part of list, so the entire list will be stored like this, and these are the different indices. You can observe this is index number 0, index number 1, index number 2, index number 3, and index number 4. Okay, and the elements that are stored inside this are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, now this is numbers of 0. So in this numbers list, 0th index contains element called 1. So overall this first contains 1. Okay. Now we are printing this first. So this will give you output as 1. Okay. Suppose what happens when you are considering the same list. Okay. So let me consider again numbers is equal to the list of elements like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Now let us consider last element. Okay. So where this last element is accessed. Also remember there is negative indexing available inside lists. Okay. Whenever you want to access the elements from the ending position, you can go for -1 because the last element can be denoted with the help of index -1. Okay. So see here the same numbers, okay, which are stored inside the list. So these elements are like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if you look at these indices 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And this is numbers list. Okay. And if you try for negative indexing, you can see this last element is stored in -1 index, and this is stored in -2 index, this is at -3 index, and this is at -4 index, and this is at -5 index. Okay. So when I want to basically print the last element in this particular list, so I can write print of numbers of, okay, very last element you can access with the help of -1 index, or you can also write like this: print numbers of, again last element index is directly 4, you can access using 4 also. Okay. Otherwise you can apply a formula here, that is k is equal to ln of list. What is the name of the list? Numbers is the name of the list. So we are identifying the length of this particular list. Okay. And you can start printing length of the list -1, that is print of numbers of k minus 1. K minus 1. So k is representing the length of the list 5 minus 1, which is representing 4. So the very last index this will access. Clear? Like this. And now let us quickly work on list corresponding slicing operation. Okay. So consider a list. Again, I'm considering the same list, that is numbers is equal to the list of numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now you can actually slice the entire list. Okay. So you can obtain some part of the list from this one. So let us consider sublist is representing the part of the list which I wanted to create now. So consider numbers list, and I'll go for 1 colon 3. So this actually represents all the elements that are part of this list starting from index 1 up to less than this one. Okay. So we can consider this as a start and this as end, and it will access up to less than end. Clear? So which means you can observe here the entire list of elements 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And if you look at these indices 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, these are the indices. Okay. So starting from which index? You can see it will start from index 1 up to less than 3. So less than 3 means this particular chunk, isn't it? So this will give you this part of the entire list. Okay. So finally, when you start printing this sublist, you will be able to see the result output as just a list containing 2, 3 as elements. Okay. So this is how you can slice the existing list. Suppose I want to access the elements in an alternative way. Okay, that is alternate elements only I want to access. For example, if you consider this particular list, the same list, and if I want to print the output as just 1, 3, 5. 1 is located at index 0, 3 is located at index 2, and 5 is located at index 4, right? So now you can access them by just writing list B is equal to, from the same numbers list, you access the elements in an alternative fashion, right? You can see colon colon 2. Okay. So this will increment by 2. So it will start from very first element, then it will increment by 2. It will go to this index 2, and then it will further increment by 2. It will go to this index. You will get elements as 1, 3, 5. Okay. So then you can just print in order to get the desired result. Okay. In this video, I'll show you how to declare a sample list of elements and access those elements in different ways. So first understand how to write a sample list. Let us suppose I'm taking capital L as the list, and also we're considering different elements inside the list. Let us suppose 35, okay, and then 43, 56. And you can also consider smaller values like 4, 1, and then 7, 99, like this. Different values inside the list which are not actually in a sorted order, okay, in a random order I have written. So let us display element by element inside the list. So how can I display element by element? So one way to display is I'll consider all these are items of the list. Okay. So for item in list L, okay, you need to print this item. Print item. Okay. So let's run this code and see the result. You can see all these items are clearly printed one by one, isn't it? And after writing item, let us suppose if I'm taking some space like this, n is equal to space, then you will see all the elements are printed one by one with separation of space. Okay. And another way of displaying the same content, list content, is through accessing the index. Okay. So first you need to identify the length of this particular list, then only you can access item by item inside the list with the help of the index. Okay. So for this I am considering n is equal to ln of L. Ln is the built-in function which will give you the length of the list. Okay. Now for I in range of, we are going to access the entire list. Okay. Range of n. Now we can start displaying these elements. Okay. One by one with the help of L of I, because I is going to run from 0 to n minus 1, isn't it? So you can see all the elements are displayed one by one. Again, if I want to separate them with the help of spaces, then I can write like this. And if you want tab space, you can write /t. and display all the elements which are separated by tab space. Okay. So these are the two different ways where you can access the elements of the list. Okay. Now let us write a program where you are going to search one particular element inside the list. Okay. So which is nothing but linear search related code we are going to implement here. So let us consider these are the elements of the list. Okay. And at runtime you are going to take what is the element to be searched inside the list. Okay. So I'll consider this as key element to be searched. So int of input of, I'm going to read that particular element. Enter number to be searched. Okay. So once you search this element, okay. So how you are going to search this particular element, key element inside the list? First of all, very simple. You have to search element by element. Let us suppose the key element is 7. Then you start from here. 7 equal to 23 or not. Condition false. So you move to the next element. Like this. Finally you will meet 7 here. Yes or no? So let us iterate through the entire list and check whether this key element is available inside the list or not. So using for loop, okay, I'm going to access item by item in the list L. If suppose this item is equal to the key item, okay, so then you can say the element is found. Print element is found. And also you can write break statement because there is no need to search further as the element is already found. If suppose this condition is false, okay, in that case it will go for the next element, okay, and it will check whether that element is equal to the key element or not, like this. Okay. So what if after searching the entire list, if the element is not found? In that case you have to basically explicitly write a statement here. Okay. So what I'll do here is clearly, instead of writing element is found, so here I'll write found is equal to true, okay, which is a boolean variable. And initially I'll consider found is equal to false. Okay, I'll initialize with found equal to false. Now outside we can check like this, whether found is currently true or false. If the found is modified to true, then it represents actually the item is available inside the list. Whatever item that you are searching, okay, is matching with the key element, right? Okay. So you can see here found double equal to true. In that case, you can print clearly element is found. Okay. Suppose if this condition is false, then you can write the else block in order to print element is not found. Okay. So let's run this code and see the result. Enter number to be searched. Let us suppose I am trying to search for an element called 4. Now it will display element is found because 4 is available inside the list of elements that we have taken. So let's run one more time and search this time an element which is not existing inside the list. Okay. So consider element 8. 8 is not available inside the list. So it has to display element is not found. Isn't it? So this is how you can search whether one particular element is available inside the list or not. Okay. So now let us implement code to basically add all elements of the list. So how can you add all the elements of the list? So first access element by element and add all these elements. Okay, so initially I'm considering a variable like total equal to 0. Okay, now I'll access element by element inside the list for item in L. Okay, access the item, add it to total. So this is total equal to total plus L, that is item. Okay, and finally you will get the entire total, right? You can now display this total. Okay, total is, so that is actually available inside variable total. Okay, so let's run this code and see the result. Total is 268. You can see we are adding item by item from the list to the variable called total. Okay, and there is another way to basically perform the same action. Okay, so using a built-in method called sum. So directly I can write like this, sum of L. So this will bring you sum of all elements in the list L, corresponding result, and gets displayed. So you can see again the output is same, isn't it? Like this. Now we'll perform some operations on lists. So let us start with plus operator. Okay, so the operator is plus operator on list. So I'll consider sample list called L1 is equal to some list of elements like 1, 2, 3. Okay, and similarly we can consider another list like L2 is equal to 4, 5, 6. These are the two different lists. We can perform plus operation between these two lists, L1, L2. Okay, so this will act as concatenation. It will concatenate all the elements of list 2 with list 1 and get the result, so that you can store inside another list like L3 is equal to L1 plus L2. So now we can display list called L3 and you can see the result. Result is basically concatenated list called 3, which contains list 1 content as well as list 2 content. Okay, and there will be no change inside list L1 and list L2. They will be same. Okay, so if you want, I can display here writing L3 is equal to, okay, clear? And similarly we will display other lists also like L1. Okay, this is one list and this is L2, another list. Okay, so let's run this code and see the result. You can see there is no change in the list L1, list L2, but list L3 is obtained by performing this concatenation between list 1 and list 2 with the help of plus operator. Okay, now let us see how we can perform multiplication operation on a list of elements. So let us consider the next one is a star operator. Okay, so in this case I'll consider L1 multiplied with one particular value. Let us suppose I'll form a new list from the existing list called L1 by considering L1 star 10. Okay, so this must create a new list called L3. Now we can display that new list L3. So let's run this code and see the result. Okay, so how many times you are going to repeat this list of elements that is defined here. When you write star 10, these elements will be repeated 10 times. That is the meaning. It is not simply multiplying each element here. This is clearly repetition. The concept of repetition over the list of elements can be done with the help of a star operator here. Suppose if I modify this to only 4, then these elements will be repeated only for 4 times. If I modify this to 2, then these elements inside list 1 will be repeated twice. Okay, just like this. Now, coming to lists, we often use built-in methods that are available inside lists. So whenever you want to apply any of the built-in method on lists, just write a sample list containing some elements like 10, 20, 30, 40. Now, if you want to apply a built-in method on lists, write list1 dot. So that will give you a list of methods that are available, okay, which you can apply on lists, like append function, clear function, copy, count, extend, index, insert, pop, remove, reverse, sort, like this. So first, coming to append method, this is basically used to append any object to the end of the list. Next one is clear method, that will remove all the items from the list. And next one is copy method. So this will create a copy of the list, which is again a shallow copy. And then count method, that will return actually the number of occurrence of one particular value inside the list. And then extend method, so this will extend the existing list with the given list of elements. And then coming to index, so whenever you want to search a value inside a list of elements and identify the corresponding index where that particular value is present, so this index method can be used in order to return the very first index where that value is present. Okay, so next one is insert, and using insert you can insert the object before the specified index. And then pop method, that will actually remove and return the item which is located at the end of the list, that is the last element inside the list will be popped out. Then remove method, so whatever value that you specify in remove method, that value will be searched inside the list and removed. Okay, and reverse method, so whenever you want to reverse the existing list of elements, you can go for reverse method. Then sort method, so which is used to sort the given list of elements, so it can be done in ascending order, okay, also in the descending order. Okay, next one is append method in Python. So whenever you want to append an element into the existing list, you can go for this append method. Okay, so let us consider an example for this. So list 1 is equal to, initially I'm taking an empty list. Now when I print this particular list, we'll get the result as simply an empty list. Okay, so let's run this code and see the result. You can see an empty list, isn't it? Now for example, if I want to add an element to the existing list, okay, so you can make use of append method by just writing list1 dot append of whatever item that you want to append. Okay, and after that again you want to display the content of the list, you can do it in the same way, and you can see the result. Initially it is an empty list. Using this append method, I am able to add or insert element 10 into the list. Okay, so let's do one thing. Using for loop, I'll basically read elements and also build the entire list. Okay, so initially I'm considering an empty list here. Okay, and using for loop, I'm going to add, okay, let us suppose 10 elements I'm trying to add into the list. Okay, so every time we have to read that particular element into the list. Okay, so that is first of all I'm taking it into a variable, then I will append it into the list called list1. So int of input of enter element. Okay. Now, after taking the element, I want to append this element into the list. Okay. So list one dot append of x. Okay. So finally, if you want to display the list content, okay, list one content is, okay, print, okay, here I am printing list one, okay. So I enter element, I am entering the element like 10, then 20, then 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Like this I have entered total of 10 elements. Now you can see the entire list. Okay, list one corresponding content is all these elements from 10 to 100. Okay, so whatever I have given here, you can see total 10 elements I have given. So these elements are appended into the list called list one. Okay, isn't it easy to build any new list? In the same fashion, you can read and also you can generate, okay, the entire list. So let us suppose I want to generate a list of elements using a formula, then also I can generate here. Okay, so initially I'll consider x is equal to 0. Suppose here I want to perform x equal to x plus 10, then also it will work like this. List one content, you can see 10, 20, 30 up to 100, because there is relation between the values that are there in the list elements, right? Okay, so this is how you can use append method in lists. And next one is performing list clear operation. That is, removing all the elements from the list can be done with the help of a clear method. So this can be done on an existing list containing different elements. Like let us suppose I'm considering a list containing elements 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50. Now I want to clear the entire list. I want to remove all the elements from this particular list. Okay. So in such case, what happens? List one will become empty. Okay. Let's see. So first I'll print the existing list. That is list one. Now I'm applying this clear operation, list one dot clear method. Okay. And finally, I'm displaying the list one content again. So let's run this code and see the result. You can see initially the content of list 1 is 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and later we are clearing list 1. So the entire list 1 content will become empty. So finally we are printing list 1 which is an empty again. Okay. So this is how list dot clear, so which is nothing but clear function, which is a built-in function that removes all the elements from the list. Let us suppose you have a list of elements which contains some items that are repeated more than one time. Now in such cases we want to count the number of occurrences of one particular element in the entire list. So then we can go for count method, which is built in, that will count the number of occurrence of the given element in the entire list. Okay. So let us consider in our example, this is list 1 and x is equal to 10 I am considering. Now I want to count the number of occurrences of x inside list 1. Okay. So list 1 dot count of x. So that will give you the number of occurrences of x inside list 1. Okay. So you can make use of another variable like y, which can hold this value. Okay. And finally print number of occurrences is equal to, so this y is representing the number of occurrences, isn't it? and you can observe number of occurrences is equal to 3. We are identifying the number of occurrences of element called 10 from the list. So this is available totally 3 times, 1, 2 and 3. So that's why it is returning the number of occurrences as 3. Okay. Next one is extend method on list. So whenever you want to add all the elements of another list to the existing list, we can go for extend method. So suppose I want to extend list 1 by appending all the elements of list 2 inside it. Okay. So this can be done with the help of extend. So list 1 dot extend of list 2. Okay. So now this will update list 1, and later you can print content of the list 1. Okay. So let's run this code and see the result. You can see now the updated list 1 contains all the elements of list 1 as well as elements of list 2, because we have extended list 1 content, okay, by just appending list 2 content, and there won't be any change in list 2 content. You can see list 2 corresponding content won't be changed, so that remains same, 40, 50, 60, that is same. Only list 1 content got extended, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, like this. Okay. Now we will look into index method. So which will actually return the position or index of the first occurrence of the element that is specified. So let us suppose x is the element and consider x is equal to 30. Now I want to identify the index of element 30 inside list 1. So for this purpose, you can go for index method. So the print of list 1 dot index of x. Okay. Let's run this code and see the result. So this is going to return 2. You can observe this is located at index 0, index 1 and index 2. So index 2 contains element 30. Okay. Like this. Next one is inserting the element at a given position. Okay. So let us suppose I want to insert the element at an index position called 2. Okay. And what is the element that I want to insert is 25. Suppose x is the element I want to insert and it is 25. Now you can apply this insert function. Okay, list 1 dot insert. So the index I'm considering and also the element is x. So after insertion I want to display the list of elements. So list 1 content I'm displaying here. So let's run this code and see the result, and you can observe element 25 is exactly inserted at the index 2. Okay, so 0, 1, 2. Okay, so at this position element 25 is inserted. Okay. Next one is pop operation on list. So whenever you want to remove the last element from the list, you can go for pop method. So let us consider here in this example, I'll take x is equal to list 1 dot pop. Okay. Now we can display x value. So let's run this code and see the result. You can observe 5, because the very last element is 5 and that is popped out. Now if I repeat the same thing, and you can observe here the result is 5 and 30, because first time the last element will be 5, and later since this is already popped out, in the next pop operation the last element will be 30, that will get popped out. Okay, so if you want I can display list of elements here. Print list 1 is and you can start displaying list 1 content. So similarly here also. So let's run this code and see the result. So the popped element is initially 5, and you can observe the remaining list of elements as a 10, 40, 20, 50, 30. And later again you are popping one more element from the list 1. So after popping the element from list 1, now the remaining elements are 10, 40, 20, 50, as we are popping element called 30 from list 1. Okay. Next, whenever you want to remove one particular element from the list, you can go for remove method. So let us suppose I want to remove x, where x value is 30. So let us remove this x from the list by using remove method list1 dot remove. Okay. So here you have to specify x. This will remove element x from the list 1, and later you can print list 1. Okay. So let's run this code and see the result. You can see element 30 is clearly removed from list 1. Okay. And you can observe the remaining result. Clear? So now let us consider how to reverse elements inside the list with an example. So the method which is used to reverse list elements is reverse method. So here I am considering list 1, and you just need to write list1 dot reverse. So this will reverse the list of elements. Now you can display this list 1. Okay. So let's run this code and see the result. The elements are 50, 40, 30, 20, 10. Okay. Like this. Next one is sorting the list of elements in Python. Okay. So let's run this code. First of all, it will display the elements of the list. Now I want to sort these elements in the ascending order. So for this, you have to apply list dot sort operation, that is list1 dot sort is a corresponding function. So now let's run this code and see the result. So this will give you result as 5, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. You can observe all the elements inside the list are clearly in the sorted order, increasing order. Okay. Now if you want to sort the elements in the reverse order, then you have to do like this. Reverse is equal to true. This will sort all the elements of the list in the descending order. Okay. Let's run this code and see the result. The previous one is ascending order. Now we are sorting the entire list in the descending order. Okay. Now let us find the maximum element and minimum element inside this particular list. Okay. So for this I will consider different variables, like a is a variable which will find the maximum element. Suppose if you want, I can write max L is a variable which will obtain the maximum element inside the list L. So this can be done with the help of a built-in function called max that can be performed on the list L. Okay. Similarly, to identify the minimum element inside the list, you can write min L is equal to min of L. Okay. So minimum element inside the list. So finally, you can display those values, right? Let us suppose here I will print maximum value in list L is, okay. So here you have to display that particular element called max underscore L. Okay. So similarly, you can display minimum value. So this can be written as minimum value inside the list L as min underscore L. So let's run this code and see the result. You can observe maximum value in the list L is 99, whereas minimum value inside list L is 1. Okay. So like this, you can identify maximum and minimum values with the help of built-in functions. Suppose if I want to perform the same action without using these built-in functions like max and min, you can also perform this in Python, but this time you have to traverse the entire list and identify the maximum element. Okay, so let's do this. I will remove this code. Okay, and here also. So what you can do here is max is equal to initially, and also min L is equal to, I'll consider the very first element inside this list. Okay. So this can be accessed with the help of index, right? L of 0 will be representing this particular element called 23. Now I'll iterate through the entire list and identify if any element is greater than this 23, I'll take it into max L. If any element is less than 23, I'll take it into min L. Okay. So let's iterate using for loop for item in list L. Okay. If this item is greater than max underscore L, in that case, I'm going to update this max L value as the item. Okay. Now we are writing another condition here. If suppose this item is less than the min L, then it represents there is one more item which is smaller than this. So you have to capture that inside this min L variable is equal to item. Okay. So this is how you can capture the maximum values into max L and minimum values into min L. So which gets updated frequently based on the values, right? Okay. So finally, you can display here using print statement saying that maximum value in list L is, so you can display this element which is max underscore L. Okay. So in the same way, you can display minimum value inside the list as min L. Okay. So let's run this code and see the result. You can see maximum value inside the list L is 99 and the minimum value inside the list L is 1. So this is how you can display here without using any max function or min function, isn't it? Next one is list comprehension in Python. So in Python, we can actually create a list by using some conditions. Okay. So let's see here how we can create generally a list with the help of list comprehension. Using this sentence, you can see create a list of X for each Y and Z. So this is the general format that we write while creating the list. Now look at this example. Create a list of squares. Okay, and you can observe this is the formula used to create squares, and this is the loop variable that will run in the range of 10. Okay, so what happens exactly here? You can see the range is going to be from 0, 1, 2 up to 9. Okay. So initially it will consider x is equal to 0. 0 square represents how much? So the squares will be, you can see for 0 that will give you 0 square, which is 0 again. And then x is 1. 1 square represents 1. And then x becomes 2. 2 square represents 4. Similarly 3 square becomes 9. 4 square represents 16. 5 square represents 25. 6 square represents 36. 7 square represents 49. 8 square represents 64. 9 square represents 81. Okay. So this is the entire squares list. Now we are printing this squares list. Clear? Now consider this example of using if class in order to filter the items. So whenever you want to create a list of squares for only even numbers or only for odd numbers, then you can start writing some conditions. In this case, we are writing a condition to get only for even numbers, x mod 2 double equal to 0. Okay, so look at this. In this example, first it will generate x square in the list where x is in the range of 0 to less than 10. So the range is basically 0, 1, 2 up to 9, isn't it? And it will check whether the number is divisible by 2 or not. So it will generate only for even numbers. Okay. So what are the even numbers here? 0. Okay. 0 mod 2 double equal to 0 condition will become true. And then for 2, similarly for 4, 6 and 8. So only these numbers are considered as part of x, and it will start generating the even squares. So look at this even squares corresponding list. Okay. So 0 square represents 0, 2 square represents 4, 4 square represents 16, 6 square represents 36, 8 square represents 64. Okay. So these are the even squares, and then we are printing even squares. Okay.
Hello guys, so in this video I'm going to show you how to access this string or how to traverse this string. Okay, so for this purpose I'm just considering a sample string hello. So let me implement here. Okay, so consider message is the name of the variable, and the message I wanted to display is hello. Okay, so now I'm considering index as 0. So let us iterate the entire message and display the message. Okay, message. Okay, and now I want to iterate through this message and display it. Okay, so if you observe this print statement, and I'm going to display message. Okay, here I'll also display the index. Along with the index, I will display here index. Okay, and the original message to be okay displayed. And also the thing is I'll print the corresponding index value here. Corresponding index value is printed here. Yes or no? So after this I'm going to increment the value of the index. Okay, index value must be incremented by 1. Index plus equal to 1, just like this. So let us execute this particular code and see. Yes. So what happens exactly is initially message is a string contains hello, and I've taken index as 0, right? And for I in message, so this is generally a loop variable which is used to iterate the entire message.
and the moment you write I, it will print that particular character. Yes or no? So now the initially for the first iteration I value will be h. Then the moment index value is incremented by 1. Okay, so the thing is previous value of index is 0, right? So message of 0 is equal to h, so that will be displayed. And after that I am incrementing index value. Now index value will become 1, and then so I will be representing this time for the next iteration, it is representing e, right? So immediately message of index is already incremented, so message of 1 is equal to e, this will be displayed. Yes or no? Just like this. Okay, and it will iterate until the entire message is completed. So we are explicitly mentioning this index value 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with the help of a variable called index. Okay, and in every iteration this index value is getting incremented. Clear? Suppose if you don't want this index to be displayed, then the program will be quite simple. Okay, you can in fact remove this part. Clear? And you can just write I, print I, and you can execute this. You will get hello. Okay, so you found the difference, right? So I want explicitly to display this message along with the index, showing that in which index which character is stored internally. For that purpose I am using this. Clear? So let us suppose if you are using another one. Okay, let me consider this as message 1, and I write like this. Okay, now I am taking another message, message 2 equal to world. Okay, so after printing hello, now I'm writing another for loop in order to iterate for message 2. Okay, and then I'm printing this I value. Clear? Now if you execute, you will get a hello followed by world, isn't it? So up to here this is hello, and later this is world part. Yes or no? As simple as this. Clear? So now I'll consider another program, okay, where I'm going to show you how this expression of indexing is going to work. Expression of indexing is working with respect to strings. Okay, so let me consider a string str. Okay, consider str1 is equal to hello. Okay, and I'm writing like this: welcome to Python. Okay, and I have initialized I is equal to 2. Now if I print str1 of 2, okay, str1 of I, because I is equal to 2, right? Then what will be the output that is printed? Can you check once? So this is L. L is the output that is printed. Yes or no? Because I is equal to 2. So str1 of 0 is H, and E is stored in the location called E is stored in str1 of 1, and then L is stored in str1 of 2. Clear? This is how it is stored. So that is why when you execute, you will get result as L. For example, if I consider I is equal to 1, in that case you can see the result is E. Okay. Suppose if I consider I is equal to 0, then this is going to print H. Okay. So what if I consider I is equal to -1? N will be displayed because it will start from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like this. Now to come from the reverse order. Okay, so from the ending position, if you want to display, you have to write like this: I is equal to -1. Automatically it will display the last character. Suppose you want to display second character from the last, then you have to consider I is equal to -2, and you will get O here. Yes or no? Suppose if you are considering 6, I is equal to -6. In that case, you will get P, because from the ending position, you can see this is -1, this is at -2, this is at -3, this is at -4, this is at -5, and finally this is at -6. Clear? So finally it is going to display P, just like this. So now when we consider I is equal to 2 here, okay, now I can write an expression as well. Okay, so expression is str1 of I into 3 plus 1. Okay, so what happens here? What will be displayed when I write like this? So I value is currently 2. 2 into 3. What is 2 into 3? 6. Okay, 6 plus 1 value will be 7. Now str1 of 7. What is str1 of 7? This is at 0. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7. Okay, 7 is clearly W. 6 will be space, right? And 7 is W. So this is giving you 2 into 3 plus 1. 6 plus 1, 7. Hence the output will be here L and W. Okay, this is how we can work with the strings, and we can access the index of the string, and for accessing the index of the string you can make use of this expression just like this. Okay, got it? Now again, if you want to print this particular string, okay, can you execute this? You'll get the entire string. Hello, welcome to Python, just like this. Okay, so now we will discuss about some operations which are related to these strings. Okay, so let me first consider two different strings and try to perform concatenation operation. Okay, so for that purpose I'll consider two strings, like one is str1 itself. Okay, and I'll consider another string str2 is equal to world. Okay, so now I'm going to perform concatenation operation among these strings. Okay, I'm trying to perform concatenation between these two strings. So let's see how we can perform concatenation here. So let me consider another string str3 is equal to, so normal plus operation you can perform here for concatenation, str1 plus str2. Now I can print simply str3. So I'll write like this: the concatenated string. Okay, so now I'll print str3 here. Clear? And execute this code. You will see hello world. Yes or no? The result is the concatenated string hello world. So this is as simple as this, performing concatenation. Clear? Suppose you want a space between these two strings, then in the first string you add a space like this and execute. Immediately you will display the string hello space world. Yes or no? Just like this. So now let me consider plus equal to operator here. Okay. So I'll write like this: str1 plus equal to str2. Okay. So now I'll try to print str1. Okay. Let's see how this is going to display. Yes, it is able to display or not. This is displaying hello space world clearly. Okay. Because the basic operation is str1 holds hello, str2 holds world, and now we are performing concatenation between these two strings. Okay, so the newly concatenated string will be stored inside str1. Okay, it is stored in str1. So this particular statement is nothing but writing str1 equal to str1 plus str2. In the previous program we have done same str1 plus str2 but stored in str3. So here we are using str1 to hold the concatenated string, and this is how it is going to display the concatenated string. Yes or no? Just like this. So let me consider another program where you will see the repetition. Okay, let us suppose I'll consider str1 equal to hello. Now I'll repeat this string with the help of star operator. Okay, for example, if I want to repeat the same string for 3 times, then I can write like this: print of str1, and we can repeat this string for 3 times. So in that case, you will get output like this: hello will be displayed for 3 times. Yes or no? Okay. Yeah. str1 star 3. I think there is some connection issue. So now you can see here, hello, hello, hello. Hello is displayed for 3 times here. So this is how we can display the same string and repeat it for multiple times. Okay. So for example, if you want to concatenate a string with a number, okay. So let us suppose I'm taking a number, okay, which is in a variable var is equal to, okay, I'm taking 7. So now I want to concatenate this string as well as number together in a new string. So for that purpose, if you write str2 is equal to str1 plus directly var, okay, and then print str2, okay, this will not work. It is going to produce an error. Okay, this is going to produce an error because this var is of integer data type, and this str1 is of string data type, and we are trying to concatenate these two, okay, into str2. So hence it is going to produce an error. Let's check this. Yes, it is going to raise an error. Can only concatenate str to str. So which means you can only concatenate string data type with string data type. Okay. So you have to convert this variable into string data type. Okay. So which just includes double quotes to 7 here. and this will be automatically concatenated to str1. Okay, so let's execute this. This is concatenated to str1, and then result will be moved to str2, and now we are printing str2. So here you will get result like hello 7. Yes, we got it. Clear? So just like this we can display. Okay, so now let me consider hello world. Okay, suppose if you want to print hello world, one is you're writing hello and then writing world. Okay, so now if you execute this particular code, you will get result hello in the first line and then world in the second line. Suppose you want you want both of them to be separated with a space. So in that case you can just write end equal to space like this, and you can execute. This time hello space world will be printed. Okay, just like this. So this is how we can perform basic operations on the strings like concatenation. Okay, hello guys. So in this video I'm going to discuss about some of the built-in functions which are used with strings. Okay, so first for example I'll consider a sample string. Okay, is equal to, for example, consider a hello. Okay, suppose in order to display the length of the string, we have a function called len function, which is used to count the number of characters in the string. So we can make use of that particular built-in function len and identify this length of the string. Okay, so I can write like this, length of string. Okay, so now if you execute, it will display clearly length of string is equal to 5, because how many characters are there here? There are 5 characters, so the length of the string is 5. Okay, so similarly now I'll consider another string. Okay, hello 1 2 3. I'm considering like this. Now the next function is I'm going to discuss about is alnum. Okay, so this is a function. The purpose of the function is it is going to check if at least one character is a number or an alphabet. Okay, and the moment this condition becomes true, it is going to return true, otherwise it is going to return false. Okay, so let's check this. Str1 dot is all num. Okay, this is a function that we are calling here, and now it is able to display true. Yes or no? Because in this string you will find an alphabet, also you will find a number, right? Even if you go for simply hello, this is going to return true because alphabet is there. Okay,
Suppose if you are writing only 1, 2, 3 and executing, in that case also it is going to print true because there is a number in this particular string. And let us suppose you have given like this, okay. In that case, it is going to return false because in this string there is no alphabet and there is no number. That is the reason it is going to display you false. Okay. So for example, I'm giving a sample string like this. Okay. Hello, 1, 2, 3. Now we have another function which is going to check whether given string contains an alphabet or not. So that can be written like this: is alpha. Is alpha is the corresponding function, so which will check whether the given string contains an alphabet or not. If this string is having at least one alphabet, in that case it is going to return true. Otherwise, it will return false. That simple. Okay. So and you can see here this is going to display false because clearly every character is not an alphabet here. Okay. If you can see, this is going to return true if the string is having at least one character. Okay. At least one character, and every character should be an alphabet. For example, see here, one, okay, hello. You can see this. This is going to return true because this string currently contains all alphabets. Okay. Now if I write like this, 1, 2, 3 also, this is going to give you false. Even if I add only 1, it is going to display you false because in order to display true, all the characters must be alphabets. Okay. And you can't give an empty string and ask for is alpha. That will produce automatically false. So there should be some characters which are alphabets, then only it is going to produce true, just like this. Okay. So that is a fundamental difference between is allnum and is alpha. Okay. So now we'll check for is digit function. Clear? Is digit function. So what is meant by this is digit function? So this is going to return true if string contains only digits. You can write down these things. If string contains only digits, and it is going to return false otherwise. Okay. So for example, I'm considering hello here. Now I'm checking like this: print of str1 dot is digit. I'm calling is digit built-in function. Now let's execute this. Since string does not contains all digits, it is producing false. Suppose if you are giving only digits in this particular string, it will return true. Yes or no? Even if you are trying to include one non-digit, which is it can be an alphabet, so in that case it is going to produce false.
because according to the definition of is digit function, it is going to return true if and only if the string contains only digits. Okay, string must contains only digits. For example, 007. Okay, this is going to produce true in this case. Yes or no? Just like this. So now I'll consider like this. Okay. Hello. So next one we are going to discuss is lower function. Is lower built-in function. And this built-in function is going to return true if the string is having at least one character. And remember, every character must be a lowercase alphabet. Then only it is going to produce true. Okay. So we can say if the string is having at least one character and every character must be lowercase alphabet. Okay. You should have at least one character and all characters must be lowercase letters. In that case only it is going to produce true. Otherwise it is going to produce false. Got it? So let me make use of this is lower function here. Print of, okay. So you have to consider the string 1 dot is lower function. Okay. Now execute this. So this is going to produce the result as true because the string contains all lowercase letters. If you even convert or modify one particular character to uppercase and execute this code, it will produce false. Yes or no? As simple as this. Suppose if you are having a single character, small h, in that case also it is going to produce true because it should have at least one character. Okay, and that character must be lowercase. Okay. For example, I'm putting an empty string. So in this case, it is going to produce you false because the string should have at least one character. Okay. And all those characters must be in lowercase. Then only it is going to print true. Okay. So similarly, now you can work with is upper. Okay. I'm just modifying this to is upper, and the definition will be same except everything it will check is uppercase. Okay, and I will modify here also is upper. And now if I give all uppercase letters, obviously it is going to produce true. Okay, execute this. Yes, it is going to produce true because all the characters in this string is uppercase characters. Okay, that is why calling is upper function on str1 is going to return true. Okay, suppose even if you change one particular character to lowercase, in that case it is going to return false. Okay, so the string can have a single character which is uppercase, and executing this will produce true. Suppose if I modify this to a lowercase, then it is going to produce false. Okay. If I consider an empty string and execute this code, then it is going to produce false because as per the definition of is upper, okay, it should have at least one character and all these characters must be of uppercase. Okay. So now next we will check for is space function. Is space built-in function. So what is the purpose of this is space built-in function? If the string is containing only white space characters, in that case it will return true. Otherwise it is going to return false. Okay. So I can write
if string contains white space characters, okay, and it is going to return false otherwise. It is going to return false otherwise. Clear? So that is the definition of isSpace function. Now you can see here I'm giving a space, okay, like this. Now we can see true printing on the screen because there are spaces in the given string called str1. Now execute this code. Okay. Sorry, we have to call this basically, yeah. str1 dot is a space. Okay. Now it is going to print you true. Clear? Just like this. Suppose if I am writing like this, in that case it is going to print false because string also contains a character. It's not containing all spaces. Okay. So if I write string like this, it is going to produce true. Suppose if I consider an empty string like this, in that case it is going to return you false because the string is empty clearly. Okay. So even if you consider a single space and it will return true. So this is a functionality of isSpace function. Okay. So just like this. Now we have another function which is used to basically convert or we can say, in order to convert the first character of the string into uppercase, we can make use of this function which is a capitalize function. Okay. So I'm writing a capitalize function. Okay. So this function is simply convert the first lowercase letter, okay, first character in the string to uppercase. Okay. So it will simply capitalize first letter of the string. Clear? Suppose if you are trying to write like this, hello, okay, and then you're converting the first letter into capital letter. So you can call this respective function by writing str1 dot capitalize. Okay. So execute this one. You can see here I have given a lowercase letter, but in the output you can see an uppercase letter in the first position respectively. Clear? Like this. So this is how we basically work with the basic functions on the strings, like capitalize function, okay, is upper, is lower, like this. Okay. So any doubt till this point? And one more thing is we can also convert the given uppercase letters into lowercase letters and lowercase letters into uppercase letters. So how we can convert a string containing uppercase letters or lowercase letters into uppercase and vice versa is, for example, in this example, I'll be just considering lower function. Lower function.
So according to this lower function, it is going to convert all the characters into lowercase. It will convert all the characters into lowercase. Okay. So, but for that purpose, you have to make use of lower function. What it? str1 dot lower. So let me consider string having all uppercase letters, and you will see in the result lowercase letters. Okay. So you can see in this string I have used all uppercase letters. Now it is converted into lowercase letters. Okay. And one more thing is it need not be all letters initially uppercase. You can have like this, first letter and last letter is uppercase. Now it will be automatically converting it into lowercase letters just like this. Okay. So similarly, if you want to convert the given string into uppercase letters, okay, so you have to make use of a function called upper. Okay. So str1 I am considering some lowercase letters like HELLO. Okay. Now I'm going to convert this into uppercase letters. So str1 dot upper. Clear? This is going to produce you all uppercase letters. So this is how we can basically convert these lowercase letters into uppercase letters. Okay. So for example, if you are having any white spaces, okay, if you are having any white spaces in the given string, so let us suppose I'll consider spaces like this. Okay. And we can actually strip these white spaces. Okay. So yes, strip is the corresponding built-in function. Okay. So just we can make use of strip function. Okay. And this strip function is going to remove all these leading and trailing white spaces. Okay, I mean white spaces before and after the string. So I can simply say removes white spaces which are leading and trailing. Okay, all these leading and trailing white spaces will be removed with the help of strip function. So str1 dot strip is the respective function, so which will remove all the white spaces before and after. Clear? So you might ask what happens if you don't remove? Then you will get original string like this. Okay, you can see the movement of the position, right? Okay. Suppose if you want to remove all the white spaces which are leading white spaces, okay, which are leading white spaces, in that case we can write it as L strip. Okay, so str1 dot L strip function, and when you execute this it will remove the leading white spaces. Suppose you want to remove the trailing white spaces, in that case you have to make use of R strip. So this is going to remove all the white spaces which are trailing white spaces. Okay, str1 dot R strip. Clear? Just like this. Okay. So any doubt in this till now? Okay. Fine. Thank you. So next one is how you can return the address of the string. So there is a function called id, and this is going to return the memory address of the string. Okay. Memory address of that particular object, whatever you pass as an argument to this id, that is going to return you the memory address of that particular object. So let me show you how we can make use of this id. Okay, how to print the address of the object. So let us suppose a is equal to 10. Okay, print, I'm writing like this, value of a, and I'm printing value of a here. Clear? Similarly, I'm going to print the address of a with the help of id function and passing this a as an argument to the id function. Clear? So now execute this. So value of a is 10, and you can see the address of a is this much. Okay, this is the corresponding address. Okay. Now similarly, I'll take another variable here. Okay. So instead of a, I'm taking b. Okay. And let's execute this. So you can see here value of a is 10. Okay, and wait, here meaningfully I'm writing value of a, value of b. Okay, like this. Now you can see value of a is 10 and its corresponding address of a is this one. Now b is equal to 10. I have defined b as a variable and which is holding 10. Now its corresponding address is this one. So if you observe carefully, they both are same. Yes or no? Okay, they both are same. Clear? So if you want, you can check like this. Okay, so I'm considering IDA is equal to ID of A, and IDB is equal to ID of B. Now checking if IDA double equal to IDB, in that case print both addresses are same. So similarly, I'm using else part to print different addresses. Okay, so let me execute this. So you can clearly see both addresses are same because they both are holding same value, right? So that value 10 will be there, and this A and B both are referring to the same location. Okay, same object, that is 10 here. So the moment you modify this to 11, the results will change. Yes, have you observed this? Value of A is equal to 10. Okay, and its corresponding address is this one. And later I have changed the value of B. Value of B is what? 11, and its corresponding address is also changed. So obviously what happens, since they both are having different addresses, So it is going to display different addresses as the output. Clear? So if you write b is equal to a, then what happens? Again the same thing, same value of a will be copied into b, right? And then you can see the addresses are also same, hence it is going to display you both addresses are same. Okay, just like this. Now if you consider a similar concept in case of strings, also remember strings are basically immutable. Okay, so I'm considering hello here and I'm printing this particular string. Let me consider str1. Okay, str1 is the corresponding string I am going to print here, str1. And after this, now I am printing ID of str1. ID is nothing but memory address of that particular object. So this is ID, or I can say this is address of str1 is. Okay, so we are calling a function ID and passing str1 as an argument to this function. Okay, so let's execute this code up to here. So you can see this is hello, this is clearly printing hello, and after this it is printing address of str1, which is this one. Okay, so now if you take any other string like str2 and it contains world, and now you're printing this str2 is okay, you're trying to print str2. Later similarly we'll print address of str2 is. So we can print this by passing str2 as an argument to this ID function, right? Okay, so you can observe both the addresses are different. Okay, if you find any difficulty in displaying addresses, then you can actually make use of some variables like okay, ID1 is equal to okay, ID of str1. Similarly, here you can write ID2 is equal to ID of str2. Later you can compare both these values, right? ID1 value and ID2 value. ID1 double equal to ID2. In that case, we can print same addresses. In the else case, we can print different addresses. Yes or no? So now let's execute this code. And you can observe here clearly str1 is having hello and its address is this one. Then str2 is printing world and its address is this one. Both these addresses are different, hence it is printing different addresses. Suppose if I am trying to give str2 content as hello, okay, so in that case if you check the result, it is going to display same addresses because both str1 and str2 has got same content, isn't it? Okay, so both are having hello only and it is going to print hello itself, and the addresses are also same in that case because they both are trying to refer to the same object. Okay, hence we can say they both are having same addresses. Clear? And similarly you can also make use of concatenation operation here.
Okay, and you can make use of concatenation operation and copy it into another string. Okay, so let us suppose I'll consider this as an empty string. Okay, this as empty string. Okay, which is str3. I call it as str3. Now I'll write str2 is equal to, okay, I'm trying to concatenate str2 and str3. Okay, so I'll consider str2 is equal to str2 plus str3. Okay, and for that purpose, I'll consider str2 is equal to str1. Okay, the same content of str1 will be copied into str2. Now I'm trying to concatenate this empty string with str2 and store it again into str2. So which does not modify the value of str2, it is still hello. In that case, you can see the result. It is still producing same addresses because when you are trying to concatenate an empty string which is containing hello, you will get hello again. So it doesn't make any difference, isn't it? So this is how we can work with ID function whenever you want to cross check whether the memory addresses of the objects are same or not. Clear? So any doubts in this? Okay. Suppose I'll consider a different string. Okay. I mean this is also an illustration of same program, but this time I'll just modify like this. str2 is equal to, okay, instead of taking this hello, I'll take small h e llo. Now we'll check whether they are occupying the same address or not. Okay, so they are occupying different addresses because here I have written capital H and here it is small h. Okay, so the moment you modify like this, then automatically what happens? It will change the entire address related to that particular string. Okay, so for example, if I want to convert this into a different case, okay, for example, I'm going to modify this into lowercase letters. Okay, so I'll consider this as hello, okay, and I'll consider this as capital letters hello. Now if you execute this, you'll get again different addresses. Okay, now the same uppercase letters I'll take in str3 and I will convert these uppercase letters into lowercase letters and store it in str2. Okay, str2 is equal to str3 dot. So we are going to convert this into lowercase letters. So we have to write dot lower. Okay, so obviously these lowercase letters are going to be stored inside str2 and then check the result. Okay, so you can see in this case you will get different addresses here. Okay, because we are making use of str3 and converting it into lowercase letters and holding this value into str2. Okay, hence in this case it is going to produce different addresses. Okay, Suppose if you are storing directly str2 value as str1 value, in that case you can see you will get same addresses. Okay, clear? That is the difference here. Guys, so in this video I will be explaining about string formatting operators. Okay, so if you're already a C programmer, okay, in that case you will be able to learn these formatting operators very easily. Okay, if you're already familiar with C. So generally we use percentage symbol, right? Percentage D, percentage S. Okay, so this type of operators will be used, especially percentage D is used for integer, percentage S is used for string, just like this. Yes or no? So now I'm considering an example just to assign a value, an integer value to a variable, and store a name in a string format, and later I'll be displaying those data with the help of format sequencing. Okay, so let's get started. I'm just writing name equal to some name. Okay, so write down age, let us suppose 8. Now if we want to print this data like name as well as age in the order, so in that case we can write like this: name equal to percentage yes. Okay, so this is going to display the string, and age is equal to percentage D, so we need to print the age. Okay, so name comma age. Okay, so this is how we can display the output, right? So clearly you can observe this is going to print name. Okay, and percentage D used to print the age here. Okay, which is a number. Yes or no? So let's execute this code and see the result. So you can see name is equal to Arush and the age is equal to 8. So this is how it is going to display. So for example, if you want to pass parameters to this, okay, just like how you can pass parameter to a function, okay, so you can normally display those values, okay, without assigning and storing. Also you can directly display this name and age. Okay, so let me consider like this. Okay, I'm not taking any variables now, but I want to print the same output. So in that case you can write name directly here. Okay, and mention the age. So now execute this. This is going to produce the same output. You can see here, same output is produced. Yes, just like this. Okay, and we have several formatting symbols like percentage U is used for unsigned decimal integer. Okay, so let me write down the corresponding formatting symbols first here. Okay, so you can see here percentage C. So this is used for formatting a character. Formatting a character. And now similarly percentage D. Okay, percentage D or percentage I. So
this is used for signed decimal integer. Used for signed decimal integer. Next, whenever you want to display the string, in that case we use percentage s, which is used for representing string. Okay. Next, similarly, you can see percentage u. Percentage u is used for unsigned decimal integer. Unsigned decimal integer. Clear? So just like this, and similarly, whenever you want to display octal value, octal representation, okay. So we know this is O. Percentage O is used for representing octal integer, just like in C. Next, suppose if you want to represent a hexadecimal integer, in that case, we have to write percentage X or percentage capital X. Okay, just like this. Now this is going to display you hexadecimal integer. Okay, hexadecimal integer value. Clear? Now, for example, if you want to display exponentiation notation, okay. So let us suppose you want to represent exponential notation. So in that case, you can use percentage E or percentage capital E. These are used for exponentiation notation. Clear? Just like this. And similarly, in C language, we use floating point notation. So for floating point notation, here also we'll be using percentage F. Okay. Floating point notation. Clear? And in order to display short numbers in case of floating point or exponential notation, we'll be using percentage small g or percentage capital G. Okay. Percentage G or percentage capital G. Okay. So this is generally used for short numbers in floating point notation. Floating point or exponentiation notation. Okay. Or we can say exponential notation. Just like this. So these are the format symbols and their corresponding purpose. I am writing hash in every line just to mention that this is not going to be executed. This is just a comment line. For that purpose, I'm using hash. But so you have to note down this part. Clear? Percentage C, percentage D, percentage S for string, percentage U for unsigned decimal integer, percentage O for octal integer, and so on like this. Okay. Now, for example, I want to represent just like this. I'll show you an example for /t. Okay, tab space, j is equal to 2, I equal to 1, j is equal to 2. Now, I'm going to represent like this, I/t, okay, j/t. And respectively, I'm going to print I, j values. Okay. So let me execute this code once. You'll get I, j, 1, 2. But you want to represent I is equal to 1 and j is equal to 2. Okay. So in that case, how I can represent is that, so I can simply write I is equal to percentage d/t and j is equal to percentage d/t. Now I'm going to represent this as per the format. So write down this percentage and use this particular format. Okay, percentage of I comma j. Now execute this. Okay, so sorry, here we should not use comma now. Okay, I is equal to 1, j is equal to 2. So the only difference is just like in C, the only difference is you should not use comma here, and you have to use explicitly percentage symbol. Yes or no? So now I'll show you an example for representing a character, an example, okay, for representing string, an integer, and a floating point value. Okay, all these things in a single program. So let us implement this. Okay, ch is equal to, okay, capital T. Next, I'm considering an integer value I is equal to 5, and I'm considering a floating point value like 6.666 like this. Okay, and I'm considering str1, string 1 is equal to hello. Okay, now one way of representing these or displaying these values in the output screen is using print statement. You can print one after the other, yes or no? But if you want to display all these things in a single line, okay, you need proper formatting. So for proper formatting, you require their corresponding formatting symbols. Okay, so let's try this to display properly. That is, I'm using print, and you can see here ch is equal to, the corresponding formatting is percentage %c, comma. Now I want to print I is equal to percentage %d. Okay, and later I need to display j is equal to, okay, again we use formatting like percentage %f because I'm going to display floating point value which is j. Okay, and later it is a string to be displayed, right? So str1 is equal to percentage s is the corresponding, right? Okay, so now you can write percentage of, the corresponding format is like this. First we need to print ch, okay, then I, then j, then str1. Okay, this is the format in which we have assigned everything. So if you execute this code, you will get the result like this. ch is equal to capital T, I is equal to 5, j equal to 6.66600, and then str1 equal to hello. Okay, formatting like this. Clear? So for example, if I wanted to display char ch later, in that case I can write here. Okay, and they should be formatted in the order like this, ch comma. Okay, so let's check the output now. You can see first I equal to 5 is displayed, then j value is displayed, then ch character T is displayed, then str1 equal to hello, this is displayed. Okay, so for example, if you are not going to modify this, okay, if you are keeping just like previous one and trying to execute, this is going to produce an error because here you're asking a number and you're trying to give a character value. So this should not be done. Okay, it should be in the same format in which you're trying to print. Okay, So you have to place in the correct position, then only you will get the exact result. Okay, just like this. So this is how we can actually format strings or characters or integers or floating point values in Python. Okay. So now in this video, I'm going to write a program which is used to reverse the given string. Okay. So in order to reverse the given string, for this purpose, I will define a function called reverse. And this is going to take the parameter as str. Okay. So let me consider this is str1, let us suppose. Okay. And now whatever string that you have taken is now copied into str1. Yes or no? Clear? So I'll tell you, this is the function df, and here we are trying to call the function by taking some input like str1 equal to, okay, input of enter any string, enter any string. Okay. So now using print statement, we are going to display the reverse of the string. Okay. So the reverse of the string is, okay. So for this purpose, I'm going to call the above function, that is reverse of str1. Clear? So in order to obtain the output for this program, okay, so we need to implement this function properly because we are calling this function. Okay. So for this purpose, I will take a new string, new underscore str equal to. So this must be empty initially. New string must be empty initially because I'm going to build the reverse of this string into new string by performing concatenation. Okay. So, or we can say every character in the reverse of this string will be appended to this new string. Okay. So for this purpose, I'll consider string length. String length can be obtained by ln of str1, okay, minus 1. So now using while loop, I'll write a condition like this: I greater than or equal to 0. Very simple. Why I'm performing subtraction operation of 1 here? Because index always starts from 0. Okay. So I is equal to length of this string minus 1. And now I want to iterate this particular loop until it reaches 0. Until it reaches 0. So you can see here new str is going to append this string like this, str1 of I. Okay. Because we are coming from the ending position and we know already I contains length of string minus 1. Okay. So now perform I is equal to I minus 1, which can also be done like this: I minus equal to 1. So finally, we need to return the string. So the newly obtained string is new underscore str. New underscore str. So now let us execute this code and see what is the corresponding output obtained here. Okay. So let's execute this. Now it is asking you to enter a string. So I'm going to enter a string called Python. Now this is able to print the reverse of Python, yes or no? NOHTYP, like this. Okay. So similarly, if you want to identify whether the original string and the reverse of the string are same or not, with the help of okay, another function, you can also write another function and call this reverse function and check the original string and the newly reversed string are same or not for palindrome program. Okay, and I'll ask you to do it. So I have clearly shown you the reverse of the string program, and now you please try to perform to check whether the given string is palindrome or not. So an example for palindrome string are let us suppose car race. Okay, so this is not a palindrome, yes or no? This is not a palindrome, it's just reverse. Okay, suppose if you consider a string like this, madam. Okay, now you can see reverse of the string is also madam. In this case, it has to display additionally, okay, the given string is palindrome. So you need to extend this implementation to check whether the given string is palindrome or not. Clear? Try this. Hello everyone. In this video, I'm going to show you how to convert the given lowercase letters in the string into uppercase and uppercase letters into lowercase. Okay. So for example, if you consider this input, we have to produce this as the output. Okay. So after converting the lowercase into uppercase and uppercase into lowercase. So in order to design a solution for this problem, the best way is making use of a built-in function. So what is that particular built-in function? So that built-in function is swap case. Swap case is the built-in function which is going to swap the uppercase letters into lowercase and lowercase letters into uppercase. Okay, so let's get started. Text equal to, so I'm inputting the text here, that is prompting the user to enter any string. Okay, just like this. So now we can easily swap the case which is written in the text txt with the help of swap case function. So this is done like this, txt dot swap case. Okay, this is the correct syntax in order to swap the lowercase into uppercase and uppercase into lowercase. So now we will print this after conversion. So let me write after conversion. Okay, and this is going to append the result to this particular statement, yes or no? So let's execute this code. It's installing some packages. Yes, enter any string. Let us suppose I'm entering a string like this, FOCUS. Now you can see after conversion, clearly the uppercase is converted into lowercase and lowercase is converted into uppercase. That's it. It's very simple to convert lowercase into uppercase and uppercase into lowercase with the help of the Python code, and the built-in function in the Python code used is swap case function. Got it? Thank you. Thank you for watching. Bye-bye. Hello guys. So in this video, I'm going to solve an interview question related to competitive programming in Python. So just read this question. Okay. They said, let us consider the below problem to remove brackets from an algebraic string. Okay. So clearly this particular problem is to remove brackets from an algebraic string. Okay. This is the program. So they have explained the program like this. In a mathematics class, Jason, the mathematics teacher, asked to solve a book of expressions, and that contains basically characters, operators, and brackets. Okay. But Jason wants to give simplified expressions by removing brackets from the expressions. Okay. So write an algorithm to help Jason simplify an expression by removing brackets. Okay. So this is a given question, and you can see here input is consisting of a string expression representing an expression, basically an arithmetic expression you can consider here, and output should be, you have to return a string representing the simplified expressions by removing brackets. Okay. So for this purpose, I'll just give you an example like x plus y minus z, okay, into t. Okay. And let us suppose the expression has got parentheses like this. Okay. Now we need to generate a string by removing those brackets. Okay. Then the string will be like this: y minus z into t, just like this. So the input is expression containing brackets, and the output is expression without brackets. Yes or no? Just like this. So now I'll define a function for this purpose, which is remove brackets function, and this function is going to take parameter as str. Okay. And later I'll implement that particular function. Okay. So now I'll ask user to enter the string. For that purpose, input, okay, enter any string. So once the user enters this string, so this particular string must be taken into consideration, and this string is passed as a parameter to the function called remove brackets function. And this remove brackets function is going to remove the brackets and display the corresponding string without brackets. Okay. So for this purpose, I'll try to implement with a simple logic for I in str. Okay. If I not in, so parenthesis like left parenthesis, right parenthesis. Okay. So then only I'm going to print that particular thing. Okay. So if you print it, I, okay. So let's check whether this logic is going to work or not, first of all. Okay. So let me execute the code here. Enter any string. So I'm entering the string like this, x plus, okay, let us suppose y minus z into t. Okay, now you have to print, okay, without parenthesis, and we are able to print without parenthesis, but the thing is since it is an iteration, okay, so it is printing line by line. In order to avoid this line by line printing, I'll go for okay, just like this. So ending you will have it just like this, x plus y minus, okay, c slash d. Let us suppose, yes, we are able to get or not. So we are able to get without parenthesis. Okay, so let me execute with another one. I'll take nested parenthesis here, x plus y into z minus t. Now you can see the result. Okay, just like this we can do it. Okay, hello everyone. In this video I'm going to show you how we can perform write operation. Okay, so I have already discussed about the syntax of the write operation, syntax of opening a file, syntax of closing a file, everything in the last session. So now I'll show you how this particular thing is going to work. Okay, so if you observe the first line in this code, I'm using a file object. Okay, using this file object named itself file. Okay, so I'm going to open a file, and name of the file is file1.txt, and in which mode we are going to open the file. So file is opened with a write mode. If the file is not currently existing, then this is going to create a new file with a name called file1.txt. okay, so after opening this particular file called file1.txt, I'm going to perform write operation on the same file, which is file1.txt. So what is the write operation that I'm performing here? Hello everyone. Okay, so after performing write operation, I'm simply closing the file, so which is done with the help of file.close. So later we can print data is written into the file. So this is just a confirmation that all these lines are executed successfully, so that you will reach at this point and you can see this data written into the file. First of all, if you observe where I have stored this particular file, okay, you can see the path here clearly. I have stored in desktop, folder name is Python, and name of the file is file_write. Okay, this is how I have stored, right? So once if I execute, so right now there is no file called file1.txt. The moment I execute this particular file, okay, which is a program performing write operation on a file called file1.txt. So in this case, you will observe a new file getting created here. Okay, so currently there is no file named file1.txt. The moment I execute, the moment I click run button here, so immediately it is going to create file1.txt. Clear? So I'll show you how this is going to work. So after execution of this, you can see data written into the file. It means up to here it is executed. So which means it is going to create file1.txt, and data written inside this file1.txt is hello everyone. Okay, so let's open the corresponding file, which is in the Python folder, you can see new file which is created, file1, yes or no, and the contents is hello everyone. So whatever I have written over there, the same thing is written here, yes or no. So let us suppose now I have removed this part and said only hi. Okay. Now I have executed again and open the file again. You can see the data is high. Okay. So because it is clearly showing you that we are going to perform write operation on file1.txt, and the corresponding write operation is like this. Okay. And later we are closing the file. So for example, if we want to write multiple lines, okay, if we want to write multiple lines, so in that case we have to take a list of strings here. Okay, so let me consider lines. Lines is equal to, okay, here I'll write multiple strings, hello world. Okay, and second string is welcome to Python. And the third string is enjoy learning Python. So these are the three strings that I have taken in lines, which is a list of strings. So now I wanted to write all these strings in the file by performing file dot write lines. Write lines, you can select this. Okay, file dot write lines. Okay, so where you can write this particular lines which is already defined, yes or no. So which means it will open a file called file1.txt and performs write operation. What is the write operation performed here? Is writing of the multiple lines into the file. All those multiple lines are stored in a lines, which is nothing but list of strings, which contains list of strings. So let's execute this particular code, and you can see data written into the file. And let's open this file one here. Yes, you can see here clearly, hello world, welcome to Python, enjoy learning Python. Yes, clear, just like this. Suppose if I execute now, and you can reopen the file. Okay, yes or no, just like this. So now we will see how to append the text to the existing file. Okay, so in order to append data, okay, so in order to append data to already existing file, we have to open the file in which mode? Append mode, yes or no. So you can see I'll just modify these two lines, yes or no. Opening file and closing file is common for everything, right? So here it must be append operation needs to be performed, because now we are looking at append operation. Okay, so here I'll append by performing write operation. Okay, Here I'll write /n. Python is a very simple but powerful language. Okay. So now if you execute this particular code, you'll get again data written into the file, and just open this file one. Now the data is appended to the file. Yes or no? Previously we have used a write lines method, and we are able to write multiple lines into the file. Now this is the new line that I have appended to the existing file called file1 by opening this file in the append mode. Okay. So this is how we can add a new line to the existing file. So next, so coming to the reading of the file. Okay, so how can I perform read operation on a file? So first of all, in order to explain the read operation performed on a file, so I'll just write the syntax of performing read operation here. File object must be considered file object dot read operation, and this read operation you have to mention the count here. So how many characters that you are going to read. Okay, so the parameter count is representing the number of characters that it is going to read. Okay, so and always remember this reading will start from the beginning of the file. It is going to start from the beginning of the file. So here you can see whatever I read, so I have to display. For this purpose, I'll use file.read because my file object is file itself. Okay, so let us suppose I'm planning to read 10 characters. Okay, and after reading, I'll just close this particular file. Okay, so in order to close this particular file, we have to write file.close. Yes or no? So now execute this. So file is not readable because the current mode is append mode. In order to read, so we have to modify this into R. That is the corresponding thing. Okay. So R represents read mode. We are performing read operation on the file called file1.txt. So now we are able to read the file. Okay. So first 10 characters from the starting of the file is read. Hello contains 5 characters followed by space 6 characters, and then you can see these are 4 characters. Total 10 characters were read. So next, let us suppose if I modify this value to 20, you can see 20 characters were read. Okay. If I modify this to 30, you can see 30 characters were read. So if I modify this to 50, then let's see. Okay, let's execute this. So you can see all these 50 characters were printed. Suppose if I modify this to 100 and execute this code, you'll get the complete content inside the file. Yes or no? Because we are reading 100 characters starting from the beginning of the file. Okay. So next one, let us suppose if you are trying to read a file which is not existing. So suppose if I am modifying this file name as file2.txt, where this file2 is actually not existing in this folder. Yes or no? file 2 is currently not existing. So if this is a scenario and you're trying to execute this, it is going to produce an error because file 2.txt is not existing. Okay. Suppose if you modify this to file 1.txt, then it is going to display. Yes or no? Just like this. So next one is, for example, if I want to print line by line, okay. So for that purpose, I'll just modify this content inside file 1, okay. So I'll just modify here content, writing multiple lines. Welcome to Python, enjoy learning Python, okay. Python is a very simple and but powerful language. So if I save like this, you can see there are multiple lines inside this particular file. So let us read line by line. Let us read line by line. So how this reading can be performed here. Okay. So let's implement the code for this. So read line is the corresponding method used. Okay. So the syntax will be simply file dot read line. So this will automatically read a line from the file. Okay. So we know already we are working with file 1.txt here. So let's print the first line inside the file. First line. Okay. And the first line is read using file dot read line. Okay. Just like this. Now similarly, if you want to read multiple lines, okay. Suppose I want to read 3 lines. In that case, I will modify this as a second line. Okay. So it will start reading from that point. And similarly, third line. Okay. So now if you execute this code, it will print clearly first line, second line, and third line. Yes, according to the file, you can see first line is hello world, second line is welcome to Python, third line is enjoy learning Python. Yes or no? So how can I read all the lines from the file using a single method? Okay. So for that purpose, it is pretty simple to perform. Read lines is the corresponding method used to read all the lines which are there in the file. Okay. So here I can write simply print of file dot read lines. Okay. So now you can execute this code. You can see all the lines are printed. Yes or no? So this is how we can actually print all the lines from a file. Okay. Suppose using list method, also we can perform this action of displaying the entire contents in the file. So if you observe the list function here, we can write the syntax of the list function as list of file object. Okay. So similarly here you can see list of file. Okay. So this is going to list the contents of the file, okay, which is file1.txt. You can execute here and see. Okay, similar result we can obtain with the help of list of file. So now in order to display the entire contents of the file, so we can make use of for loop and display the entire contents of the file. So let me write for loop. Okay, for line in file. Okay, so I'll iterate and print line by line. Clear? So now if you execute this code, you can see this is going to display the entire file contents. Hello world, welcome to Python, enjoy learning Python. Python is a very simple but powerful language, just like this. So using just 4 lines of code, one for opening, the other for closing file, and just 2 lines, we can read the entire contents of a file in Python. So that's why basically this Python is one of the most powerful languages for it. Hello everyone. In this video, I'm going to explain you how to rename an existing file. How to rename an existing file. So for this purpose, we have to know the existing method, and this method is found in a module called OS module. This is found in OS module. So let's get started. First, for renaming a file, the method is rename. Rename is the corresponding method, and here we have to write old file name and as well as new file name. Old file name, comma, and new file name. Okay, this is the rename operation that we need to perform here. So let's import the module here. Import associated module is OS. Okay, so in this OS module, you will be able to have the file related operations like renaming, removing, everything. Okay, so let's implement this. So in the OS module, we have to write rename of the old file. So just write on the old file. Let us suppose file2.txt is available. Okay, now I want to modify this as a destination. Okay, so this is destination.txt. Okay, so finally I want to print clearly renamed. Okay, file is renamed. Clear? This is how we can print here. So let's execute this particular code. Before execution, I'll show you the folder where you can see the file names are file1, file2, file3. Now I'm going to modify this file2.txt into, okay, or rename this file2.txt into destination.txt. Yes or no? So let's get started here. Yes, file is renamed. Now we can open this and see. Okay, so previously you have seen file2 here, but now it is modified to destination. Clear? Suppose I want to modify again. Okay, so if I just write this destination.txt here, and I want to rename now back to file2.txt. File2.txt. So let's execute this particular code. You can see file name is renamed. As so file is basically renamed, and you can observe. So again, you are back with the file2. So this is how we can work with the rename operation. Yes or no? Okay. So next one is how we can perform remove operation on files. How we can perform remove operation on files. So in order to perform remove operation, you must know the syntax of remove operation. So this must be remove of the corresponding file name. Okay. So the file name that you want to remove, it must be written here. And first of all, we have to import OS module. So after importing OS module, now os.remove of, okay. So we can remove the file. Yes or no? What is the corresponding file? So let us suppose I want to remove file 3.txt. Clear? So write down that particular file name, and then I'll print file deleted, so that I'll be able to know that file deletion operation is completed. The moment interpreter reaches here, it means it has already performed this operation successfully without any errors. Okay. So now if you execute, you can see file deleted. Yes or no? So if you open and see, clearly file 3 is deleted from this particular folder. Okay. So just like this. Clear? So next one is opening a file using with keyword. So how can I open file using with keyword here? So it's very simple. You have to write keyword called with, and then perform opening operation, open of. So write down the corresponding file name, that is file1.txt, okay, comma, and what is the mode of operation? That is I'm trying to open the file to perform read operation, and we are opening this file as file object. So let us suppose file object is file itself. Okay. Now here we can print the entire file contents by writing print of file dot read, file dot read. Okay. So now we can close the file by writing file dot close. Okay. So let's execute the program and see the result. So the entire content of the file is clearly displayed. Yes or no? Entire content is clearly displayed, and we are clearly using with keyword in order to open a file called file1.txt in the read mode, and this is completely represented with the help of file object named file, and we are reading the data inside file and printing it. Yes or no? So finally we are closing the file. Clear? So this is how we can perform reading of the entire file with the help of with keyword. So now next one is splitting words. Okay. So I'll show you here how we can split the words. So here, after opening the file, okay, now I'll take line equal to file dot read line. File dot read line. We have already discussed about read line function, okay, which is going to read line by line. Now I want to split that particular line, okay. So in order to split that particular line, so when you split the line, you will get words, okay. So meaningfully I am taking a variable words is equal to, so line dot split, line dot split, okay. And later here we can print those words which we have already splitted the entire line, we have kept them in words. So and then finally we are closing the file, okay. So let's execute this code. So you can see the first line contains hello world. Now this is splitted down into words, yes or no? Hello space world, okay, just like this. Now suppose I want to split the entire line whenever there exists a comma, whenever there is a comma. So in that case we can split the line based on comma operator. Yes, you can see here. And next suppose I want to give space here. Hello space world. So let us suppose I'll give slash n here. Then hello world comes as a single word, yes or no? Because the splitting is based on slash n, okay. So let us suppose I will modify the original file one, okay. So by writing comma here, okay, and also I'll bring this line here where it is also separated by comma, okay. So I'll just save this particular file and I'm going to modify this line dot split, which is based on comma operator. So let's execute this and see. You can see here clearly hello comma world comma welcome comma to comma Python, okay. If you are not writing comma operator, okay, so you can see empty separator, it is going to produce an error here because the separators are clearly mentioned. So if I write a space here, it is going to consider the entire line as a single string because according to me space is the considered as a separator, okay. So right now I'll modify this as comma, then you can see each of the word is separated by comma, okay. So here we'll be specifying the separator of each word in the entire line, clear? So this is how we can access the file with the help of with keyword, and also this is about splitting a line based on a separator. So this next program is we need to write a program that accepts file name as an input. We need to consider file name as an input from the user. Open the file and count. Open the file and count the number of times a character appears in the file. Number of times a character appears in the file. Okay. So now, if you observe this, first of all, I'll read the name of the file. Okay. First, I'll take name of the file. Let us suppose file name is equal to. So I'll ask the user to enter the file name. Okay. Input of enter the file name. And later, I have to access the file name. Okay. And also, after accessing this particular file name, okay, so I'm going to count number of times a particular character is available in the entire text. Okay. So for this purpose, let me open the file here. Okay. So using with keyword, I'll open the file with open of. Okay. So that corresponding file name has to be opened. Okay. So I'm not writing mode here. That we'll see later. So now I'm taking the text. Okay. So text equal to file dot read. It is going to perform read operation from the file. Okay. And that is stored inside text. Now prompt the user to enter the letter that you want to search. Okay. So letter equal to input of enter the character to be searched. The character to be searched. Okay. So let us consider count equal to 0 initially. Count equal to 0 initially. Now using for loop for character, okay, in letter. Okay. If the character that I'm searching here. So if that particular character is equal to letter, okay, so we want to iterate the entire text, right? We want to iterate the entire text. So in that particular text, if the character is equal to the letter, so in that case we can increment this value by 1. Okay, so that is count value can be incremented by 1. Okay. So just like this. Now we can print count equal to. Okay. So the entire count is maintained in a variable called count. Yes or no? So let's execute this particular code.
File name is asked. Now I'm giving file name as file1.txt and enter the character to be searched. Let us consider comma is the character to be searched. So you can see count equal to 4. So let's open the file called file1.txt and see how many commas are there here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Totally 4 commas are there. Hence the count is displayed as 4. Yes or no? Okay. Just like this. Okay. So this is how it is going to work. If you want, you can also modify the character to be searched. Let us suppose if you want to give any other character. Okay. So let's execute for another time here. File name is, this time I'll consider file2.txt. Okay. And the character to be searched is E and count equal to 1. So first open file2.txt here. So in this file2.txt, E is appearing only once. Yes or no? So let us consider, you can see L is appearing for 3 times. So let's check how many times L is appearing using this code. So file2.txt, consider letter to be searched is L and count will be displayed as 3. Okay. Just like this. Okay. So hello guys, in this video I'm going to write a program so that is going to copy the first 10 bytes of a binary file into another. Okay. So clearly write a program that copies first 10 bytes. Okay. First 10 bytes of a binary file into another. Clear? So in order to copy the first 10 bytes, we have to read these first 10 bytes of the file and copy it into another file, right? So for this purpose, I'll just open a file with open off. So let me open a file name called file1.txt. Okay. And the mode is a read mode. Okay. And we are performing this operation on a binary file. So as file1. Okay. Now with open, so we need to open another file here. Let us suppose file2.txt, which is not yet created. As file2. Okay, this is the file object. File1 is the corresponding file object for this file1.txt, and file2 is the corresponding file object for the file2.txt. Okay. Now I'll consider a variable buf, okay, which is a buffer. I'll consider file1 dot perform read operation of 10 bytes. Perform read operation of 10 bytes from the file and start performing write operation of those 10 bytes into another file. So which is file2 dot write operation of this buffer. Okay, and then we can print here simply file copied, file copied. Clear? So let's execute this particular code and see. Okay, you can see file copied, and let's check this particular folder, and previously there is no file2.txt. Now file2.txt is created, where 10 characters from file1, because each character is of 1 byte, so 10 bytes are copied from file1 to file2. So if you observe, this is file1, right? So 10 characters means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. And you can see the same thing is present here in the file 2. Yes or no? So let us suppose if I'm going to modify the file name as file3.txt. So currently there is no file 3 here. Now the moment you execute here, it is able to create another file called file3. Okay, just like this. Suppose I want to collect first 30 bytes. In that case, modify it as 30, and you will see in the file 3, 30 bytes or 30 characters are copied. So this is how we can copy up to first 10 bytes from one file to another file. Okay, so where these files are considered as binary files, so the operation or mode of opening will be read binary. In order to perform write operation into another file, we have to use a write binary WB. Okay, just like this. Clear? Hello guys, welcome to regular expressions. Okay, so in this regular expressions chapter, we'll be discussing about some functions which are used for identifying the patterns or identifying the strings. Okay, so let's get started initially with the first function in regular expression, that is match function. So match function has fundamentally three parameters. One is pattern, second one is string, and third one is flags. Okay, and this flags part is basically optional. Okay, we can neglect this. Okay, so primarily it contains pattern and string. So what is the corresponding pattern that you are searching to match in the given string? So that is the meaning of this match function. Okay, and this match function is going to search for the pattern. If the pattern is present in the beginning of the string, then immediately it returns true. Okay, if it is found in the beginning of the string. So let me tell you an example here. First we need to import regular expression re. Okay, then I'll consider string is equal to some string like this.
Clear? Just like this. And I'm considering a pattern. Okay. And the pattern to be searched is, for example, cells. Okay. This is the pattern to be searched. So for that purpose, I'm writing a if else condition here. If re dot, so the corresponding function, okay, the same function I'm writing here, re dot match of pattern comma string. So in this case, it is going to print, okay, match found. Yes or no? Just like this. In the else case, I'm going to print match not found. So this is going to display you match not found. So even though cells is available in the string, but still it is going to display match not found. Why? Because this word cells is not present in the beginning of the string. Hence it is going to display match not found. So always remember, this is going to search in the beginning of the string. Okay. So now I'll just modify this pattern. I'll modify this pattern to be like this. Now if you execute, it will display match found. Okay. Because so the pattern is available in the beginning of the string, hence it is going to display match found. Clear? Just like this. So next, I'm going to modify this function. I'm moving to the next function here. So the next function is search function. So let me explain here. Search function. So this search function is not going to search only in the beginning of the string. It is going to check the entire string. Okay. Here also the third parameter can be flags, and that is an optional value. So mainly it is of pattern, and we are going to search the pattern in the given string. Okay. So in this case, if you write she, you will get match found. Even if you write cells, this is going to display match found. Okay. Suppose if you write C, okay, and execute this code, you will get match found just like this. Okay. So that is the basic difference between search function and match function in regular expressions. Okay. So yeah, next one is sub function. Okay. So I'm going to explain the next function here, which is sub function, and it is taking parameters like this: pattern, comma, replacement. What is the corresponding replacement of the pattern? Okay, string. Okay, and also max equal to 0. So max equal to 0 is basically the value that we are specifying here. Okay. So how many replacements we need to perform, that is indicated by max. Okay. Suppose we want to replace all the occurrences. Okay. In that case, we'll modify this max value. Suppose you want to replace only one occurrence, then you have to modify this max equal to 1. Okay, and coming to the pattern. Okay, so you are going to search a pattern, right, initially. So that particular pattern must be written here, and then the corresponding replacement string is mentioned in REPL. Okay, how you want to replace, the pattern. So pattern is specified here and its replacement is specified here, and what is the original string where you are searching all this pattern and want to replace, so that is written here. Clear? Just like this. So let's try this. Okay, I'm going to modify this as sub. So pattern comma replacement. What is the corresponding replacement? So I have to specify the replacement REPL is equal to, let us suppose I'm writing ocean. Okay, and I'm going to write here 1, which is basically by default max equal to 0. Okay, so now the moment you mention 1, it means the one replacement will occur. So what is the replacement here? C will be replaced with ocean. Okay, word C will be replaced with ocean in the entire string. And you can observe in the entire string, C is occurring 2 times, isn't it? But still it is going to replace only 1 time. Yes or no? And if that really happens, I'm going to just display the modified string. Okay, so I want to store this operation in a new string, and later I'll display that particular string here. Okay, so let me display new string here. This is a different program. New string. Okay, just like this. So let's execute this code and see. You will understand clearly. Okay. Clear? Here you can see here for printing it is showing some error. Okay, why? Yeah, wait, it's going into that line. Okay, yeah, indentation problem. Clear? Yes, now we got the result, isn't it? She sells ocean shells on the seashore. Suppose if I modify this value of 1 to 2, then execute and see. 2 times you can see ocean is going to be replaced both the times, here and also here. Okay, yes or no? Suppose if I modify this to 0, then okay, so you can see the default value is now modified to 0, so which represents basically all occurrences are going to be replaced with the corresponding pattern. Okay, so the pattern is replaced with REPL in the entire string. Let us suppose I'm modifying this string like again I'm writing C C C C like this. Now execute with max equal to 0, then you can see, okay, every occurrence of C is now even replaced with ocean. Okay, suppose if I modify this to, okay, 3, then in that case what happens is only first 3 occurrences are going to be replaced. First 3 occurrences of C is replaced with ocean. This is one occurrence, second occurrence, and third occurrence. Only these 3 are replaced with ocean, isn't it so? Yes. Okay, second, and this is third. So if you modify this with 4, then 4 occurrences. Okay, if you modify this with 5, you'll get 5 occurrences of pattern will be replaced with corresponding string repl. Okay, suppose I want immediately to happen for all the strings. Okay, by default max equal to 0. Okay, it is applicable for the entire string. That's the meaning, right? And when you execute like this, you will get, okay, applicable for the entire string, isn't it? Just like this. Next, we will see another function. Okay, here in this function I'm going to search for a string, and which is going to list the patterns which are matching with the given string pattern. Okay, so this is written like this: match list is equal to re dot find of pattern, comma, input string must be written, and flags equal to 0. Okay, so now I want to make use of this syntax and a function called find function from the regular expressions module. Okay, so first let me import this regular expressions module. Then here I'll write some pattern. Okay, so let me consider pattern like this: A to Z, and also capital A to capital Z, plus slash D, plus like this. So this is the pattern. It is going to find all the patterns that are beginning with one or more characters. Okay, and those characters must be followed by a space. Okay, and then it should be followed by one or more digits. So it is going to identify such patterns. What it? Very simple. It is going to find all the patterns that are basically beginning with an alphabet. It can be a lowercase letter or an uppercase letter. Okay, so basically one or more characters, I can say, and they should be followed by a space, and again they must be followed by one or more digits. Okay, that is a functionality here. So for this purpose, we'll make use of this find function. Okay, so find all such patterns. Find all such patterns. So let me identify those matches. Re dot, okay, regular expression corresponding module dot. It has got a function, right? The function name is find all. which is taken from regular expression module. And here I'll write the corresponding parameters. So first, as per the syntax, write down the pattern. And as we know, the pattern is already specified here. So after the pattern, you have to write a string. Okay. So the string is like this. For example, LXI 2013. Okay. Car related details like car model 2015, comma. Okay. VDI space 2014, comma, Maruti Suzuki cars in India. Okay. So I'm considering the string like this. And as I told, flags is optional thing. So now I want to print all these strings which are basically matching, okay, for the given pattern. So we can write a for loop saying for I in matches, for I in matches. Okay. So we have to display that I, isn't it? Print I, and after that I'll just consider end equal to, okay, some space while printing. So let's execute this particular code and see. So this is the output, isn't it? So why these strings are selected clearly? Okay. Execute it. Yeah. So why these strings are selected? Because based on the pattern, it should have, okay, one or more characters. Yes, of course, you can see there are one or more characters. And after that, there should be a space. Yes or no? So that is specified here in the pattern. And then followed by /d. Okay. So basically, it should end with a digits. Okay. So D plus indicating it can have one or more digits, just like A to Z. Okay, small a to small z, capital A to capital Z, indicating plus after them, basically meaning there can be one or more characters. Those characters can be lowercase or uppercase characters, and after that there should be a space clearly, and after space you can see there should be one or more digits. Okay, so this particular string has got characters, alphabets, followed by a space, and then followed by a number. Okay, digits, isn't it? One or more digits. So here also same situation, right? Okay, this is also following the same pattern, isn't it? One or more characters, one space, and followed by one or more digits. But if you consider this one, this doesn't have digits at all. This doesn't have any digits. Okay, so this is not going to be printed. Yes or no? So that is the reason. For example, if I modify this little bit, Maruti. Okay, now if I give something like 1 2 3, this will also be printed because it is also satisfying the pattern. Yes or no? This is printed. Suppose even if I remove those digits, let's see. it is not printed because digits are not there. Space is there, but digits is not there. Suppose if I remove this space and modify this to, okay, like this, again this is not going to be printed because there is no space. There should be space as per the specification of the pattern. Okay. And even if here, okay, if I'm modifying this as VD1 space 2014, so in that case it is not going to be printed because it should have one or more characters followed by space, but it should not have one or more characters and also including the digits, okay, which is specified here. So that will not be printed. VD1 2014, it won't be printed right here, okay, because it is not at all satisfying the pattern. Okay, that's the reason. So now if you execute, you will get everything, isn't it? Just like this. So next program is clearly we need to write a Python program that is going to match a string that has a followed by anything. Okay, a followed by anything, but ending should be b. Ending should be b. Okay, so let's implement this particular code. So first import the regular expression corresponding module, then define a function like matching and take the parameter like text. Okay, and the pattern should be defined for this, which is nothing but a regular expression. For this pattern is starting, it should be b, right, and ending should be, starting should be a and it should end with b, isn't it? So after a, it can have any number of characters. So dot represent one character, okay, star represents any number of characters, right? So this can be repeated multiple times here, and finally b dollar indicates it is ending with b. Okay, so this is a corresponding pattern. Now if you search this particular pattern inside the text, if you're able to find this pattern in the text, then you can print, yes or no? Print. So we can display found a match, yes or no? In the else case, we can print not matched. Okay, so now let's call this particular function here. So name of the function is simply matching is the name of the function, and I'm passing a pattern which contains a and ending with b. Okay, let us suppose the string is a, b, c, d, e, f. Okay, finally it is ending with b. You can see. Now execute this. Found a match. Suppose if I remove this b at the end, now you will get the result as not matched. Okay, suppose if I remove all this, still you can see here found a match, because this particular string is starting with a and ending with b. So in the middle you can have anything. Okay, so you can write anything in the middle which will get accepted, because there can be any number of characters in between a and b, where the string is starting with a and the string is ending with b. Okay, so let me experiment with some more strings here. Okay, suppose a, c, c. Okay, finally writing b. Okay, found a match. As you know, the moment you remove B at the end and execute, you'll get not matched. Okay. A, C, B, B, B. Okay. This particular string will also be accepted because it is starting with A and ending with B. Okay. If I write B, C, B, C, B, even this particular string is also accepted because it is starting with A and ending with B. Okay. Suppose if I modify this to capital B, then in that case you will get not matched because it is purely case sensitive and it will consider small b is different from capital B. Okay. And now if you execute, you will get not matched because it is not ending with B. Suppose if you remove C here, now it will end with B. You can see found a match. So this is how it is going to get executed. Clear? Hello everyone. So in this video, we need to write a program that is going to match a string that has A followed by 3 B's. Okay, remember how many 3's? How many B's are there? 3 B's, right? So we need to write a Python program that is going to match a string which is having A, and that A should be followed by 3 B's. Yes or no? So if suppose A is followed by 4 B's, that is also matched. Yes or no? Because it has inherently having 3 B's. Yes or no? So the moment you found a string containing the first symbol as A and followed by 3 B's, in that case it has to identify a match is found. Okay, so let's implement this. I'm going to import the regular expression module for this. Okay, and I'll define a function. Okay, so let me consider function as matching. So and I'm taking a parameter as a string. Okay, so let me define a pattern here first. The pattern is A followed by B. How many B's? Clearly there are 3 B's, question mark. Okay, so if there are 3 B's after A, it will immediately identify. So for that purpose, we have to search this pattern inside a text. Yes or no? So re dot search. Okay, and we are writing the pattern to be searched inside text. Yes or no? So here we can print found a match. Okay, so clear? Now if the searched pattern is not present in the text or given string, in that case it has to print not matched. Okay, just like this. So let me call this function
with a string. Okay, so here name of the function is matching. Okay, and I'm passing the string like a triple b. Now check this code. So it is able to print found a match. Yes or no? Because A is followed by 3 B's. As per the given requirement, this is going to identify this pattern, okay, which is A followed by 3 B's. And since that particular pattern is found in the given text, so because the given text is this one, which is going to be stored here. Yes or no? So the condition becomes true and it is able to print the associated statement which is found a match. So let us suppose if you are taking only string like this, ABB, that is A followed by only 2 B's. In that case, you will get not matched. Why? Because it is not followed by 3 B's. It is following by only 2 B's. So in that case, if you are modifying this to 2 and run, then immediately you will get a found a match, because A followed by 2 B's is accepted according to the given pattern. Okay, so let us suppose if I write here 5, okay, and run this code, you'll get not matched. Suppose if you are really including 5 B's after A and executing this code, you will get found a match. Suppose if I modify this value to 3, then also it is going to display found a match. But if I modify this value to 6, then it is going to display you not matched. Why? Because after A there are only 5 B's, and here we are asking for a pattern containing A followed by 6 B's. Okay, clear? Just like this. Okay. Hello everybody. In this video, I'm going to discuss about how to write a Python program that is going to match a word containing Z character. Okay. So consider the input is like this. Python, a crazy programming. Okay. So you were able to find a word containing a letter Z. Yes or no? Immediately it has to identify that letter Z in the word, and it has to print the found a match. Okay. So let us suppose if you consider the input as Python developers, you don't find any letter called Z in this particular string. So it has to display not found a match. Clear? Just like this. So let's execute the code for this. So you can see this is the code. Since this particular concept comes under regular expressions, so we have to import its corresponding module called regular expression. Now let me define a function. Name of the function is text underscore match. Okay, which is taking parameter as text, which is a string. And now we are defining a pattern here. So the corresponding pattern is it contain any number of words before or after, okay, or both, but it should have a letter called Z in the entire string. So the moment you search the pattern, okay, we are searching the pattern inside the text. If the pattern is existing in the text, then it has to print found a match. If this particular pattern is not found in the text, then it has to go to the else block and print not found a match. Okay. So this is the description of the function called text underscore match. Now you can see the same function is called here text underscore match by passing parameter, okay, as a string. The string is Python, a crazy programming. Okay,
and we are calling the same function second time by passing another string called Python developers. Okay, so let's execute this particular code. So you can see for the first string, Python a crazy programming, you're able to display found a match, because in this particular string you are able to see Z. Yes or no? So Z is found in this particular string. Hence the corresponding output will be found a match. And if you observe the second string, Python developers, which does not have any letter called Z, so this is going to display you not found a match. Okay, so for example, if I try to modify this code, okay, something like this, Python, a great programming, and here I'll include crazy developers. Okay, so let's execute this particular code and see the result. Now you can see not found a match in the first string because letter Z is not available in this, whereas found a match for the second function call because this particular string has got a letter called Z. Okay, so if I just remove here also, in both the strings there is no letter called Z. Now you can expect the output as not found a match, not found a match, isn't it? Suppose if I include this letter Z in both, okay, and execute, you can see found a match, found a match. Clear? So this is as simple as this. If you're trying to work for another letter, you have to modify this particular pattern. So if I'm planning to see for a letter called capital P, okay, so then execute this code, you will get again found a match, because in both these strings you are able to see capital letter P. Yes or no? Suppose if I modify this to capital D, then the result will be not found a match, because in the first string there is no letter called capital D, but in the second string there is a capital letter called D present. Yes or no? In the word developers. Okay, so it is going to check word by word in the entire pattern, and it will identify if this letter D is available. Okay, so coming to the original program, I'm going back and modifying this to Z, and you can see the result here. The moment you remove Z, you will get the result as not found a match. Yes or no? So as simple as this. Clear?
Now we are discussing about how to implement simple calculator in Python. So first, you need to consider what are different operations that this particular calculator is going to perform. So one is addition operation, second one is subtraction, third one is multiplication operation, fourth one is division operation, fifth one is square root operation, and the sixth one is exit. So clearly when you are passing addition operation, it is going to add both the operand values. Okay, so let us suppose here addition operation means a is equal to 10 and b is equal to 20. Now addition means c is equal to a plus b, so c value will become 10 plus 20 is equal to 30. Okay, so in the same way the operand values are passed and the operation, respective operation, is performed. Addition is generally represented by plus, subtraction by minus,
multiplication by star, division by slash, and square root by, you can actually perform double star 0.5 for square root. Okay, and exit means you can make use of break statement to terminate from the loop. So we'll see the implementation things soon. So first of all, I'm going to implement an Elif ladder with which I'm prompting the user to enter the choice. If the choice entered by the user is equal to 1, then immediately the corresponding addition operation will be performed. Okay. If suppose the choice given by the user is 3, then multiplication operation will be performed. So what if the choice given by the user is 4? In that case, division operation is performed. Yes or no? Like this. And you keep on supplying the choice until no more operations are required to be performed. So that is, in that case, you are going to give you 6, where the program is going to terminate. Okay. So now let's implement this simple calculator while true, which means this block of statements inside the while loop will be executed repeatedly. Okay, so based on this, you can see 1 is representing addition operation, 2 is representing subtraction operation, 3 is representing multiplication, 4 is representing division, 5 is representing square root, and finally 6 is representing exit. So in order to display them, we are writing enter 1 for addition, 2 for subtraction, 3 for multiplication, 4 for division, 5 for square root, and 6 for exit. Okay. So, and we are prompting the user to enter the choice. So once the choice is entered, then it is converted into integer data type value, and value will be stored in a variable called I. Now, if at all the value of I is equal to 1, then you need to perform addition operation, right? For performing addition operation, first take the two operands A and B, and then perform this addition operation between those two. Okay. Suppose if the user has given the choice as 2, in that case subtraction operation must be performed. To perform subtraction operation, again you require two operands, and performing subtraction operation A minus B. Let us suppose if the user has supplied I is equal to 3, which is choice is given as 3, in that case multiplication operation needs to be performed. So A and B values must be supplied and perform A star B. Next, suppose if the user has supplied choice as 4, in that case again take two operands A and B, perform division operation between these two operands. Next, supplying I is equal to 5, which means finding the square root. So square root is applicable on a single value, right? So only you have to take one value for this, and perform square root. Square root of A is nothing but A double star 0.5, because this is nothing but A power 0.5, which is nothing but A power 1 by 2, which is nothing but square root of A. Okay, like this. And finally, if the choice is not equal to either 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, in that case it will go to the else block and break. So break statement will move the control obviously out of the loop. Okay, we have written while loop, so it is going to terminate the loop. So try this project and implement everything as discussed. Thank you. Well, next one is dice rolling simulator using Python. So if you remember dice, So there are totally 6 phases, right? If you observe here, this is representing 6, this is representing 3, this is representing 2, this is representing 4, this is representing 6, this is representing 5, like this. Okay, so there are totally 6 phases here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So when you roll a die, you will get either of these possibilities, either 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6. You might have already learned problems in probability and statistics related to rolling dice. Okay, so getting any one of this phase, it will have equal probability. Yes or no? It can either get 3 or 1 or 2 or 4 or 5 or 6 with the same probability. Yes or no? 1 by 6 is the probability. So let's implement this code with the help of Python in order to make use of this random module and also rand int method, which will generate the random integer value which is specified in this range. So if you consider this example here, random dot rand int of 1 comma 6, it is going to produce a random integer value between the range 1 and 6 inclusive. Okay, both 1 and 6 are included here. So all we want is also the same, right? We have to produce a randomly selected integer from the range of values 1 to 6, including 1 and 6. So let's see the implementation. Random, we are basically importing a random module here, and at the end you can see here clearly we are prompting the user to input value of y in order to roll again. And whenever you enter a value of n, so if you are entering y, this signifies yes, I want to roll it again. If you are entering n, it signifies no, I want to exit from this game. So that value of either y or n is taken into variable called x. Okay, so that is very important. So initially x is equal to y. It signifies we are willing to roll the dice, and while conditional expression, look at this conditional expression, x double equal to y. So this contains y. Y represents yes. Okay. So this condition is true. Hence it is going to randomly pick a number in the range 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. From this range it is going to pick a number, and that number will be stored in a variable called no. Okay, so if this number is equal to 1, then I am printing die specifying like this. Okay, so this actually pictorially this will look like this. We are trying to display like this. Okay, so with the help of braces and all, we are displaying here. So you can see the shape, this clearly showing okay, die producing a value 1. Next, suppose if that number is 2, then it is going to display this one. Yes or no? Next, suppose if the number is 3, then it is going to display 3. Okay. If the number is 4, then it will display like this, representing 4. Okay. If the number is 5, it will display like this, representing 5. And if the number is 6, it will display like this, representing 6. So finally, whatever we have rolled, okay, so based on randomly selected value and if that value is matched to 3, then it will produce die rolled as 3. If that is selecting a value called 6, then it is going to produce a die rolling value as 6. Okay, so just very simple. Next one is number guessing game in Python. So let's see how this is going to be implemented in Python. So first of all, this is the output. First we'll be entering the lower bound and upper bound, and then how many chances are there to guess the number. Okay, so you will be given a certain fixed number of chances in order to guess the integer value that is lying between 1 and 100. 1 to 100 we have to guess an integer value. So the system automatically produced some value. Okay, for example, in this case 54. Now we have to guess this 54. First I have guessed 50. In that case, it will immediately show 50 is less than 54, therefore you guess too small. Okay, next immediately I have guessed 75. 75 is greater than 54, so what I have guessed is too high. Okay, so it will direct as you guess too high. Next, my guess is 62. Then again 62 is compared with 54. 62 is greater than 54, so this is going to produce a statement like you guess it too high. Okay, next I have guessed 56. 56 is greater than 54, so immediately it will print you guess it too high. Next, similarly it is going to give you, for example, I have guessed 53. 53 is less than 54, then it will print it is too small. So finally if I say 54, then 54 is going to match with 54, condition true. Hence whatever I am guessing and the value both are same, right? So guessing the number is correct now, and for every guess the count will be incremented. 1 2 3 4 5 6, total 6 guesses. So it is going to display in the output screen saying that congratulations, you did it in 6 trials. So total how many chances are there? 7 chances. Okay, if I take one more chance and not able to crack correct number corresponding guess, in that case it is not going to congratulate me, because all the chances are over and I'm not able to guess in that case. Okay, so what is the idea for this algorithm? First we need to consider the lower bound and upper bound of the range. Okay, and the second one is using a random module, and we will be able to get a random value that is lying between this range, lower bound and upper bound. So we are going to write the entire code in a loop so that it will allow us to guess more and more number of times, okay, based on the condition that is given in the while loop. Suppose if the guessed number is greater than the actually randomly selected number, in that case it is going to display you try again, you guess too high. Suppose if it is smaller, in that case it is going to show you try again, you guess too small. Okay, and if suppose user has guessed the correct value in the minimum number of guesses, in that case it is going to produce an output saying congratulations. Okay, even after using all the trials, if the user is not able to identify, in such case it is going to display a message saying better luck next time. So next one is implementation. Okay, so now coming to implementation, first we have to import the random module, next math module. Math module I am going to use it for computing a number of trials. Okay, so first of all we have to take the input as lower bound and then the upper bound. Okay, and now we are guessing the number. Okay, we have to randomly generate an integer between this range, lower and upper, and store it in variable called x. Okay, so later we have to display the user that how many chances are there to guess the number, and the chances are round off math.log of upper minus lower plus 1 comma 2. Okay, you can see these many chances up, basically it is upper bound minus lower bound plus 1. Okay, so it will round off to 2 digits after decimal. Okay, so next, in order to count how many guesses are done by the user, we are considering count equal to 0 initially, and whenever the count value is less than this math.log of upper minus lower plus 1 comma 2, basically upper bound minus lower bound plus 1. So in that case, when the condition is true, immediately the guess will be considered, which means count value will be further incremented by 1. Now it is going to give you a print message saying that guess a number. The number will be taken into variable called guess. Now whatever value that is randomly produced is equal to your guess value, immediately it is going to display congratulations, you did it. Okay, so whatever count is there, in those many tries you are able to do it. If suppose x is greater than guess, okay, for example the guess value is 56, okay, and x value is 73. 73 is greater than 56. In that case, what I am guessing is too small. So you guess it too small, that is going to be displayed. Suppose my number is, okay, actual number is 73, but what I have guessed is 96. In that case, 73 less than 96. So my guess is going to be too high, right? So this is going to produce you guess too high as a print message. So this is going to iterate inside the while loop, and whenever the count value is able to reach and all the guesses are over, okay, it means whatever guesses that you have done till now is more than the required number of guesses. In that case, this particular condition will be evaluated to true, and immediately it will display the number is how many guesses that you have performed. Okay, better luck next time. This is going to produce you better luck next time. Okay, so this is how we need to implement the entire code. Do it.